I'm expecting chaos. That's the one one thing that I'm looking for. Maybe one or two big turn one shunts, something carousel, and then of course maybe one person doing a classic pit maneuver on the back straight when trying to make the corner. I think that's what I'm expecting from this race. If I get to see any of those things happen, I'll be happy. Of course, I don't want to see anyone crash out or anything, but it's the Nordschleife. It wouldn't be anything without a little bit of chaos.
Oh yeah, for sure. We'll have to see how that goes as they now start their engines. Setups have been applied now, and they will not be changed. You can see they all start to pull away. As I said, a little bit delayed due to some technical issues with the entry list, but they're all fixed now. And you can see for the first time at the start of this race, the cars are now moving as they make their way up to the line. Obviously on a short formation lap, because no one really wants to do a whole formation lap of the Nordschleife. But yeah, I'm expecting tomorrow to get a fantastic launch against these guys, because that McLaren off the line is one of the fastest. So I would keep an eye on him come green flag racing. I'd imagine also a few of those other cars getting a great start will probably be the Aston Martin as well of Lucas. So I have to keep an eye. Obviously plenty of action to come then. But yes, in terms of grid, there's a lot of BMW M4s, obviously probably one of the fastest around this circuit so far. So I have to keep an eye on them. Obviously our top BMW at the moment is Leonardo in the Team Spinala car, in the number 40. So I have to see how he gets on come the end of the 24 hours, but I'll let you lead us away.
As we're heading on to the start finish line, one driver is going to be starting from the pits as we are waiting currently for the checkered flag, as we have the number 697 car in the fourth lead away, and we're green away at the Nordschleife. A good launch there from Road in second place. Sergei Tumara in the McLaren in third, also right behind, going away around the outside, but that is Tempest in the 137 McLaren towards the inside. It's going to be 3 wide into turn 1. The P1 leader pole sitter is away, and that is a position taken from Tumara in P3, dropping back to P4 currently. It's going to be 3 wide, pushing some cars wide. That's a few drivers off. There's going to be positions lost. No big crashes from what I can see. I think everyone got through semi-cleanly. No big deals. One drive-through penalty already given. Further back, of course, some drivers scrambling to get away. And there should be some more action going on, as my entire the HUD is now currently messing something up, and we still have the same number 1 car, and that is with John Zemis in first place, being followed by Road in second place, as Tempest has shuffled up to fourth place.
Yeah, what a chaotic start, but actually I think relatively clean in terms of racing. I mean, I thought there would be a red flag, if I'll be honest, but all cars seem to go away fine. Obviously a little bit of scuffle coming into turns 2 and 3, but a few cars actually going 3 wide through those corners. But yeah, relatively exciting so far, and everyone very close to each other now as they make their way towards the end of the GP circuit. For the first time of this race, they'll be joining the Nordschleife track to get away with the 24 hour. Interesting to see how these drivers take it, if they're going to be aggressive off the start, if they're going to be try to play it safe. But I think actually that Aston Martin of Lucas Road actually already on the back of the Mustang, looking to try and push their way through. So I have to keep an eye on that battle. Is there any other major chaotic incidents down the back of the grid at all?
We did see the number 155 car starting from the pit lane. They are at the moment only about 4 seconds behind the next car. So that pit lane start did put them in last place, but they are cleanly through, and they're caught up with the back of the pack, and that's really, really good for them. The number 448 car has gone to the pits. Unsure if that is due to damage. I'm going to quickly take a look at that one in the replays to see if that was worth anything. I don't think they've made any contact at all. So that is just a pit lane moment for them. They have been stationary for about 2 minutes, and they're still in there. But otherwise, some big shuffles towards the rear of the pack. We see some cars in the back losing 9 places, losing 6 places. But around the top, I think from P1 down to P10, there's been minimal shuffling. 1 place gained, 1 place lost, basically all over the board.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of action. We just saw Lucas Road get really close to the back of the Mustang, actually potentially looking for a move around the outside. I don't think he's actually going to get all the way around due to the Mustang top speed. But actually it looks like the Aston running a lot less wing than an Aston usually would. So interested to see how that plays out for their team. You can see actually not actually that far off Mustang in terms of straight line speed. He's actually pretty much pushing the Mustang through these corners now. So you have to keep an eye on this battle as they actually already try to bridge the gap to Tempest behind by about 0.8 of a second already. So these drivers very quick, like we saw in qualifying, and now looking to use that experience to try push away in the early stages of this race. Because if you get a good start and get away early, the rest of your race is going to be much easier. So interesting to see how these guys approach that, and if there's any differing strategies in terms of aggression. And I imagine all teams would have had their meeting at the start of today after qualifying and assuming what their plan was for the race. And interested to see how these drivers enact those team plans.
And I do think that the drivers are keeping the gaps relatively short. It's about 30 seconds from first to 51st place. And of course, with about 50 cars, that's a lot of drivers. On average, they're all within a second. The biggest gap currently is somewhere in the middle of the pack, about 1.4 seconds. And of course, the way in the back, we have the 448 car, who didn't start because of internet issues. So they are starting now, currently busy in the North Loop in the first sector of the North Loop. They're about 2 minutes behind P52. That's the car ahead of them. And they're 2.5 minutes behind the lead. But everywhere else, it's very close still.
Yeah, definitely. I actually just saw the Porsche with 258 get past the number 40 BMW. A very nice move indeed, as I believe they're one of the cars to get a grid drop penalty after qualifying. So they'll be looking to make their way back up the field as they currently sit in P14 and on the back of SimHaven's in the 206 BMW. So to see if you can actually potentially look for a move coming towards Carousel now. Actually, they're getting relatively close to Carousel. So for the first time, we'll actually see them go through. Go on board with the Mustang to see them go through Carousel for the first time. And then I say the first time, it's going to be plenty of that all race long. So there is the first loop done. As actually, like I said, still relatively close, these gaps. I mean, like I said, the biggest gap at the moment is sitting around 1.5 seconds. And that's still quite close, especially on lap 1. I was expecting the gaps to be, well, a lot bigger than that actually for some of these drivers, but everyone managing to get away quite well. I see a lot of these drivers using a lot of that curb on the exit, trying to maximise as much as possible. But I believe that that Porsche still trying to look for a move now. It's heading to the downhill section of the Nord. So this will be interesting to see how that Porsche gets along.
I did notice there's only one Lexus on the tracks, the number 78 car down in P46. Had a great start, gained a lot of positions from the start, but later on lost about 2 or 3 places in one go. So that must have been a small mistake, and that's something that I'm curious to see through the rest of the race, of course, where the track limits are going to be, if they're going to be picking up those track limit penalties, and if there's going to be drive-thrus, of course, as well with that, because some of these drivers will want to extend their drive-through penalty, because the stint timer is about 70 minutes, and you have to pit within those 70 minutes. And I do see a yellow flag being thrown out for the 118 car, the BMW of Sires, backwards on the track. It's not where you want to be, of course. Rejoins now and is dropped down to P51, and they started on 25th place, so they've just doubled their position, which is not something you want to see, of course.
No, of course. And actually, another car to go off track was the other SimRC car. Obviously, the other SimRC car is sitting in P2 at the moment, but it was Eric in P22 now, or was in P12. Unfortunately, getting all over the grass, and I don't know if there is damage on the side of that car. I can't see very well, but now setting back 10 places, as he will have to try and rework his way up the grid. But the SimRC guys are really quick, so I'd imagine they'll be looking for a relatively, well, I say easy, but way through the grid than other cars and drivers. But actually, I think that's Tempest on the back of Lucas Road, actually side by side coming down the straight. So it's going to be who's going to be later on the brakes, or who's running less wing At the moment, I think it is that Aston, like we said earlier on, and Tempest is going to have to tuck in, unfortunately for now, and try and look for a pass elsewhere.
And you said that maybe Tamara could get a good start off the launch from P3. You know, you're right behind the leader, maybe send it on through and get that P2 place off of him. Currently 1.5 seconds behind P3, behind Tempest. And he's got quite a pack behind him with some drivers actually trying to get an overtake. Then let's see, they're going to go side by side with Knudsen.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting Tamara to get a great launch, but it was the other McLaren of Tempest getting the better one. Yeah, I mean, still plenty of hours left in this race to get the moves done for tomorrow. But yeah, you can see actually Knudsen really close to the back of that CRF car, pretty much pushing him through the exit of turn 2. So this Ferrari trying to make the pass as quickly as possible. All the while, it is allowing the 801 Bentley and Tamara to pull away just a little bit. And when it's early stages of this race, you're really going to be questioning if you want to push and try break some gaps, or if you want to stay and tucked in and try to keep the pace consistent. But these drivers, obviously, like I said before, our own strategies. I think it's actually the 404 Hoffman going side by side with the number 94 Mustang. It's a very visible livery for Christopher there, as he makes his way, or defends, sorry, from the Mustang, and be looking to try and push on to catch Zinieri in the number 40 BMW as well. There's plenty of action all up and down this grid so far.
And you were talking about the number 94 car, the Ford. They were in an incident earlier on in the race. They started in P13 and they got hit in the back in the GP layout, the hairpin. Got tapped in the rear from the car behind and dropped down about 4 places, and is now trying to fight their way up, and that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the Mustang making the move on the BMW, and that Porsche also trying to follow through, but the Porsche getting a little bit too much on the exit, and it's actually going to drop in more positions than it gains them. But yeah, that Mustang is now through, as the Mustang now will be looking to try and drive the way through the top of the grid once more. Still at the top then, these guys still pulling away. Tamara now sitting at around 2 seconds the gap. Now, again, these guys keep trying to overtake each other. That gap could rapidly decrease more and more.
And as we were watching that battle, we did see Goswell in the 485 Ferrari get a little bit of that second-hand collision. Well, it happened before. We saw Bellawinder, the Porsche, go a little bit sideways, a little bit too wide. And there was some contact with Goswell later on in that moment. I think, yeah, that's with Sivek, the other Porsche. It was a little bit of a chain reaction, and the two of them got a small tap. Goswell sending down the grid a little bit, lost a place, I think, and is now in 21st place, getting chased down by Vardar. As well, the first lap has been set, and the lap time currently looking like an 8 minute 16.115. That is, Jounsum is in first place, grabbing that fastest lap, and the drivers in second and third place following very cleanly with those times as well into the 8 minute 16s as the rest of the grid. Of course, it's going to be the first lap. Everyone's going to have to settle in, and this is not representative of what their pace actually is. But the fact that the top 3 are so close in terms of fastest lap, or in the previous lap time, means that they're already set for a very good battle for the lead.
Oh, 100%. You actually see the Mustang actually made a mistake coming into their set of corners, and it's actually allowed Lucas to pretty much be on the bumper, sitting around 2/10 now. You actually see how much quicker that Aston is through the corner against the Mustang. Mustang a little bit of a boat through that corner than that Aston Martin. So now it's just really, it's where can Lucas make the pass? I mean, like we've seen before, he has got the pace to overtake the Mustang. And do not count out Sean in the McLaren just behind. He's, you know, a little bit further behind, but still within good range of an overtake if anything does go wrong. But yeah, I mean, you're just seeing Lucas pretty much all over the back of that Mustang, trying to make himself as big as possible in the mirrors. And that's trying to put all the pressure on that Mustang just ahead. Hopefully we're looking for a pass maybe relatively soon. Obviously quite a difficult track to get side by side with throughout most of these corners, but not impossible. I mean, I've seen it plenty of times, but 9 times out of 10 going side by side in most of these corners ends up in a collision, so they've really got to be careful where they make their overtakes.
Back further down the grid, the number 40, no, position 45, the number 66 car, just had a moment in the first sector of the circuit. You've got some slow corners, then a fast one, and then you have a sort of hairpin with a big sandbox. I keep forgetting what all the corners are called. I don't even know if there's a number for that one, because there's got to be about 100 on this track. I don't remember them all, but there's one hairpin, and the 66 car just went a bit too wide, hit the curb, went in the air, touched the barrier, went backwards over the track, and unfortunately didn't make any contact, but did drop down quite a bit of places.
Yeah, unfortunate to hear. But actually, that Sean Tempest hitting the barrier, maybe not trying to get the turn that he needed, that will be damage, most likely. Very lot of damage on that front side right. You can see it on there. You can actually see Tamara pretty much now pushing Sean through the corner. That's how much time he's lost. Speaking of time lost, actually Lucas has lost around 1.5 seconds to the Mustang. Some more mistakes made, but you see a better angle of that damage on Sean's car. That's not what he needed this early on in this race, but again, happens to everyone, and I'd be surprised if none of these cars didn't hit the barrier today. It's such a tricky track, especially to drive for 24 hours, and I'd imagine most of these cars getting damaged at some point. But yeah, not what Sean needed this early on in this race. It does set him back a little bit. He's trying to look on to catch the top two once more. Yeah, I mean, it has closed the gap now for Tamara, actually, to pull a little bit closer to these top three. So now only sitting around 2 seconds again, but that's to the leader this time, not the next car.
And you were talking about the damage and the fact that you'd be surprised if there's a car that wouldn't hit the barriers in the entire 24 hours. I do agree with that, and there's also a little side note with that one, because if you hit the barrier with the side of the car, it's going to be a lot different than if you hit it with the front on the rear. Especially if you spin out and then tap the rear towards the barrier, you're going to hit the diffuser, you're going to hit the rear wing. It's all going to, jump on some damage on the rear, and that's going to really either help the car rotate a bit too much in ways of you losing the rear entirely, or it's going to lose you a lot of grip on the rear where it just understeers into Narnia. The same goes for the front. The front and the rear are very susceptible to damage, and they can affect the car a lot. Whereas if you get hit to the side, it doesn't matter as much. So you're going to be a bit more in the clear as soon as you get some damage on the side compared to the front of the rear.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, damage making a huge part of these races. Just like you just mentioned, actually, it can really affect someone's race, either good or for the bad, but most of the time for the bad. I know the Ferrari, for example, is pretty much made out of papier-mâché, and the smallest tap of a barrier is pretty much deadly. But Lucas, you can see him all over the back of the Mustang coming down the straight, might even look for a pass. We'll have to see if he's got the top line speed out of the slipstream, but it looks like he does. He pulls alongside the Mustang, and they go side by side, but I think the Mustang is just going to get enough. He is. So you can see the power of the Mustang quite a bit. I don't know if Lucas will try and send one up the inside come the final corners, but we'll have to see. See, it's only about to finish lap 2, so you can see how much these guys are really pushing to try and make the overtake. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a close one. After qualifying, saw those lap times and everyone relatively close together. Obviously, a few groups, of course, but these two especially, and actually a lot of cars up and down the grid, very close together. So we'll have to see how the race pans out for them, really.
And we did see, you were talking about pushing and how hard their drivers are pushing. Cedar is one of those drivers that's pushing, and he's currently in a battle with Crow in front and Tamara behind, as Tamara is going to be trying to make up some of those lost positions. He pushed one too hard, went over the curb into the sand, and it lost him 2 places. He's down to 6th place at the moment. Have a small 4-car train for the fight for 4th place, as well as now a 2-car train for the lead. Of course, the battle's still going on, which is very impressive by Road. It's absolutely amazing to see him follow this closely for 2 laps already. It doesn't sound like a lot, but on the Nordschleife, that's 18 minutes. On a regular track, that would be about 9 laps of this close following, and that's very beautiful. As the fastest lap has just been taken by Jansch in 11th place at 3:11 Aston. just took away the fastest lap with an 8:13.995. So the only car in the 8 minutes 13. Everyone else ahead appears to be going towards the 8 minutes 14. So that's going to be about the pace that we're looking at for this event.
Yeah, of course, the pressure will be on for these top two to try set those lap times as the actual Aston looks to the outside. Mustang holds it off nicely, but all the while it's going to get a worse exit than the Aston, as the Aston is still going to look to the outside. Might even go all the way around the outside on the entry to the Nordschleife. Is thinking about it, is doing it, and side by side they go into the Nordschleife. Thank you for the camera angle, Kunos, as the Mustang gets ahead. Holds on to that nicely, but you can see Lucas really wants to get past, and well, not afraid to do it in unorthodox ways, you could say.
And this battling has allowed Tempest to catch back up, and everyone else behind as well. So this is just losing the front two runners a bit of time, which is unfortunately not what you want to see. But the only thing that Road has to do is get ahead of that Mustang before the back straight and get a gap, because as we saw before, that Ford has the top speed, and with the slipstream, the Aston can sit behind, get a bit of overspeed, and then maybe go for an overtake. But as soon as you duck out of that slipstream, the wind starts hitting the front of your car, you just get a lot of drag, and your top speed slowly jumps back down, and the Ford can just continue cruising on through. So Rhodes' task here is get as many cars in between him and the Ford as soon as he passes. And I've got a feeling, with what I've been seeing for now from the start of this lap, and of course there's stuff that happened on the previous laps, Road is not going to sit behind and take this.
No, 100%. He's looking very aggressive indeed. Wants to get the pass done and not afraid of doing so. The gap actually behind them sits at around 1.3 seconds. You can actually see the 801 Bentley will be looking for a pass on Tempest relatively shortly. But the top two, I mean, even though they're pulling away, but like you said, Lucas will want to try to get past and make as many places to aid his teammates going into the rest of the 24 hours. They're only 20 minutes driven so far, and so much action. I need a drink of water, but you know, these guys, you know, not afraid of battling this early on.
I mean, let's see, maybe not on the stream, but in the standings there was one car, the number 14 car, being dropped all the way down to P42 from 35. And that's definitely something that's not something that happens normally. One of my predictions almost came true on the end of the second lap. The number 14 car got hit on the back straight and got sent off the track onto the grass on the straight, but did a very, very good job to keep the car on the track, or to rejoin it back on the track quickly. But then as soon as they finished the GP circuit, the GP lap on the start of the North Loop, the first left-hander going into the North Loop, they got hit in the rear by another car, and that caused both of them to spin out, and now they're all the way down to P45, I think I just said. Now up to 42, I mean. So yeah, the pretty big hit for the number 14 car.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, I was just looking at the battles between P17, P18 and P19, all sitting around 4/10 of a second between each other. Currently stuck behind the BMW of Hoffman. But yeah, I mean, he's got a Ferrari and two Porsches behind him. Obviously, we know the Porsche is super good on acceleration, and at a track like this, a Porsche on acceleration is pretty much unstoppable. Out of the exits of corners, it is going to be one of the fastest on this circuit. So these guys will try and make the most of that characteristic on their car and try to get past. You can actually see that's Philip Balawenda in the number 67 Porsche looking for a move on the Ferrari. He tries to get past. Doesn't think about it this time, but might get a great run coming into the end of this little straight that we have. Have to keep an eye on it. Did think about it there. You heard the lift in the engine note. Trying to play it safe just for now. We'll wait for a better opportunity to overtake. But these guys getting relatively very close, and all the while providing some great action. And
gonna be a little bit sorry to break it to you, Lily, but your prediction is not looking very good. Tamara is currently being chased down by Knudsen in 7th place. The number 2 car has a small train behind him of another 4 cars getting ready to take some positions. One of those cars all the way in the back of that train is the number 311 car from Jansch, currently holding that fastest lap with that 1:13.995. is going to be ready to overtake any car ahead of him that's going to be dropping the pace only a little bit. And that train ends with Tamara in 6th place. So if he doesn't defend this well enough, he could be overtaken not by 1, not by 2, but by 5 cars in a row.
Yeah, 100%. I'll see. Maybe tomorrow's distance, my prediction. Let's put him up a little bit. Who knows? But yeah, not the great start that tomorrow in SimHaven would want, ideally. But again, you know, it's only been around 30 minutes of this race. Still plenty of action and hours of racing to go. It all could change, definitely. I did see actually not long ago that the 801 of Sebastian was getting relatively close to the back of Tempest. Maybe that damage on that McLaren wasn't the best, but has provided a little bit of a gap now, sitting around 1 second. But that Bentley actually making a mistake, or just really poor handling from the Bentley over the jumps. So yeah, obviously an older car like the Bentley sliding through the corner even. Maybe not up to speed with the modern technology that these other cars might have.
And just as I was saying, that gap with Tamara and having his 4 or 5 cars behind him, he's just closed the gap ahead to about 6 tenths. So from the lead down to P11, everyone is within a second, and almost everyone within half a second, as Tempest just dropped a little bit of a gap behind him. Crowell in 4th place, just over a second behind. But this is a very big train of cars, everyone very close. Whereas the rest of the grid appears to have the opposite going on. More cars with gaps over a second compared to gaps within the second. So yeah, we're looking at some good battles, as we do see Knudsen getting overtaken on the back straight. But 2 Ferraris on their way to fight it out purely on top speed. And now Chico, currently in 7th place, took the position, putting Knudsen down to 8th place.
Yeah, that was a great move on the back straight, making use of that Ferrari's less wing, most probably, and Knudsen, so you can see how much he actually pulled in that straight. But all the while, it's going to allow Knudsen to get a better slipstream coming down the GP start-finish straight, and potentially does look to the outside and might even look for a move into turn 1 with having the inside. And I believe he's going to be late on the brakes, but no, that is the number 19 Ferrari holding it all the way around the outside to the inside. Obviously a lot slower on the exit, the inside on that corner particularly, but that Ferrari holding it nicely, and that is Knudsen back, or say back, but being put back into 8th place. You know, just a few months ago we see him on the back of Tamara, but now been overtaken. So like I said, plenty of action up and down this grid, and like I said, the gap down to P11 was relatively short, so have to keep an eye on it as we go.
And the number 67 car is currently in the pits. I don't think that's for their regular stop. It's a bit early, only 25 minutes into the race, but they are going to be stopping, being stationary. And that car looks a little bit damaged. If we're looking at it from the side, a lot of scratches everywhere. So I think that's going to be a damage repair. Maybe went out for one more lap to see maybe we can hold this on, keep the pace up. But I think throughout this lap, the driver must have received a little bit of a notification from the car saying, hey, I am now going to be undrivable. And they went into the pits to go and get those repairs started. Yeah,
definitely. Actually, just speaking of fast lap anyway, it is the 258 of Benjamin Baumann. 8:12.6. You know, that's almost a second quicker than what we previously saw. Obviously, one of the drivers that did get a grid place penalty and was put down a few positions, but now looking to catch up to the number 91 and the 311 as they join their way through. As these two actually going side by side on the downhill and entry to the Nordschleife. These are very close. A little bit of contact being made, but nothing too serious, as that actually allows Jans to hold on just for now. But the Porsche still looking for the inside and doesn't think at this time, but that battling has allowed Baumann all the way to the bumper now of the other Porsche. So you know, that's how much battling can really cost you.
And speaking of pits, what we were seeing with the number 67 car, there's currently, from what I can see, I think that is 9 cars that have gone through the pits. And some of them have actually stopped, but the outlier is the P52, the number 412 car of Allen, has gone into the pits but hasn't stopped. So that means that he's been served a drive-through penalty. And that could have been in several, could have happened in several ways. One is going to be track limits, of course. That's where you get the a drive-through from. But we do see that he's, the number 412 car has gone through 2 pit stops, which also indicates that he could have been speeding in the pit lane as well. So that's one of 2 issues that he could have had. But of course, having 1 pit stop done and then getting a drive-through right after that one is not going to be good for your lap times, of course. And going to be costing about 30 seconds in that lane from start to finish of the line. And then, of course, you don't want to do something as Jones goes off the track, gets overtaken. That's Road into the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't catch that, unfortunately, but yeah, that's cost him dearly. Like I said, this gap actually now to Road's 1.6 seconds, so that's cost him quite a bit. Fortunately for him, it's actually put him within the second range of Tempest and the Bentley just behind. And, you know, like we said earlier, Lucas was really putting the pressure on and trying to get past that Mustang, so maybe the pressure was felt in the end of that, and the Mustang's been put under more pressure now as he's got more than 1 car behind him this time. He's got a train of them leading all the way down to P9. So yeah, unfortunate to see, but has changed the aspect of this early stages of this race.
And I did see actually what the issue was, as Tempest is going to be catching up to Jounsemis very, very quickly. And like you said, this train is just following it through all the way down to P9. Then we have in P10 Jansch, the driver that had the fastest lap with that 8:13.995. Everyone else ahead is doing either 8-minute 14s or 8-minute 15s even. Whereas Baumann, like you said, did an 8-minute 12.607. So Baumann in 12th is going around 2 seconds a lap quicker than the guys out in front, even faster than the leader, who, let's be honest, Jounsemis hasn't really had to defend that much with that engine that he's got in the car. But now with that mistake, he just went a little bit too far over the curb, unsettled the car, got sent towards the inside line, whereas Road was able to grab the outside line, get the overtake done very cleanly, as we see a very close battle now for P3 existing.
Oh yeah, 100%. Actually, another battle going side by side currently is the 91 and 311 cars. Porsche gets all over the grass actually. But we'll cut back to Sebastian and the Bentley. So yeah, these two are very close indeed. And actually have backed off a little bit from Tempest up ahead. But still, plenty of action in this race. You know, it's only been 30 minutes and I've seen plenty of position changes up and down the grid. But yeah, I mean, that battle between the 91 and 311 has allowed Baumann, of course, to still be on the bumper. Eventually now, this lap will probably be losing a lot more time. Like you mentioned earlier, he's a couple seconds quicker than these guys, but needs to get past these drivers if he wants to try and catch the leaders before the first pit stops.
And one moment where that can happen is exactly right here. The top side of the carousel being grabbed by Jansch, the driver that was making moves earlier on. And now Baumann and Schwandner just going right on through in the carousel, taking the lower route. And I believe that was Jansch just being pushed towards the outside of the carousel a bit too much. And unfortunately got the backside with the wrong side of that move. And dropped down 2 places in one. And that's what happens when you take the carousel in the wrong line. That's unfortunately not something then that you can do too much about if you're battling.
Yeah, 100%. You can actually see Baumann really trying to get past these guys to try to break his way into the top 10. Like I said, the gap up ahead, it's not that much. I mean, the 91 just ahead of Baumann is sitting around 4 seconds behind the train, which leads all the way up to P2. So if he gets himself within that, he can really make, well, it doesn't really matter really about the grid penalty because he's put himself in the position where he's in range of P2. You can see on the screen just ahead of you, the gap is there, and the gap actually coming down a little bit because all the squabbles in between. But yeah, these guys looking to try and push on and catch this little train we've got.
And we did see Baumann just pushing very hard to gain those positions. There was a small train of 3 cars that we just saw through the carousel with those double overtakes, or at least double getting overtaken. And Baumann sending it a bit too far, touching a bit of grass and getting the car unsettled. That's what we can see from a lot of drivers out in the grid, out in front as well. Tempest trying to run away from that Bentley behind him, but the number 801 car is just a bit too quick at the moment. It's going to be holding on that gap to half a second behind him as well, with Cedar in 5th place, the number 98 Aston. As we're heading on to the back straight, and maybe this is the place where the Ford of Jouncemis can gain a little bit of time on Road, who's just about 3 seconds ahead. And look at that train. That looks beautiful. Of all these cars just being within a second, or within half a second for most of these.
Yeah, 100%. You actually see the Aston just behind the Bentley, potentially even looking for a move as both of them tried to catch Tempest. It's going to be very, very close coming to the final corner, but the Aston is side by side with the Bentley, but the Bentley's going to pretty much look on the McLaren. You can really see difference in the cars and wing setups on this back straight, but they're going to have to go once more around, but unless there's any position changes on the GP start-finish. I mean, you can see Lucas Slider still trying to make his way past these guys. Obviously, these guys all in a train at the moment, so keep battling. They'll lose more time, but you can actually see the McLaren and the Bentley going side by side into turn 1, and I believe that's actually very clean for those two, but the McLaren holds on just for now, but the Aston looking to make the most out of that, doesn't get the best exit because of it, but the Bentley then looking to the outside and potentially looking for a move right around the outside. You see the McLaren pushes to the outside, contact is made, it is going to allow the Aston around the outside, and still Bentley's trying to hold on, and contact made, but nothing serious. But you know, that's all that context is, it's allowed Tamari to team in the background, looking for a move on that Aston just ahead. And like we mentioned earlier, Baumann has got past both of those guys now, and only the gap only 3.2 seconds. So if these guys keep battling like that, he'll be here in literally moments.
Baumann, in the meantime, also tried to make a move, or at least made a move into turn 1. Tried to the driver behind him, that's Schwander, tried to get the undercut or the switchback happening, but unfortunately hit too much of the curbs, got the car a bit unsettled, and then of course had the outside line for the second turn, the left-hander, as the arena has been cut from this layout from the normal GP circuit. So no way to cut right on back, and Baumann now up to P10. For the back, we did see Pagnamenta in P36 gain a place, the 66 car on the back straight, got past the 444 Lamborghini of Godhill, and that's a great move there on the back straight as well, as this is a small 3-car battle for P36, as Wei has also joined us in the number 39 BMW, and like you said, a lot of BMWs, as it's one of the fan favorites, one of the driver favorites, I should say, but most of these BMWs are being stationed at the rear of the grid. Don't know why that is, but even on the grid, they were all way at the back, whereas the front of the grid is very, very spread out in terms of car choice.
Yeah, definitely. Like I mentioned earlier, you got a Bentley up there. Obviously, it's still a relatively competitive car nowadays, but not one you see often. As actually, the Bentley, you can see him really close to the back of the McLaren, and you can see how much time actually the Mustang loses on the early corners of this racetrack. You know, he had a massive gap after the 2 straights, but the gap is only at half a second again. So yeah, I mean, that Mustang maybe not activating its full potential just yet. You know, as we've seen, the gap has increased. You know, Lucas has made the gap increase to around 5 seconds now. And it was about what, almost 3.5 after his mistake. So the gap is increasing, and you know, Lucas and the team will be happy with this start so far.
And Tempest now dropping down to 4th place as Crowell in the 81, the Bentley, jumping up to the podium standings for now. We're only half an hour in, but I'm allowed to call this podium standings, right?
Oh,
it's a beautiful job done by the Bentley. Just a very fast corner, taking the right lines, taking the right places, and just getting it past. Beautiful control of the car as well. So those fast speed corners, those high speed corners are insanely difficult for some of these cars. You're trying to send it around, and there's some bumps in the way. And you jump up and you lose all the grip. As soon as you drop back down, you instantly get a ton of grip in these wheels. So if you have the steering wheel turned in just a bit too far, you're going to send yourself in something that we like to call a tank slapper.
Oh yeah, 100%. You can see how close these guys are following each other. I'm super impressed how they're following so closely without any major mistakes, actually. But a gap, actually, Baumann has taken a second off these guys in this train. And I imagine he'd be here by the end of the lap if he keeps this pace up. So, you know, could be seeing a very interesting battle as Baumann tries to make his way back up through the grid. Like I mentioned earlier before, he did get a grid place drop of around 15 places. I think he was sitting around P4 after qualifying, so who would try and make his way back up to the podium places. But yeah, plenty of action.
From the start of the race, there have been a lot of position changes. The biggest change I could find is down in P30 with Smith in the 424, jumped up 23 places from the start. And then we have in P20 the 923 car of Vardar, also jumping up 16 places from the start. So lots of drivers just changing 1 or 2 places, but also a few that are making very, very big jumps from the start.
Yeah, definitely. You can actually see someone that is about to make a jump in a place. Is that Bentley? He's actually side by side with the Mustang. The contact is made. Luckily, nothing major serious, but it does put the Bentley towards the barriers thanks to the camera goodness. But again, Bentley's still holding it side by side with that Mustang. And actually, the Bentley has made a great move out of this. If he holds it, he does hold it, and has made a great place, but brakes late. A lot later on the brakes than the Mustang, and has cost him as he hits the barrier and loses multiple positions. And it is unfortunately going to cause a bigger contact. You can see Tamara trying to avoid the Bentley and makes contact with the Ferrari just behind him, and it has cost him another place. So, you know, one person can cost a lot of people things, but you can see how close everyone is following. It's literally, I don't even know, race control is not handling this very well, but these guys are so close.
We did see, like you said, Tamara trying to back away from that Bentley, and in doing so, he hit Knudsen. I believe that was Knudsen he hit, or it was Nadeshiko a little bit in the rear. No, it was Nadeshiko in the 19th car, as Tempest has now gone past the Ford as well, as Jones is now down to 3rd place with Cedar right behind him in the Bentley, trying to recover from all of this, as the first contact did send him onto the grass, and then he had to recover towards the side a little bit more, and kind of sent him into a swingway, into the yo-yo that we like to call, and you know, trying to make that overtake happen, and like you said, braked a bit too late as he got the overspeed. Currently hit the grass as well for a little bit. Knudsen looking to make that overtake, but a bit too far, and we hear some more grass being touched, and Knudsen very close through. This is Jounsmith, who just lost another place to Cedar, and now it's Tamara trying to be opportunistic to try and overtake Knudsen with this battle, and everyone behind, like I said, so close. They're side by side, and Nadeshiko and Baumann also close to being there. That's Baumann up to P9 already. The man with the fastest lap, the 8:12.607. The fastest lap so far is currently getting real close to getting another place.
100%. Like I said, I thought it'd be by the end of the lap, Baumann would be here, but he's here already, and that contact has just allowed him to pretty much gain 3 positions. These guys are very close, and it's been great camera angles from Kunos at the moment. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a close race. If these guys are going to be like this for the next, you know, 3 or 4 hours, it's definitely going to make my day.
Something that we are seeing is Jounsmith currently down in 4th place. That's the Ford, the car that started on pole and seemed pretty much unovertakeable on the back straight because of the sheer power that the car has. But that power comes with a drawback, and that's what you said in the GP circuit in the earlier corners. But that also extends down to the sharp corners, the low-speed turns in the rest of the North Loop. And that's that the Ford is simply not great with corners. On the straight line, in the high-speed shit, straight lines, the Ford is just absolutely amazing. There's no way you can keep up with that engine. But as soon as you hit some other place in the middle of the track, you're just going to get sent down the order, and that's how he's losing all of these places.
Yeah, 100%. You actually see the Mustang was actually looking for a re-overtake on the CRF car, but does not have enough straight line speed. Does actually have noticed quite a bit of damage on the front end of that Mustang, which is not going to help his straight line speed all too much. It's actually probably going to almost equalize it to some of these other guys. So maybe that advantage has been taken away a little bit. You can see just behind the Bentley looking for an overtake on Knudsen, or a re-overtake, sorry. Because obviously he made a little bit of a mistake, and that's Tamara looking for the overtake, a little bit too optimistic, and makes contact with the back of the Bentley. So Bentley is stuck in an awkward position as he's literally on the apex, but unfortunately does safely get to rejoin, but that has cost him positions, and it's put him all the way down in P14. Not what he wanted, still quite early on into this race, and pretty much just before the first pit stops.
So that looks very opportunistic from Tamara, and the 801 car, the Bentley, getting a few contacts earlier on as well. It's not something that they want. The small taps that they've had before, that's something that they can take, you know. That's just a small little bit of rub-in, send them towards the outside, it's fine, I'll try around the inside. But this was a very, very big hit into turn 2. Trying to cut back to chase down the cars ahead, chase down, or at least try to fight with Knudsen a little bit more. But Tamara, a little bit too greedy there, tapping the 801 Bentley in the rear, spinning him around, and then everyone's so close to each other that you have to wait out the gap until you get back to the racing line, because you have to be stationary and hold your brakes until all the other cars have passed, and then you can start to go again. Otherwise, you can risk causing more problems than you've already happened to you, of course. So yeah, you had to wait for a little bit too much on his end, and now down to P14.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. As you see, Chico making a little bit of a mistake that actually might cost him a position to the throw behind, but looks to be fine at the moment. But yeah, I mean, these guys are still holding pretty well in this little group. Obviously, it has spread out a little bit now, but still, these guys are relatively close still. Actually, you can see the gap, you know, from Tempest to Lucas now sitting at around 11 seconds. So obviously that clean air, Lucas is just smashing it, you know, 8:11.8 last time round, so almost in the qualifying times now.
Yeah, that's pretty good run there from Road with that 8:11.8. And that's something that we aren't seeing really from anyone else. Currently, all the lap times. I think the first best lap time that we've seen now is an 8 minute 16. So Road had some very good potential in the previous laps around, but the Ford of Jounsmith just being ahead allowed him to, or didn't allow him to unlock that full potential and get something done. Now that Jounsmith has dropped back down the order in the 697 car, now in 4th place, trying to fight his way back onto the podium places. Road is just able to run away with this, and Tempest in the McLaren, the 137 car, previous lap 6 seconds slower, and the gap out in front is now 11.5 seconds. Road is just on a cruise right now, but I don't think he's cruising. I think he's absolutely trying his hardest to clear the gap. Like I said, he wants to get past and get as many cars as possible between him and that Ford, because if that Ford has clean air, I think he can really do some damage. But because he needs to battle through all those turns, through the corners, and also maybe some maneuvers on the back straight, it's going to lose him a little bit of time, and trying to make an overtake happen now as well. So Road might want to create that gap as big as possible, and he's doing a banger job at that.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, roughly 15 minutes before we start seeing the first pit stops start to happen. So that will then set the 1 hour marker of this race. So yeah, I mean, obviously then we'll start to see how everyone is. Obviously big penalties for speeding in the pit lane, so it could change everything in the next couple of minutes. But I do believe, yeah, I'll say that's Oren Meggans back of Neshiko looking for a move. I don't think it's going to be that close, but that is a very nice livery on that Ferrari indeed. But yeah, I mean, still plenty of action up and down the grid. Another bit of action we've seen is the 626 car, and that's Pagmenta, on the back of another BMW. BMW's sensation down the back of this grid, but looking for a move coming into this couple of corners, but don't think they'll make it this time round. But still, there's plenty of action up and down this grid still, and looking forward to it coming to pit stops.
And we did see the number 412 car going into the pits for a 3rd time, as the 78 car of Kiselev has received a 10-second time penalty for one of the earlier incidents. Going to quickly check what that incident was, and I'll be right back with you.
Currently in P42 then, that is the Lexus I was talking about, has got major damage to the front. You can see the bonnet of that Lexus flapping up and down. Yeah, I mean, he's got number 47 just behind him. Yeah, these guys obviously trying to make a pass, but another person that's trying to make a pass was Pagmenta, did make the pass on the other BMW in the end, as they now will start to chase down Jay Wood in the other CRF car, stressing in P33. Other than that, then we'll cut back to the top of the grid, as it's the Mustang still trying to chase after the other CRF car, the number 98. Currently not doing too well. looking to try and work their way back up, maybe using the pit stops to try gain some time. Find out. But yeah, I mean, looking at the gaps right now, it's plenty of battles all up and down the grid. And that's what we'll go to talk about too much. Is Hoffman in the 404 BMW chasing after the Mustang of Janek. You see that BMW is looking for a pass relatively quickly. You can see how much curve he's taking compared to the Mustang. It's literally more than the passenger cam, just to show you a little bit more how much he is on this downhill section. Maybe that Mustang has a little bit of damage as it seems to be all over the place. But still, BMW will be looking for a pass relatively soon. We do know the Mustang is not quicker in a straight line. BMW will be looking to try and make a pass through these corners. Make a little mistake with the Mustang getting a little bit too bouncy all over the curb. But no, not too much time lost there. But still, these guys looking for a pass. You see the Mustang actually not taking that jump too well. It's cost them quite a bit of time to be behind. I mean, the Mustang really struggling in terms of suspension and cornering. And I know it can be really quick here. I've seen it really quick in qualifying. You see the BMW pulls out to the inside to try and look for a move. It does tuck back in. So that would have been quite late if he did go for it. But still, he tries to make the overtake elsewhere. So the Mustang can get a much better straight line than anybody else. But we cut back to Baumann, who is actually on the back of the McLaren of Tamara, actually now side by side. Got a much better exit and will allow for an overtake, you would imagine, coming into the final corners. As I said, it's 10 minutes now until we hopefully start seeing the first pit stops. You know, some drivers might want to try and make the undercut, some drivers might go for the overcut. We'll have to see. Obviously, there's a stint timer, so we'll have to see how that all plays out for each team. But again, it's Porter. It seems to be just fine. Has now made the pass on Tamara, currently into P6, as we will now chase after Knudsen, who's chasing after the Mustang still. You know, it's getting a little bit too much for the Mustang. You can see the damage that Mustang has. I imagine they'll try and fix that in the next round of pit stops. But it's some serious damage and it's really affecting their race. So, like I mentioned, it started on pole and now down into P4, and might even be losing more positions soon.
And there was a fight before that you said with Schwander and with Nadeshiko and Megan's. And Megan's has currently been overtaken by Schwander, and that's down to P10, but up to P9 for Schwander. And I did get a notice from the number 78 car. They've outbraked themselves and hit the number 14 car, currently in P41. So an outbreak moment earned them the 10-second penalty that they have to their name as of now. And you were just spectating the number 94 car, the Mustang, trying to defend from the 404 car, has been overtaken now. The 94 car is the Mustang that got tapped in the first lap in the hairpin of the GP circuit. So off to a bad start from that place. Started in 13th, fought their way back up a tiny bit, but now lost another place to one of those BMWs. And we do see the performance of that Mustang just kind of dwindling a little bit. Jounsman is not able to get past Cedar, and Knudsen now right behind him as well, trying to get into this fight, and that's a three-way battle for third place, as Road is just pulling away. It's now 14.5 seconds to second place.
Yeah, definitely. I think actually Cedar actually made a mistake, because the gap was sitting around 1.5 seconds and now it's dropped all the way down to 2/10. So Mustang trying to make the most of this and maybe try to get a pass, but they've got to be careful, because you know, Barman is literally knocking on the doors of this little train we've got. You know, and we've seen how quick he is overtaking some of these cars on this track. So we'll have to see how that goes. But then we've got 8 minutes then until we hit our 1 hour mark and see those pit stops start to happen. But our first thing we're about to see is I believe we'll start to see the first lapping of the blue flags. Like you mentioned, you know, Road has got 14.4 seconds out front at the moment. The gap just seems to be, you know, massively going on. Actually, his last lap was the best lap and fastest lap of the race. It was an 11.7. You know, that's 4 seconds quicker than Tempest in P2. So, you know, these guys really, really quick once in the clean air, and we'll be looking for a great start to this 24. So maybe your prediction is coming right after all.
I mean, I always know what I'm talking about, don't I? I mean, I beat you in chess, I beat you in predictions. It's nothing, just the general goings. But yeah, Road just every single lap, smashing that fastest lap record. Just by a few tenths maybe this time around, but I bet he's going to go and drop that lap time over and over as he's already passing the first lapped car. That's the number 412 car, the car that pit 3 times already, is now 1 entire lap down on the leader. So it only took about 53 minutes to gain time on the previous on the first lap cars, as he is increasing the gap, and like you said, everyone else behind just 4, maybe more time, more seconds slower than Road currently. The fastest man behind Road is Baumann in P6 in that Porsche, trying to chase down a few drivers and maybe get an overtake on Knudsen ahead, and Jounsem as well in 4th place, and maybe set up the chase to Cedar in 3rd place with the pace that he's having right now. It's looking very likely.
Yeah, 100%. You can see these guys getting very, very close to the back of Cedar. Yeah, Baumann now in this battle as he gets all over the grass as he follows the Ferrari through into the grass. But you know, like we saw earlier, Tamara has actually also started to join this. So if these guys keep up the battling, Tamara will be part of this battle again, as they will look to well, basically try and catch up to P3. You know, Cedar is only 4.4 seconds behind Tempest. He's actually someone, like you said before, that has pulled away due to this, and we'll now be looking to try settle in before the first round of pit stops.
And speaking of the first round of pit stops, we did see, I think that's the number 67 car, already stopped for repairs on lap 4, so they'll be a little bit off sync, as that is Jounsem is side by side with Cedar, gaining back that 3rd place temporarily and trying to make it work and trying to make it stick.
Yeah, 100%. You can see Cedar still up the inside. Luckily, no contact made, and yeah, that Mustang a little bit all over the curb, and that might even cost him a position to Baumann. As you see, Baumann already made the place against Knudsen. So yeah, I mean, Baumann's not messing around for sure, and it has allowed Tamara to close this gap, and actually it might even bring some of our old friends back into a longer train. You can see 3 cars behind, maybe even 4 cars, all the way back down to P11, potentially in a couple corners time if this keeps going.
So yeah, like I said before, Baumann not playing around. He's currently going to be making an attempt to overtake the Ford as well. He's very, very close. Knudsen being left in the dust tomorrow on his way to overtake him as well and regain some of those positions that he lost in the first few laps. And Cedar doing a great job to defend from the Ford from Jounsem in the 697 car. Currently in trouble because that failed overtake. That's something that happens when you're getting really, really close to in a train. If you make one mistake, you're instantly in trouble from the cars behind.
Yeah, 100%. You can see these guys getting very close, and like I said, a couple corners, these guys have closed the gap indeed. And you know, this gap is now starting to go down to P12 now even. You've seen Megan's currently 1.5 seconds behind, but will probably catch up very, very, very quickly. But I think Baumann is probably potentially looking for a move. Currently literally on the bumper, trying to push the Mustang through some of these corners. Like we've seen, it's not really a problem for him, as he's definitely proven already this race that he will get through no matter the cost. He's still pushing the Mustang through these corners. You can see how much quicker the Porsche is on the exits. And I would imagine this Porsche will be looking for a move, but they do catch a blue flag, and it's all about how they avoid the blue flag. As the Baumann off into the grass, the blue flag in the way of all these guys trying to make himself out of the way as much as possible, but it does allow Tamara through. Race control is going mental at the moment, but I believe Tamara is in P4. No, sorry, P5. P6, sorry. Race control is going mental. And yeah, that's changed things up for sure. You can actually see, you know, that's Chris in the Mustang losing more positions because of that, but I don't know, that blue flag was in the way.
And lots of penalties being thrown around now. We did see from the start of the race, lap 1, we have the number 78 car and the number 22 car receiving a 10-second time penalty. And like you said, race control is kind of messing up because we have the 313 car of Schneider in the pit lane. And that is, he was on the lead lap, that car, and returned to garage, which is going to be closing down their stint, getting overtaken now. And now all the positions going to be catching up on the standings. They're going to be dropped down to the proper order, so we won't have that problem in just a moment's time. But yeah, big fights. Tempest catching up to the front, maybe ever so slightly on this lap. No, definitely not. Road again about 3 seconds quicker, 3.5 seconds quicker than the car in second place. But Tamara and Baumann now going at it.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, something to note as well, the Mustang has gone into the pit lane. He actually lost 2 positions on the back straight, which is very surprising for being in that Mustang. Maybe that damage was getting a little bit too much. But yeah, like you said, Baumann still on the back. Contact actually made in the background. I think that's Nate Chico. Maybe getting a little bit rear sideways, and the Porsche making contact with that as well. But yeah, I mean, like I said, the Mustang, first one to come in then. Currently serving, currently dropping down the order, as you can see, and you can see a lot of cars doing that as the pit stops now starting. So we'll have to see how that goes. But Baumann, I think, side by side with the number 2 Ferrari, into the hairpin they go, and Baumann, that will probably, most probably, yeah, it will be with the Porsche acceleration, it will be easy pass. He's up in the P4 then. You know, it's taken him 1 hour to gain 15 places. You know, he's back where he qualified. And now we'll be looking to try and catch up to Cedar and maybe Tempest in a couple of laps time.
That's all the way up to 4th place, and like you said, with the pace that Baumann has been overtaking these guys, it's only going to be a matter of time before he hits those podium places, before Cedar is going to be in danger. And after 1 hour time, there are so many incidents currently being logged, all the way from lap 1 to lap 8, as the stewards are still busy with some of the incidents from lap 1 and lap 2. So the penalties are going to keep trickling in. Currently, 3 of them being thrown at a 10-second time penalty for the number 78 car, the number 22 car, and the number 18 car, all further down the grid, of course. And these penalties are all going to be served in their next pit stop, which we've seen going on right now. So the number 6 car is currently stopped, as well as a lot of drivers behind that. As Josh Wood in the number 22 car currently entering the box, probably going to look to repair the damage that he has on that car and serve that 10-second time penalty alongside with that, as I don't think he set a valid lap yet, as his best lap is currently 2 dashes on my screen, so I think he's gone over the limits on every single one of his laps.
Yeah, super unfortunate to hear, but why we go for this? We'll just quickly go for a quick ad break, and we'll be back very shortly. Alright, welcome back everyone. Just a short ad break there. But you know, these guys have now, a few of these guys made a stop, but still we see Baumann on the back leader. But yeah, I mean, we've seen, where is he? Down in P27 currently, as Nottins then doing a little bit of a driver swap already into this race, as now new driver, and looking for the driver to set the pace. I know Zottins was the one to set the pole time, so maybe the quickest off the team, potentially. I don't know, I'm not one to judge on that one. But now that has allowed for new pace and a new driver to make their way through. I think they haven't repaired damage, because I can still see quite a fair bit of damage on that Mustang. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, no, the pit lane, the pit stop actually took 1 minute and 16 seconds. So I don't know if they've repaired damage or not, but it doesn't look like it. But from the numbers, it definitely does look like it. As the top 19 drivers haven't stopped yet. The first driver currently out on track that has stopped is Megan's, currently in P20, the number 8 Ferrari, followed closely by the number 404 BMW in 21st place. I'll say closely. I mean, that's roughly, right? 15 seconds gap. Currently, then we have a few more drivers on and off of having stopped. Everyone's pit stops are about 30 seconds, just a little bit over. A few of them have bigger stop times, like the number 697 car, the Ford, with 116. See a 119 coming around, a 134 for the number 40 car, 135 for the 888 car, all probably doing damage repairs. Josh Wood with a 56-second stop, 10 of those seconds being the penalty that he served. Currently still in P38, up 10 places from where he started. So even a penalty cannot stop Wood from climbing up the orders. And I'm very curious to see where drivers are going to be ending up after everyone's stop. And about that real quick, just before I hand it back to you, the number 67 car of Bellowender has stopped earlier, being off sync, stopped about 37 minutes ago, and is currently in P31 with a lot of drivers ahead still needing to stop. So maybe that small little undercut, and combine that with the 70-minute stint timer, is going to allow them to, you know, maybe get a bit of an advantage, a bit of an undercut on the drivers ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we've seen pit stops can change an entire race, and these guys have got to do plenty of them in the 24 hours they have. But someone that is not messing around is Baumann, as he has caught back up two-seater for P3. So he'll be looking to make a move, or even make an undercut or overcut relatively soon. Obviously, these guys will probably have to stop in the next couple of laps, you would imagine, because of the stint timer. So have to see what it is, because see, Baumann still all over the curbs a little bit. They're trying to make use of as much track as possible in that Porsche. But yeah, I mean, maybe actually should have made a mistake, because he's actually now got a little train forming all the way down to Tamara in P6. So yeah, maybe a mistake, or maybe just some raw pace from these guys behind.
And pace is definitely something that we're seeing. Maybe Knudsen and Tamara have just followed Baumann through, because that Porsche has some pace, still needs to stop. And I think everyone's going to be going in this lap, because there's no way they can do another lap within that stint timer. And Road going to be the first one to go in. And now it's going to be the task of breaking in time, not crossing that line, and not getting that penalty, because I don't think anyone has gotten one so far. It's all been very clean through all of the stops from everyone. And that's something, like you said, they're going to be doing plenty of stops on this race in the 24 hours. So they're going to have to hit the marks on every single one of them. Because if you get a drive through at one point, it's going to cost you 30 seconds. A stop-go would be even worse. And if you go too fast, it can even lead to a disqualification. So that's something that you don't want to do, as this train up to Tamara in P6 is also going to be heading into the pit lane.
Yeah, 100%. You can see them all filtering now nicely. Don't think anyone made any mistake. You can see how close Tamara has actually gained on the pit stop to the Ferrari behind, as these guys will now be in. Obviously, Lucas Road, our current race leader then, after a earlier great performance, putting the pressure on the Mustang, and due to a Mustang mistake got himself up into P1, and then just leading the race throughout and gave himself a hefty gap. I think the gap was around 20 seconds by the time this pit stop. You can actually see as they all filter in, Rhodes leaving. Yeah, that is the gap then, as he now leads the way, and these guys will now have to work their way through. And it is now Thomas Ryder for the Sim RC guys, taking control of that Aston Martin to see how he gets on. No pressure, I don't think, for these guys, because, you know, a 20-second gap, you know, I don't think they need to do much. They just need to hold on.
And that appeared to be a perfect pit stop. 32 seconds stationary. That's not something all the guys can do. And Cedar in second place is currently still in the car. And will be taking that second stint as well. Also with a 32-second stop. Knudsen the same. Baumann with a 35-second stop. Gonna maybe... yeah, I think that... Wasn't he in P3 before?
He was.
So might have dropped him down one place. Megan's with the 33-second stop. A lap earlier has jumped all the way up to 5th place, and they started in 7th, so they have gained a few places. But Schwantner is on his way back as well. P6 currently from P17, and also a 32-second stop, almost perfectly. Tamara did repair some of the damage that saw him drop down all the way to P9, 43-second stop. Tempest the same, 52-second stop, down to P8. The driver that was once in 2nd place just dropped down to P8, and the two McLarens now trying to chase their way back up. But the one driver that's currently chasing the most has got to be Baumann in 4th place. Wants to take that 3rd place back from just a few seconds loss in the pit stop, and with the pace that he's been having. Actually, it's not Baumann in the car anymore. It's Cardinal in the car trying to take that one over, and maybe Cardinal can take away some of that pace, some of the tips that Baumann has showed him in the previous lap. And the 258 car can maybe take away a few more places and set the chase up to the lead.
Yeah, definitely. We've actually seen it's Chris North now taking over the wheel from Tamara as well. So a fair few amount of driver changes of some of these drivers. Obviously, we've seen some of them continue, like Knudsen and Cedar. For now, obviously, some of these drivers obviously doing you know, as little as 3 drivers to up to 5. So you know, all play a part in strategy for some of these guys. But someone making a move is Sebastian. The 801 Bentley trying to make a recovery drive. Makes a very lovely move on the Aston Martin coming into the entry of the Nordschleife. Swoops all the way around the outside and makes a lovely, lovely move. That's a great move. I'm glad I caught that one. But yeah, some of these guys still, like I said, actually, Megan's getting a great undercut on some of these guys. And actually not that far behind Baumann, who's actually just made a lovely move on Knudsen after Knudsen made a mistake. So that's Baumann now into P3. Megan's actually potentially looking for a lovely move if they can get the slipstream to work. We'll go on board the passenger cam for this one. You can see Knudsen had to brake on the corner and actually disappeared on... I don't know what's happened there, but Knudsen disappeared and all of a sudden reappeared in front of Megan's. But that lift from Megan's has actually cost them a lot of time. As the Porsche, it's going to make a move up the outside, sorry. And yeah, that's what a lift costs you really on a straight. Unfortunate to see, but yeah, I mean, that was strange. Knudsen disappearing, maybe some connection issues potentially, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, I mean, the gap now sits at around 30 seconds then. Obviously, a road put in a great first stint, and Thomas just seems to be extending it so far. So gaining 10 seconds in the pit stop is crazy.
And we do see the driver changes coming through, and apologies if we make any mistakes in terms of naming the drivers, because for us the names only change as soon as they hit the end of the first sector, which is about 1/3 of the way through the track. As Reader in the number 76 car is currently well, that's going to be annoying. We've got Reader and we've got Cedar, so going to be a bit better on pronunciation for that one in the lead. Currently taking over that lead and going past some of the back markers, just past the number the P53, now past the P48 as well. So number 78 and the 36 cars all dropped behind. He's trying to extend the gap, and this is where we can see the pace difference between the drivers come in, maybe a bit from the fastest lap that was set by Road in the first stint. Now Reader with the second stint. We can see if he keeps up that same pace, because the 8:11.735. That's 8 minutes and 11 seconds. That's something that I didn't think I would see during the race, especially with everyone else being around the 8-minute 13, 14, or maybe even 15. That's a mega pace difference, and for even 8 laps have passed, and the gap is 30 seconds. That's absolutely diabolical.
Yeah, 100%. You should see this train then start to form all the way behind Chen in the number 2 Ferrari. So another driver change. And yeah, you can see these guys trying to make their way past. Obviously, Megan's had a great undercut and then had to lift due to a weird connection issue. But yeah, I mean, let's see how they go. I mean, you can see the 91 Porsche all on the back of Chen then as they come up the hill. You can see pretty much pushing their way through, potentially for a move coming into this top of the north loop then of the track. I don't think there'll be a move made here unless any mistakes are made, but these guys all following very, very closely. And you can see, yeah, Sean Tempest, after fixing some damage earlier on, you can see a lot of damage was done to his car. He's now got to rejoin this little train that is going on. So see how he gets on. Obviously, he was running in P2 before stopping for damage. Now he sits in P7, trying to make his way back up the grid.
Just did see the number 701 car of North just being chased left, right, and center. Rambach in the 94 car actually getting that overtake done on North. So the 94 car started in P13, currently back up to P13. This was the car that was hit on lap 1, like I said, in that hairpin, and dropped all the way back and was part of some more battles. And North in the 701 car just seemingly disappearing down the order. If you look at the hood of that car, it's standing up a tiny bit. So it appears that the McLaren of the SimHaven team got a small problem on their hands, as the gap has already increased to about 3 seconds ahead, and the Ferrari, the 458 car behind, is just about to go and get the overtake done as well.
Yeah, 100%. See, these guys now, since Sean has caught up now, to join this now 4-car train battle. And I'm presuming with his pace he'll try and get past as quickly as possible. You would imagine so. On the back then of Megan's is his first target. I'd imagine in that McLaren he'll try and get past relatively quickly and go on the passenger cam just to see if we can notice any mistakes. I think Sean's just trying to take it nice and steady as he joins this train, which is a fair thing to do. So yeah, I mean, in terms of, I think these Sim RC guys have really pulled it out of the bag in this early stint. Obviously, 22 and a 3/4 to go in terms of hours. So it all could change, but it's looking pretty solid for the Sim RC guys. You can see these 4 are going side by side in 2s. Down the back straight. You can see there's a BMW pulling off to the left. Oh my god, that was close for Sean Tempest. Didn't see him at the last moment. That must have been scary. I mean, I'm actually going to get, I don't know, I need to get a passenger cam of this. Yeah, you can see he didn't see anything at all. Yeah, and that was scary. I mean, that could have been a big contact on the back straight, and that's actually cost him the chance to overtake these guys. But all the while, still in the bottom bit of this pack. We'll now look to overtake Megan's onto the GP straight, but yeah, that was close.
Yeah, it was a good job from Tempest to back out of that one, as he's currently on the back of Megan's again. Chen and Swantner are also fighting. Chen going towards the inside, Swantner trying to go around the outside, becomes the inside, goes for the switchback, hits the apex, but becomes a bit bumpy on the exit. Doesn't get enough room at Tempest, getting the overtake and hitting the number 91 Porsche in the rear, and they leave the corner as is, but that is contact, and Tempest is not going to be happy with that one. And he might have to blame that one on himself. We'll have to see what the stewards think of that one, but everyone leaves as is, so we might just vote that as a racing incident. But Tempest did get the place on Megan's, tried to make it 2-in-1, but unfortunately got blocked by the 91 car, just being a bit slower and a bit different line. And this was reminiscent of one of the moves that we saw earlier on in the race, where I think it was the Bentley that we saw earlier. Yeah. The number 801 car, I think, getting hit or hitting another car in the exact same spot, in the exact same fashion. So that appears to be a problem with drivers taking different lines into turn 1 and 2. Maybe with that switchback move, because that's also what we saw there. Just, you know, not anticipating that line and getting a small incident. But fortunately for these drivers, nothing big out of it. And this train continues to fight.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, that Porsche was trying to make a double switchback. Had a great first switchback. hit the curb and then tried to make a second, but was super slow on the exit. And I don't think Sean really anticipated that all too much. But like I said, they did leave the corner in the same fashion, so I don't know what the stewards will think, but I'd imagine that would be a racing incident of sorts. But all the while, that Porsche making a mistake, and that has allowed Sean up the inside to make a lovely overtake on the entry to the Nordschleife. So yeah, Sean not messing around then, trying to make these overtakes as quickly as possible as he tries to make his way back up to the top of the field. But relatively, if we're looking at gaps, everyone, not as close as these guys, but they're still relatively close to each other. So, for an hour and 15 minutes, and after pit stops, there's some really close battles going on.
Yeah, look at the gaps as well. You said that between drivers, the gaps aren't as close as this train. There's a few smaller gaps further down. We see a fight breaking out currently for P11, with the number 311 car being chased by the 404, and of course that 94 car going on through further back as well for P30. The 73 car and the 767 also and short also fighting for a place, and further back the 118 and the 456 car also fighting for a place. And those small little gaps do add up to the end, because everyone who's just started their 10th lap all the way down to, I think, P35, that's about 3.5 minutes from the leader to P35, P36, and P37. So yeah, there's small gaps, but we don't have to. We gotta remember that the leader is already 30 seconds ahead. So from P2 to P36, it's about 3 minutes. It's not too bad. If you look at the minimap, you can see everyone, at least almost everyone, being present in the first part of the track. And that's still a pretty good achievement for everyone. Even after this stage, I know it's very early on in the race compared to the entirety of it, but being this close with the entire grid for almost 1.5 hours, that's a good achievement.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, you just saw that was Nate Chico and Jan Thierry going side by side, but Nate Chico making the move. Nothing too serious about that. Yeah, like you said, this gap that Road gave his teammate, and now his teammate just extending that. I mean, we'll have to see his first lap properly after the pit stop in a minute, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely quick. These SimRC guys, and I think you predicted correctly, like you said. Obviously, speaking of my prediction, Chris North, if I find him. Can you see it?
Yeah, he's dropped all the way back down the order. Currently, I think he's stopped another time for repairs. Currently in P33, and he has stopped the second time. 1 minute 18 pit for repairs. Started in third place, unfortunately, down in P33. It is still a long race, though. Like, don't forget, it's 24 hours. We've only had 1.5 hours out of the 24. That's almost nothing. That's not even 10% done. So you do see another incident, the 311 car, the Aston of Walk, being almost stationary off the track. I'm going to quickly check to see if there was an incident between these two. I don't think there was. That might have just been a mistake on his end. I'm quickly go into the replays, and it might have just been a curb taken too much. Yes, it was. Being sent up in the sky onto the grass, losing control because of all those bumps. That's what I talked about before. As soon as you're up in the air and you drop down, if you get your steering angle just a bit too high, it's gonna be over as soon as you hit the ground. A lot of grip being put on the tires instantly at that point, and it's gonna be over. As you do see another incident, the 801 car of Krauau dropping back the order as well, currently in 12th place.
Yeah, unfortunate to see, actually. I don't know what happened there, but maybe just a little accident with the barrier. But then our top little train then, Tempest still trying to make a way through on Chen. And actually the Porsche also trying to make a look on Tempest, as he did think about it into the corner, but did back out nice and safely. Yeah, these guys are really putting on a real show, as it actually now becomes a 5-car train. Then Nate Chico also joining this one. So yeah, I mean, longer they battle, I mean, more fun for us, but the less or the more work their team has to do for the final 24 hours, as they lose time and time. They'll keep losing time, but still, if they keep the pace up, then less time, obviously, lost, but if they keep battling, they're going to lose more and more time to the cars behind, and it's really not going to help their 24-hour.
Walk now had that mistake, the 311, and also the 801 car of Crowell, also with a mistake, and just overtook each other with the Aston Martin taking the advantage. And like you said, it's 5-car train now, with Yantiri almost getting close enough to follow these guys through and getting some of that slipstream. It's almost become a 6-car battle. And if they wait long enough, I'm sure Hoffman will be there soon, and Rambach as well in 11th place. It's about a 10-second gap to P10, but it might just be in this train for a little while longer. As second place currently Cardinal in the 258 car has got the car from Baumann, who set an amazing first stint from 18th to the top 5. Now Cardinal is taking that away, putting very, very good laps on it, and is now right behind Cedar in second place.
Yeah, 100% obviously, like we saw, and like you just said, Baumann had a fantastic stint, using that first hour to clear that grid penalty he got yesterday for qualifying. And now, obviously, his teammate now taking it over and looking to put themselves up into P2 at the moment. We'll have to see what the pace is like as to cross the line. But I would imagine that 258 car is much quicker than that Aston Martin. Has looked so far in this entire race anyway. Obviously, these guys are having some great first laps.
And it did look like a formation lap in the back straight with all of these drivers, Schwandler, Tempest, Shen, Nadeshiko, and Megan's all going almost side by side with each other. 4 cars currently going into the back. There's small contact, 1 car on the grass, big contact now between Schwandler and Tempest. Both of the drivers going into the wall, and I think that's Nadeshiko as well getting hit in that one, dropping back down the order. Nadeshiko getting the biggest hit of that one, dropping more and more places. Tempest going on through in 4th place, somehow surviving all of that. I believe he's at one of the biggest hits in that place, almost a second ahead of Shen now, as Schwandner is following this on through. And that was small taps left and right, and then one big hit that caused all of this. And now Nadeshiko, unfortunately, down to 11th place, taking the biggest hit of that. Schwandner breaking very, very deep. Shen trying to go for the undercut, the switchback right down there, but didn't get that. Megan's looked to bounce on that on the exit, got a very good one, but has the outside line for the next turn, and this is all but chaos on this track.
Yeah, I mean, like you saw, little taps can cause big taps, and that's exactly what we saw. It wasn't going to be pretty. They're going 2 by 2 down the straight, but luckily most of them came away unscathed from that. Unfortunately for Nadeshiko, actually in the pits, Nadeshiko is now 4 damage. But yeah, that's what's going to happen when you get really close. It was looking like it was going to happen at some point. Almost 6 cars getting involved in that little train. It was going to happen. It was mainly a matter of time. But from that, then we have then got Megan's then trying to pass Chen, and I believe Cardinal did get past Cedar. Missed that unfortunately, but the gap is already almost a second. So in that clean air, that Porsche is flying.
And as you were just moving from one car to the other, we did see Chen just barely getting tapped, or I don't know if there was actually contact. It doesn't show up on the list of contacts for me, but Chen did turn around backwards, gets overtaken by Megans and by Yantiri. They're down to 8th place in Hoffman in the 404 car, setting in chase now. And the number 2 Ferrari has to watch out. And like I said, Hoffman and Rambach might be getting close to catching up. And it was about 10 seconds before, and now it's a lot less. 6 seconds now from Shen to Yantiri, and Hoffman and Rambach right behind this number 2 Ferrari, trying to set the chase up and getting some overtakes for P8. They might have been a little bit lucky with the incident on the back straight there, but yeah, this is turning out to be quite the close one, as they're closing up a little bit, because the gap ahead of Tempest is now about 19 seconds, so that has increased a lot. And Cedar is dropping back behind Cardinal, so the 258 Porsche is doing an amazing job to getting the overtake and might be the one to gain on the Reader, because the previous lap from Cardinal, from the 258 car, is an 8-minute 10.497. Over a second quicker than the fastest lap from Reader, and half a second quicker than Snowtins in the number 697 car, the driver that you said put down that pole position. And well, it was an 8-minute 10.922 on the previous lap. So overall, the fastest car on track is Cardinal currently, and might be the one to take away that gap and to cut down the lead from Reader.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you say that, and actually the Porsche gets a little bit slidey. But yeah, an invalidated lap actually last time from Cardinal, which was that 8:10. I don't imagine he would have gained any lap time from invalidating. It's very hard to gain lap time here by cutting. So yeah, I mean, if that's the pace he's got, then it's definitely going to be an interesting couple of hours until that goes. 32 seconds is a big gap, but in terms of a 24-hour race, it's not all that much. So yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. But yeah, like you mentioned, Znottin's the pole sitter of this race, of qualifying yesterday, taking over from his teammate earlier on. Has currently the fastest lap of the session, which was an 8:10.9. That is the fastest valid lap of the session. Currently in P14, then gaining a few positions since taking over control of that Mustang, and now setting their sights on the 311 of Walk.
We do have one driver in for the mid interview or the mid race interview, and it's Knani from the number 98 car, currently in 3rd place. And I think we can start asking them some questions. If you'd like, of course, I can go drag them in and see if we can get some information out of this.
Yeah, for sure.
If I'm allowed to to get this in. Hold on 1 second. I think I have to turn a few things on before I can drag that properly. If you give me just 1 moment.
No.
All right. Yes, now we can. So Knani is going to be going into the broadcasting room right now. Knani, welcome.
Hello, hello.
How's your race going so far? Currently inhabiting P3. How's it going?
Well, it's going better than expected. Actually, we didn't imagine that we will climb as fast as we did, but we'll take that. Quality wasn't that great. The BOP is really what set us down a bit. It was very surprising, and we didn't have a lot of time to adjust the setup and whatnot. So yeah, but so far Lucas is doing a great job. We're doing some strategic moves here and there, and yeah, it's all good.
So currently holding on to P3, just got overtaken by the 258 car. How much of these drivers that are currently driving around your pace do you think is going to be the real problems? Are going to be your real targets for this for the later stages of the event?
Well, we noticed that for a couple of laps that Porsche was theoretically faster than leader, so we just let him go. Not gonna fight too much, just to like bring that fight between P1 and P2, maybe catch up in the midst of that. So yeah, we let him go. We're gonna see what happens. As far as pace goes, I think we're pretty much everybody's like close to each other. They're just that people are just fighting. That makes it like maybe two cars are faster than the other. But yeah, I mean, right now P1's pace is very worrying. If he continues like that the whole race, I think it's gonna be a bit of a problem. Hopefully the Porsche can do something about that. And yeah, I mean, it's still early in the race. We're not 100% pushing, that's for sure. But yeah, so we'll see what happens.
You guys have more than one team on the track currently, with, of course, the number 3 car, your car, or the number 98 car in P3, your car,
Yep.
being the leading of that one. How's the conversation going between the teams? Do you have any contact with the other team, or is it everyone fends for themselves?
To be honest, no. Well, like we only look into our pace and our data, and we don't know exactly what they're doing, but they have their own logistics to like calculate for everyone in the race. But communication-wise, I would imagine only if we like cross paths in a race, we would talk and stuff and coordinate. But so far, everything looks to be like everyone's race looks far away from each other, so there's no as of right now, no need for any communication.
All right, well, that's all the questions that I have. Lily, do you have anything to ask?
Nothing at the top of my head at the moment, but obviously best of luck to you and your team as you continue onward.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was the one of the drivers from the number 98 car currently in P3. That was Knani. As we do see, I just talked about the number 22 car, the other CRF racing team car, as they're stationary at the end of the back straight, getting ready to start their 10th lap, and just to watch out and now rejoin the track again. So the number 22 car down in P46, losing out on a few places.
Yeah, that Aston Martin looks very heavily damaged. Maybe a bit of commentator's curse involved with that one. But yeah, I mean, obviously not a lot of communication between these two teams then. But we'll have to see how they go. Of course, Jack now in the pits, probably to fix that Aston Martin. It does look quite heavily damaged. But yeah, I mean, like Nani said, he wants that Porsche at the top then to continue to bring down the gap. He has brought down the gap by about 2 seconds so far already. 7/10 quicker last lap. So yeah, really setting the pace at the moment and trying to catch after Thomas.
Yeah, and talking about setting the pace, Snowtins, the driver that put it on pole position yesterday out in qualifying, on the previous lap, well, not the previous lap, but the lap before that, put down that 8-minute 10.922, currently in 8:14.7, and that's about the fluctuations that we can see from the driver's lap times. It's absolutely crazy. Just as Cardinal, also on the previous lap, put in a 8-minute 10, and now is into the 8-minute 13s. So it's quite a big swing in between the lap times from the drivers. Very inconsistent over the entire lap, and of course it's a very difficult track, so it's very understandable. But it's funny to see how all the drivers on one lap are suddenly all slower, because no one's gone into the lower than the 14s. The fastest is Tempest with his personal best on the previous lap, an 8:14.635, and drivers around him doing 8-minute 20s, 8-minute 17s. 8-minute 18s as well. So everyone just collectively decided on the previous lap, all right, let's just go a few seconds slower this lap so we can full on charge for the next one.
Yeah, and actually, a few of those drivers actually did driver swaps, so it's not even like it's a pace difference or drop off in the first hour as such. But yeah, I mean, like I said, Snowtin's in P13 at the moment. But I have noticed actually that Mustang has got so much damage and he's still putting in some incredible lap times. So, I mean, that's really surprising to me, and I'm actually really excited eventually when that Mustang does get fixed, how it performs.
And the incident, the big one that we saw with Nadeshiko now down in P19, and the incident that was alongside the number 91 car, I believe, that was with Schwantner, currently in the pits, going for some repairs, I think. No repairs. Has stopped for about 1:24. The damage does not seem to be repaired, but there has been a ticket created by the number 19 car, by the team, and we're going to see what the result is of that one, because that's what I was curious about. It was a very big kerfuffle, a lot of drivers, I think 5 cars very close to each other, and unsure which one of those cars was actually at fault for that incident. So once I have the answers for that one, I will definitely report that back, but for now, we just have to wait and see.
Yep, definitely. You can actually see Snottin's then on the back of the 311 Aston Martin. We'll be looking for a pass, maybe down on the straight with the Mustang top speed. We'll go on board with the passenger cam. You can see that bonnet flapping up and down. It's got so much damage, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the top line speed, as Snottin's will go up the inside and make a very lovely pass into the first stage of this circuit. As they move themselves up into P12 and be looking to chase after Sivek in the P8, the car 18 Porsche for P11. It's looking like the top then. Actually, some of the gaps have spread out after that earlier incident. As you can see, Megan's 7.8 from Tempest, Jan Thierry 4.3 from Megan's. So yeah, some of these gaps are starting to spread out at the top then, but one gap that is coming down is that leader gap. You know, it's come down by another second almost. Hovering around that, so yeah, that Porsche is definitely pushing.
And we did see the number 22 car having a mistake around the back, and you did mention the commentator's curse, and I sadly have to mention that once more. As soon as he was on camera going into the pit lane to repair the damage, he received a stop-go 30 penalty for, I think that's got to be speeding in the pit lane, no other question on that one. So yeah, after having an incident, getting damage, needing to repair that, receiving a stop-go 30, they have to go back into the pits once again sometime soon to serve that. Luckily, a penalty has to be served within 3 laps. Usually that's about 6 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes, whereas on this track you can almost spend it to half an hour before you have to serve that penalty. So luckily for them, they can strategize a little bit to see when they're going to serve that one. But unfortunately, that stop-go 30 is going to stay.
Obviously, actually, you mentioned the upsides of having that 30 minutes to serve it, but it also has its downsides. You know, if you've got the end of your stint timer, then you know, it really can mess up quite a bit because you're going to have to do a double pit stop, and if that goes over your stint timer, it really can mess things up, and I think you actually get disqualified if I'm not mistaken.
Now, if you go over your the driver's stint time, you do get well, either a hefty penalty or a disqualification. I think it starts with a stop-go 30 penalty, and if you go over for longer than that, you'll receive a disqualification. But the top side, the good part of that, is that as soon as you enter the pit lane, your pit timer will be reset, so you'll have another 70 minutes to make your next stop. And that's exactly what the number 22 car is looking for right now, as they're stationary in the second half of the circuit. Currently dropping down to P48, and they have some more damage, so this is a lot of damage on top of damage on top of a stop-go 30. It's not what they want to see. So I'll stop mentioning the number 22 car, because otherwise I might get a lawsuit from them for casting commentator's curse on them for 3 times in a row.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate to hear for them, but obviously still plenty of time in this race. It feels like we've been commentating for about 6 hours, but it's only been 1 hour and 40 minutes. But still, plenty of time left to go in this race. It is currently 3:48 p.m. on circuit at the moment, so a little while away before we start getting into the night stint. Obviously, I am here for that as well, so don't think we're disappearing at the night. During overnight, though, we obviously will take a short break of a couple of hours. I say couple, it'll be a bit more than that, while we actually sleep, and then we'll be back quite early morning to finish this race. So don't think we're disappearing forever, just, you know, making sure we get sleep as well. So still plenty of time to come, but yeah, sure, it's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, like you said, we do have to also take a break. It's not. I don't think we can give good content, good commentary on the final 6 hours if we keep going throughout the night. So yeah, like you said, about 12 hours of coverage, a little bit less maybe on the first bit, then good 6-7 hours of sleep. At least for me, I'm gonna be aiming for that one, and reconvene in the morning to get the finish of the race. Because of course a lot of things can happen during the night. I'm gonna try and see if one of our friends on the other side of the ocean in America can maybe make a list of the big things that happen for us to scroll on through in the morning once we get back into the box. It's going to be around, I don't know when we have time again, but we should have at least the last 6 hours commentated as well by both of us, and we're going to have a few guests in there as well to go alongside with that.
Yeah, 100%. It's obviously been a great race so far, especially for only an hour and a bit, especially we start to come towards the second lot of pit stops. Then obviously a pit stop roughly, like you said, stint time is about 70 minutes, so it's roughly every 60 to 80 minutes before drivers will do their pit stops. Obviously, depending on when they stopped, their stint will get moved compared to other drivers, but still all provides all the fun, because it will be different strategies people have, and yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be an exciting one, like you said, and we're definitely here for it. Actually, I think that's the number 7 BMW, very close to the back of, and that's Ben Ely in the ACM racing car. So they'll be looking to make a move, I would imagine. I see Ben Ely from ACM, one of our partners, and still, I think actually Harry Goswell started this race, and Ben's just taken over in the last stint. So they'll be looking to push forward with their race, currently sitting in P21, and maybe with this battle with the BMW, you can see we've got a great exit on Ben Ely, as you can see. I imagine BMW will be looking for a pass come into the final corners. You can see how close the slipstream is putting them, and BMW will then pull out to the outside, and now alongside Ben Ely as they are side by side down the back straight. And yeah, you can see that is the BMW through. and ahead of the ACM racing car. Actually, someone I've noticed as well is Chan in the 23 Sim Racing Alliance car. That's a livery I think I've seen before. I do recognise it. But yeah, they're down in P23 looking to try and catch on these two as well. Again, a lot of cars still not that far behind from everyone else, so you know, one mistake can cost you a fair few positions.
So I just noticed as well the number 206 car of Yantiri just made a small mistake on the GP circuit and instantly got overtaken by Hoffman in the 404 car. Hoffman going from P15 all the way up to P6, and now Rambach, just as I was talking about that, also got a place, and they came from P13, so they're all gaining a lot of places. And it seems like everyone that started in the rear of the field is just all moved up a tiny bit. We see a lot of drivers with places gained. Currently, the biggest gainer that I can see is in P16. We see Smith in the 420 Ford, gaining 37 places from the start. The number 923 car in P14 gaining 22 places. And some other drivers also gaining about 15 places for the number 58 car in P20s. That's a great gain. But with those big gainers, there's some bigger losers out of there in terms of positions. The 118 car in P52 has lost 27 positions, 29 positions lost for the number 6 car, 31 for the 801 car, and 26 places lost for the number 40 and the number 701 car. So yeah, with those big gains, we also have to see big losses, unfortunately.
Yeah, 100%. Speaking of losses, obviously Chris North had to take a second pit stop, has pushed himself back up to P29, but has received a 5-second time penalty for when Tamara did indeed, if you remember, I think he spun that Bentley quite earlier on. He now in the train then for P27, and you can see that's a Porsche and BMW just ahead of him, so he'll be looking to try and make their way through and move themselves back up towards the top 20 once more. So the gap's still quite open, but speaking of gaps, that Porsche in the 258 Cardinal has dropped the gap by even more. He's 2 seconds quicker last time round than the leader. So yeah, maybe Thomas, well, I would say he's dropping off pace, but still, Thomas is still putting in some fantastic lap times. But yeah, I mean, these two currently the quickest on circuit at the moment. Everyone else is doing anywhere between a 8:16 to an 8:14. And I think actually Znotins is doing 8:15s in P11, who's on the back currently of Chen in the number 2 Ferrari. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely getting exciting.
Yeah, like you said, that 5-second time penalty for the 701 car for contact with the number 14 car just entered the pits from P40. Lost out on a lot of places. Big contact in the middle as well. That's North again in the number 701 car. Big taps with, I believe that's Nestorenko in the 155 car. Going to quickly check to see what happened there, but that's a big contact with those two.
Yeah, I'm just watching the replay as well. As you can see, comes in the Porsche. A little bit of a spin on the curb from the McLaren driver there. Was not expecting it, and actually there's a further contact just behind between the Porsche and the BMW. So 2 unfortunate incidents involved there. Yeah, I don't think Chris was really expecting the Porsche to brake a little bit too early for that corner compared to that car. Obviously, Chris, this far back, is putting himself in with some other drivers that are less experienced on the Nordschleife. So obviously has to make his way through a little bit more cautiously than others would.
So lots of tickets being created and a lot of tickets being ruled as racing incidents, unfortunately for some of those drivers, because they really did lose some time in some of these cases. I think if I look at the list of incidents currently, I'm having to do a very big scroll to go all the way down to the bottom of the list. So many incidents. A lot of them are still being worked on, and a lot of them also being given some penalties. Currently, stewards are up to lap 6. That was with the incident with the 701 car and the 801 car. That's the incident that I was talking about before as well. In turn 2, that one of those dangerous corners with those double switchback that we talked about. That's one of the places there. So the stewards are currently busy with lap 6 stewarding. Currently, yeah, on the final incidents of lap 6, and then they're going to start with lap 7, of course, as we're currently on lap 13. So if we do see penalties trickling in, they're a bit behind. That's because the stewards are working very, very hard. They're working in 2 teams as well. And I think they've created a channel for a 3rd team possibly when they have enough people in the rooms to gain all those incidents. So yeah, penalties can be a little bit delayed, of course. With about 6 laps, that's a lot of time that the penalties can be, of course, a little bit delayed.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, I see the other Sim RC car of Nico Schwartzman making a move on Ben Ely as he now chases after Chan in that number 17 Porsche. He's getting really close to the back end, trying to put on the pressure. Obviously doing very well in the other Sim RC car. So yeah, I mean, these guys obviously very, very quick and looking to gain positions left, right and centre, as you would imagine. So yeah, I wonder actually if maybe a bit later on in the race we can get an interview with the Sim RC guys. So they're also running 2 teams, and again, like the CRF guys, in 2 different spots of the race. Obviously, Nico is more midfield, and obviously Ryder is currently leading the race. So we'll have to see if we can get an interview with them a bit later on. But speaking of that, the gap has gone up a little bit. It's gone up by about a second between Cardinal and Thomas. So these guys obviously pushing quite hard to try and steady the gap.
I do think maybe one of Reeder's teammates has just given him a little bit of an update on the gap behind. Of course, that dropped down from about 31 or 32 seconds down to 28 seconds. So that's 4 to 5 seconds gained on just a few laps with Cardinal in that 258 car. As Notins just got an overtake done on Chen on the back straight, and of course that's the 4 power that just gains the place there. But maybe Reeder got given the hurry up, and maybe it's hammer time even, the ending of his stint, and maybe there's going to be a little bit of a driver swap for them as well at the end of this, and a refreshment of driver in the cockpit as well.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, has driven a great stint. Not much you can really do about Cardinal behind, because he's just setting some crazy lap times. I mean, the top 2 have pretty much been back and forth between each other really each lap. So yeah, it'll only be a couple more laps for Thomas before he will do a driver change or stay out. You never know what their strategy is, but obviously, like you said, they have got more drivers than others, so I'd imagine they'll do a driver swap to rest Thomas for later on. But yeah, I mean, it's been a great couple opening stints for the SimRC guys.
Yeah, it's very, very, very important to note as well that the lap times of the top 2, like you said, they've bringing out banging lap times as Reeders just escaped the 30 seconds again. Last lap, they both did 8-minute 13s, whereas the first fastest guy behind them is in 4th place, an 8-minute 14.8. And after that, it's P5 with an 8:15.8. And everyone else is either in the 16s, 17s, or higher even, with 8-minute 22s from P8 and the 206 car. Snowden's being stuck on the previous lap behind Chen with the 8-minute 21.7, whereas Chen did a 8-minute 23.6. So a lot of different lap times and from the top of the grid, but the top 2, of course, came banging it out with incredible lap times compared to the rest.
Yeah, something I'd like to mention actually, it's just been cleared now as Nico Schwartzman has just started another lap, but the lap before he's just started this lap, he did an 8:13, which was up there with his teammate. So obviously maybe the SimRC guys showing a bit more information rather than, like Nani mentioned, the CRF guys not having much communication between the 2 teams. But if the SimRC guys are showing information, I mean, Nico, you could see Nico, push a bit more than P20 at the moment.
I'm curious to see though what the Ford can do now in clear air after passing that Chen. The overtake did happen on the back straight, but now they're heading back into the more complicated section of the track. But Wolk is currently within a few tenths of Chen as well, so the pressure must be on, and maybe Snowtins is going to be very happy with the pressure that the drivers behind him is currently receiving, as the gaps for everyone else ahead of them. I think the closest one is Rambach, currently in 7th place, almost within that second of Hoffman, trying to get down to P6, and maybe both Fords again having some fights going on.
Yeah, definitely. Plenty of action still up down the grid. I think a little bit of a quiet moment just after the pit stops, but again, it's starting to bring a bit more. You can actually see Walk, and then up the inside of the Ferrari, makes contact with the car, and the Aston is flying across the grass, narrowly misses the Ferrari as on rejoin. But that has cost him a position. He's all over the track, and that would be massive amounts of damage for that Aston. But he does get going once again. It's unfortunate to see, but as you can see, that Aston has got huge amounts of front end damage, and that's going to be difficult to drive, especially this early on in the Nordschleife. He's got the rest of that lap to drive for coming for the pit stop.
I think the stewards are going to have their hands full currently if incidents like these keep happening. They're definitely going to be looking to solve all of these. But in the meantime, the number 18 Porsche got ahead. That's Sivek currently just over 5 seconds ahead, right behind Chen now as well. He's going to be setting in that chase. But they have a 10-second penalty for something that happened, of course, very early on in the race. They got that 10-second time penalty for a lap 2 incident. That's almost 2 pit stops ago. As well, the stewards are currently dividing their attention, it seems, and some more incidents recently have been given. For example, in lap 11 was an incident with car number 8 and car number 91, where car number 91 got a 15-second time penalty, but still no verdict on the incident on the back straight with those 4 cars, with Tempest and with the number 91 and number 19 car. That big incident with those 4 cars, still no conclusion.
No, so we won't really know about that. Maybe until a couple more laps time. So the stewards are working really hard. Obviously, they'll be stewarding this race for 24 hours straight. There will be no breaks for them. Obviously, splitting their shifts between each other. So yeah, I mean that's crazy work for all them guys to be able to do all that. And hopefully, by the end of the race, where gaps maybe spread out a bit more over the night. They'll start to catch up a little bit, so we can be a bit more equal come the end of the race. That we know outstanding things left to do. We'll have to find out, of course, when that time arrives. I mean, they're working really hard at the moment, and yeah, so we'll have to see.
And as we were talking as well, Heyman in the number 7 car got overtaken by Chan in the number 17 car as they're putting some pressure on Schwartzman in the 176 car, currently occupying P20, as the gap has increased a little bit behind Schwartzman, but I'm sure that Chan, with the pace that he's been having, can and getting the overtake on Heyman, of course, can maybe be let loose a little bit. As we do see Sweets in P13 getting close to Walk after having that incident, trying to overtake the number 2 car of Chen. Just getting some pressure behind, and Smith in that 420 Ford, gaining some more time as well, as Smith started in P53 all the way in the back and gained 39 places from the start.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. I mean, you don't really hear about that often, and he's even got the pace to start fighting these guys. So, yeah, I mean, that's crazy, to be honest with you, and hopefully their team can keep it up for the rest of the 22 hours remaining. Obviously, at the moment, someone that has lost out quite a bit is actually Walk in the 311. He has lost quite a few places due to incidents and mistakes of his own. He's actually might even lose another one. 2 Smeets come the straight even, because I mean it seems to be all over the back of him at the moment.
It's all very, very close. Even after 2 hours, as we do see yellow flag come out, that's for the number 505 car of Ukert, and I think that might be a just a moment for the Ferrari. Might have been a curb touch too many on one of the turns, one of the many turns that this track has, or maybe some small moments. Quickly going to check the replay and see what happened there. And yeah, it was a small curb touch which sent them towards the outside, unsettling the car by going a bit too far over the curbs and then being backwards on the track, having to recover. And because of that, losing out on 1 place. That's the number 923 car of Vardar, currently in P15.
Yeah. So you see the 424 then, just on the back of these 2 fighting, so any mistakes, that Ford's going to be there. I imagine this Ford will be probably looking for a pass on the back straight. due to these guys having less top speed. We'll have to see how that goes as we start to enter that part of the track. See that Aston up ahead has made a massive mistake into the second carousel, and that's allowed the Ford actually to may even get an overtake done. Yeah, that is. So, you know, Walker made a mistake and he's just lost 2 positions because of it. And the Ford even might make it another come the end of this straight if he can keep the exit turn. He does. And now looking onto the back straight, we're gone. The passenger cam might be out at the moment. You can see the slipstream in effect now. You can see how much that Ford is gaining to that Aston Martin. And imagine this we're in a pass.
Yeah, Sivak now getting past Chen, like you said, Meggans and Hoffman into the pits a little bit earlier than scheduled. I'd imagine for these drivers, their last stint lasted about 58 minutes, so they have another lap to go, but they decided to get in a little bit earlier and maybe offset those pits once more. So the number 8 and the number 404 cars into the box.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out for them. We know Meggans made a great undercut on their first stint. And maybe looking for a second this time round. We'll have to see how that all plays out for them. But the top then, it's still Thomas Ryder, still holding his own at the moment as he starts to make his way through some of these blue flags. The gap sits around 29.3 seconds. So these guys will be, of course, looking to make a pit stop relatively soon. We'll have to see how that goes for them. Obviously, Cardinal currently P2, holding their own at the moment. Obviously, these two red close on lap time. Though that being said, Cardinal was half a second quicker last time than Thomas. But again, the gap's not that close to really make much of a difference. And it's obviously Lucas Cedar and the CRF team. Obviously, we heard from Nani a bit earlier. And they're just hoping that Porsche can catch the Aston. Otherwise, their race might be over. We'll have to see how that works out for them. But currently holding P3, which is doing just fine at the moment. And it's Sean Tempest in the McLaren as well. Obviously had a lot of damage earlier on and has made his way back up to P4. And we'll be looking to try and catch those guys for a P3, but currently doing all right in P4.
And we do see Snowtins and Sivak stopped the lap earlier, and everyone ahead who stopped on the same lap. I'm tripping over my words right now, but it's a kind of a miracle that Tempest, from that big incident, still got up to P4. Is about in the same time as everyone else. Is back to where he started after having that one stop done, and just everyone else being around. I think Snowtin started in first place. Then Reader in second place, and Tempest started fourth, and that's about the best that you can get out of this event. I mean, Reader gained 1 place, Tempest on the same, as Snowtin's lost 6 places. So out of the top few, Reader is performing magically well. Cardinal, of course, the 258 car with that big grid drop back up to where they were supposed to start before that grid drop, and then Tempest, a great job with the 137 car. Where it is currently, also on pace with, or faster pace than everyone around them. But the leaders again, Reader with an 8:13 and Cardinal with an 8:12.4. The gap is down to 28.5 seconds again. It must be something with these teams seeing this is my lap time. I'm gonna be 1/10 quicker than the other guy, and then the front team sees that they're going faster, trying to up the pace again, and then the 258 Porsche team is just seeing those numbers and telling Cardinal, speed it up, man. We got to cut that lap time down again. And the only hope, like you said, for Cedar is if the Porsche can catch up with the Aston and they can make Reader's life a little bit more difficult for the next stint. If Reader's going to be driving, of course, they might be swapping that out. But that Porsche definitely wants to get closer to the Aston, maybe fight a bit more, and then maybe Cedar can get closer.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, we actually see as well more penalties being applied. Actually, it's a 70 for this number 73 car. It is a 30-second stop-go for speeding in the pit lane. And that is Sam Lloyd. Fortunate to see, but they sit in P25 at the moment. Was looking for a good result. Unfortunately, has got a bit of damage to that McLaren. So a stop-go will set them back a few positions. But someone that is making positions is Nico Schwartzman. Ever since I mentioned him, he seems to be flying through the grid at the moment. He was literally only, I think he was P21 like a lap and a bit ago. So currently in P18 then, setting fantastic lap times. Last time around was 8:15. You know, for some of these guys ahead of him, that's almost 15 seconds quicker than some of these guys in front. I mean, if not, it's actually better. It's on pace with Tempest in P4, and even quicker than Cedar in P3. So, you know, the information being shared, or Nico's just picked up the pace. Obviously, maybe they want that SimRC car a bit closer to the top of the grid if they see threat from the guys in P2.
Yeah, like you said, pace equal to some of the front runners. I mean, Tempest did a 8:15.1, so only 6 tenths behind him. And mind you, Tempest is currently the quickest one from P3 all the way down to Schwartzman in P18. Everyone else is slower than Schwartzman at least, with I think the quickest in the middle of that being an 8:16 from Rambach in the Ford, and the rest in an 8:19, 8:17 from Smith as well in a Ford. The rest in the 8:19s or higher. And some of these drivers already stopping for a second time. Quite just a few moments ago. That was the 311 car stopped about 3 minutes ago. And I think the most important things to note is that the number 8 car and the number 404 car stopped 4.5 minutes ago, so on the previous lap, and we'll have to jump up the standings once the rest of them pit. And one more to note is that the number 115 car, currently closing in on the driver stint timer, only has a few minutes left, currently halfway through the lap. Should be good, but might be good to keep an eye on that if there is an incident with that 115 car to go over that limit.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, I mean, everyone will now be looking for their second pit stops to once again mess with our brains, with everyone swapping up and down the grid. But yeah, I mean, I'm really interested to keep an eye on Nico Schwartzman actually, because yeah, if he keeps his pace up, I mean, it only takes a couple of laps really to well, a single lap you can gain up to lots of seconds really, because you know a whole lap here is averagely for an average driver probably around 8:30. You know, and if Nico's beating half the grid ahead of him on terms of lap time, then it's only going to be a couple of laps really.
Yeah, I mean, and the same goes for the lap times that they're setting. The 8-minute 12.4 obviously is a very rapid lap time. Reader with an 8:16.0 on that previous lap. It's going to be a little bit slower than Schwartzman in 18th place. And the 176 car has stopped that second time already. So they are very, very far along in their stint, 47 minutes. So that's over halfway done already. And all the gaps everywhere increasing already. As Cardinal is going to go in a lap sooner than Reader and going to go off sync with the lead of the race. So maybe I don't think there's going to be a big undercut, because you know Reader's going to pit on the next lap. But Cardinal might want to go in and might look for a clean set of tires to set something in, or maybe even a driver change to give maybe Baumann back in the car again, because we know how fast Baumann was. And I'm not saying Cardinal did very, very bad laps, because the opposite, Cardinal did very, very good. But refreshing that one with Baumann back again might be the move.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the stop time will be different. Hopefully they get a good stop going. It did look like a clean entry, so we'll have to see how that plays out for them. Obviously, like you said, it's not going to be the biggest undercut on Thomas Ryder, as he is stopping this lap because of the stint timer. But you know, all the while this does play into the fact like he's now offset from the leader, so it is going to affect the rest of the race in terms of stint timer. So even if it gains a few seconds off the undercut, then you know I think they've gained here, because I think it's more beneficial to get the undercut at this stage of the race, where the gap is so big.
Yeah, I totally agree with that one. They did leave the pit, and it is a driver change. It's Pisano now in the car, as they're down in P6, right behind Gentiri in P5, and the number 206 BMW being chased down by a Porsche that's just been refueled. Clean tires, clean driver, clean mentality, and this is a driver we haven't seen yet today. Going to be passing in this part of the GP track very easily. It looked like maybe the BMW Was looking a bit towards the inside of the track there, but no dice. Cardinal all the way through and up to P5 again. That's after the second stop already. The gap to the lead is about 1 minute 30. So if a reader does get a bad in-lap and a slow stop, maybe even, I don't think they need to repair for damage. That car is looking mint, looking absolutely clean. But if something does happen, they might just gain a little bit of time.
100%, and I think that's exactly what the team in the Porsche is thinking at the moment. See, now it's Bassano in the car, and he'll be looking to take over from 2 great stints from their drivers. So another car in at the moment was Snottin's, now it's Iverson in the 697 Ford as they exit in P15. Be looking to make the most out of this as well. Obviously, maybe trying to get undercut on some of the cars ahead. Obviously, it was about P7 before stopping. So we'll be looking to try and maybe undercut up to P5.
Yeah, it definitely looks like something out of a strategy book. Ahead of them, drivers that have stopped is the number 8 and number 404 car, and of course Cardinal on the 258 car. But that car is that's definitely not in their race at the moment, as they're preparing to give chase to the cars ahead. Still a big gap out in front, as there's a small battle going on. That's Vardar getting overtaken by Jukert for 10th place. Both drivers still needing to stop, and they're going to do that on their next lap. One more round to go around the track, as yeah, Snowden's, I think their team is holding the fastest lap. Started on pole position, and Iverson, I have seen, is a very fast driver from the practices and from qualifying as well. So this team is absolutely stacked from the looks of it, and they're definitely going to be chasing down some of those front runners.
Yeah, one thing you've got to note as well, though, is Nico is just behind the Noctins as well. And obviously he wasn't that far off in terms of pace, was Nico. So I don't know if Nico's going to try push a little bit more to catch Iverson, or if Iverson's got more pace than Nico. We'll have to find out shortly as they enter the ring for the first time.
I do think there's a little bit of an offset there. Schwartzman is 51 minutes into his stint, so he's going to have to stop within the next 2 laps. I think he's going to do 2 more, because that's about 16 minutes, 16 and a half, and he's got that time, he's got that margin. But then he's going to be dropped back all the way down the order again. So it's going to be about a minute of time loss. That'll put him down into P24 from P16. And by that time, he's not going to have anything to do with Snowdens anymore. And I think he knows that. I think there's no use in pushing this hard with a car that's just come out of the pits when you know that you have to stop within the next few laps. It's just going to cost both of you time, maybe ruin both of your races, because as we saw before, of course, a lot of the cars crashing out. And of course, causing a lot of damage. You know, it's just not something you want to see. So maybe Schwartzman has taken note, and it's going to stick behind.
Also, another car to join as well is Chris North. He's currently P27, trying to make his way back up the grid. He is trying to make a pass on Loris in the McLaren, number 24. I imagine that will be a pass for Chris North relatively soon. As they look forward to try making way back up the grid in the final couple of minutes.
And 2 hours and 10 minutes have passed, and that does mean that I am due to my little break 10 minutes overtime, as we do have our third commentator and actual owner of SimHaven, host of this event, currently in the comm box. Jack Spencer is joining you here as I'm going to take a break. Jack, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you guys both for commentating. It's been phenomenal watching it. I've really enjoyed it. But you've earned your break, as has Lily. They don't seem to get one, so you're off and I'm in.
We'll quickly go back to a quick ad break, and then we'll both be back here to revitalize this part of the stream. Back in a second.
Cool. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. As Olaf introduced me, I'm Jack Spencer, the owner of SimHaven, and alongside Harry, who's running ACM. We're putting on a little 24-hour race here. I hope everybody has enjoyed the action so far. There's been a whole lot of it, I can tell you, from stewarding a lot of the incidents. But overall, it's been really clean racing. We're really happy with how it's been. A lot of great moves, a few incidents, but especially on a track like this, that's an inevitability. But it's been really good to see how everybody's getting on, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. Obviously, in a race this long, you've got so much strategy still to come, and almost 22 hours left of racing. So anything that looks like it's set now is anything but. So far, though, we've seen a couple risers. The CRF car has really done a good job picking their way through the field, and they started pretty high up. But I think seeing what they've been able to accomplish, especially in the Aston Martin, which has been a bit of a hot topic lately due to the new BOP, which added a bit of weight in there. It's impressive to see what they've been able to accomplish with a car that, just got nerfed in a lot of ways.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I think we see it's Thomas Ryder, Cider, and Tempest now in the pits, obviously for their mandatory stop after the stint timer. See everyone else joining them, but it'd be interesting to see what Pisano did gain to Thomas, and it is Thomas that stays back out. So obviously for the SimRC guys doing the best at the moment. I'll have to see what the gap is when Pisano crosses the line. He's literally cut the time in half, so that undercut that Pisano did has actually gained them 15 seconds. And in a race like this, that's massive amounts of time. And yeah, I mean, like we saw, the 258 has got the pace to catch Thomas. Obviously, Thomas is going back out again, so if Thomas doesn't have the focus to continue for the next hour, then you could see Pisano potentially getting more time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the undercut's going to be pretty strong the entire race. Just given a track like this with the sheer length that you have to do another lap, it's really hard to bet those tires and get them right in the right spot where you don't really get the perfect pit window you might expect on a much smaller track. And with that, obviously, strategy is even more important. So when you come in early like that and get out on fresh stuff, it makes a difference. But it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, and if we'll see certain teams opt for more pit stops, more frequent stops, trying to get in earlier. And also now that we're starting to see the gaps really open up, it's going to kind of be a battle of attrition and who gets out around back markers and who's able to get into clean air on fresh rubber.
Yeah, definitely. I believe that's Iverson just making a move on Jens Heery into turn 1 as they make their way back up the grid, obviously having an earlier incident started on pole, and obviously dropping a few positions due to that, and now currently back into P8. Currently holds the fast lap of the race, which is an 8:10.9, hasn't changed for a couple of laps. So we'll have to see how they get on in terms of working their way back up. I mean, with the pace they've got at the moment, I'd imagine they would be trying to get themselves back up into the top 5 within their stint. Obviously, the gap currently 17.2 seconds to the next car, but with that pace difference, I'd imagine it would be fairly easy for Iverson to try and close that gap. Other cars then in the pits, it's Chan, Heyman, Alexis, and Arda Vardar as well in the pits. They'll be looking to do their stints now, or start new ones. But one battle actually quite close at the moment is Marcus in the 94 Ford, looking for an overtake on the number 8 Ferrari. Obviously that was recently taken over. Obviously we had Megan's last time in that number 8 Ferrari, now been taken over by Niels. So we'll have to see how they get on. Obviously new drivers, it's going to be a lot easier for the new drivers to hop in and be quicker. Obviously if you keep a driver out for longer, then you start to struggle with holding the pace. I mean, I know one team, one of their drivers has got to do a 7-hour stint over the night, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be quite difficult.
That's a brutal, absolutely brutal stretch. I mean, 7 hours at any point in the race is ridiculously demanding of a driver. But yeah, overnight especially, you get fatigued and it's harder to see stuff. Reaction time starts to slow a little bit. Even the best, even in real life endurance racing, you get to see how the best drivers in the world start to struggle at night when everything's dark. And on a track like this as well, you're not having a lot of you know like the environment's not well lit, and so it's almost all up to you and your car to point the lights where you need them. And with that, it just gets so hard to react to stuff in time. And so 7 hours is, I mean, that's there's no truer test of a driver than something like that.
Yep, definitely. And if in a game like this, if you make an accident and you crash, I mean, lights can go out in this game, and on a track like this where it's not lit at all, it's gonna be really difficult to see where you're going.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard enough with the lights on that you start taking them out, and it makes it really difficult, especially because you not only have an ACC the ability, to permanently lose your lights, but you can lose them under braking, in that middle stage of damage. And I think at times it's almost worse because you don't realize sometimes they're busted up until you go into a braking zone, and all of a sudden that car leans forward and you've got no lights, and just not knowing where you're aiming is difficult. And I mean, that's they call it green hell for a reason, and stuff will add up around a track like this. So it really is going to be a battle of attrition, and just seeing if drivers and teams are able to not only stay out of a major incident, but really not let the little ones add up, because over time they'll just add that bits and bits of damage that make every bit difficult.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I've seen a lot of drivers already start to test the strength of the barriers today, but yeah, I mean, less than I was expecting, to be honest with you. Actually had a relatively clean turn one. I mean, me and what we were expecting, a red flag. So
yeah, I was definitely nervous, but I was very optimistic as well. I mean, I thought I wasn't watching it live while stewarding, but looking at the replay, and I mean, it was about what I expected, of the best case scenario, where I think everyone did a really good job of understanding and recognizing that it's a 24-hour race and there's so much to play that it's never worth trying to compromise your entire race for one or two positions right at the start, especially in the midfield. There's so much that can happen. But yeah, everybody did a great job. I was really proud of the field, because I think it showed a lot of not only maturity, but also respect for each other, because at the end of the day, we're all doing this because we enjoy it. And the racing was clean and competitive, but I didn't see anything that was really, really egregious. And I think that's the big thing, is just understanding that at the end of the day, everybody wants to race hard, everybody wants the position, but it's 24 hours to get it done. You gotta take your time and be patient, and those who do will be rewarded.
Yep, I completely agree with that one. Obviously, we've seen a lot of different strategies in terms of different teams being aggressive, some playing it safe, but at the end of the day, it's how each driver wants to race. So we've seen, especially at the front, a lot of aggression today. 258, obviously having a 15 place grid drop from qualifying, has made their way all the way back up to P2. That was just in the first hour. So they're doing fantastic at the moment, as they have closed the gap to Thomas by around 2 seconds this lap already. So we could see a fight for the lead.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's out of the question at all. I think we'll see several over the course of it. I mean, that's the great thing as well, like I mentioned a few minutes ago about the length of the track, is that with that much time and that much variability depending on conditions and everything else, we'll get to see, I think, a lot of cars switch different strategies and just change position. When one comes in, you're going to see someone else take the lead, and you'll get to see a lot of those positions have to be taken back on track, because after a couple hours the strategies start to get pretty spread out. So you may have people stopping 4 or 5 laps separate of each other, 30 plus minutes apart, and with that you'll get to see a lot of racing on track.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm definitely excited for it, because obviously everyone different strategies and different team targets and where they want to finish. Obviously we know 697, for example, started on pole, had earlier incidents and dropped down, but has made a good recovery, and I imagine they'd want to be back up into the top 3 for sure by the end of this 24 hour, and currently still in a good position to do so. I mean, we keep saying he's quite far off the lead, but it's a 24-hour race. you know, the gaps,
Yeah, it's so
gaps don't
long.
really matter that much because, you know, it's one incident, one pit stop, and it changes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also, you know, in an event like this, granted, it's a harder track to have, you know, cuts on and pick up warnings for track limits, but it's not impossible. And over a 24-hour period, you're gonna have some inevitably. And so it will be interesting too to see how those, you know, not only penalties picked up from contact and, you know, shoving other cars around, but also speeding in the pit lane, picking up track limits. You know, if you pick up 4 warnings, as those drive-throughs or stop goes take effect, you'll get to see again cars get forced off their strategy where they might have been planning to come in just a lap or two, but then having that drive-throughs kept them out another lap where they didn't get to change tires or add fuel, and that's you know, throwing them all the way back 30, 40 seconds towards the cars behind that were catching up. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out. And I mean, it's funny because I feel like, yeah, we've had a relatively tame first 2.5 hours here, but yeah, I mean, there's everything to play. And in 24 hours, you know, it's we're going to get a show, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%, and really excited to see how it plays out. Actually, I think that's the 115 car actually really close to the back of Randall in the 505 Ferrari. Looking for a move potentially come the back straight of the BMW. I've seen a lot of BMWs today actually, majority of them in the bottom half of the field, but this is one of our ones at the top, actually making a really nice pass. I think the Ferrari just let him go there, maybe due to pace difference, who knows. But another BMW trying to get past that same Ferrari. Here's Vardar in the 923. Side by side they go onto the straight. And I imagine this would be a relatively simple pass to the BMW due to the straight line speed difference. But it's still side by side they go towards the final corner.
I think he's going to have him by the end, but it's not going to be by the margin he'd like.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he does get
the
pass.
And he cuts back under.
Yeah, Ferrari is trying to get the slipstream again. I don't know if he's going to try the re-overtake. If he tries the re-overtake, it's going to be quite deadly, but you know, I think he's going to try to stay. I think he's not close enough for a move here. No, he's not. So, still, great overtake from Vardar then, as they both BMWs move up into P17 and P18 respectively, and Randall losing 2 positions before the start of lap 17 for them. So like we say then, at the top, last time Thomas did his stop and is currently on his lap for to start his lap, sorry. We'll see what pace he's setting on this new set of tyres. Bassano has, the gap has gone up between them two. It was around 11.8, now it's 12.2. But Bassano did set a personal best last time round. It was an 8:11.6. And we know from previous lap times, on new tyres especially, that is a very quick lap time. But someone that is setting very quick lap times is Iverson. It did an 8:09 last time round. We're starting to get creeping towards the quali times. Now I'm unsure if we're going to get them, but yeah, that's a crazy pace. And obviously, as the time goes on, the temperature's going to drop, and you're not going to see these times. But the temperature has dropped by quite a bit already, and they've dropped the lap time already into the sub 10s. So crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that as the temperature, slowly crawls down, and especially as we approach night, where right now we're at about, what is it, 4:30, 4:35, I see, p.m. time. Yeah, we've probably got another hour or two of daylight, but as that sun creeps down and as the temperature continues to cool, we'll get to see how teams adapt to that, and that affects not only the outright lap times, but also how do teams warm up the tires. If you're coming out of the pits on cold tires, you have to be careful with the graining in ACC, because if we start to have issues with that early in a stint, it's going to be a killer the entire time. And so seeing how the top teams manage that and seeing how they approach, especially like you were saying, Iverson and the 697 car, it's going to be really fascinating to see how they play catch up, because I think they've got the raw pace, but again, you still have to manage that, and you want to make sure you do it in a sustainable manner that you can carry over, the next 21 and a half hours and not just burn yourself out trying to catch up instantly.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, another car looking for a pass is Patrick van der Linden in the 943 Aston Martin. We did see their car up the grid a little bit earlier ago, and then obviously with the pit stop has dropped a little bit down to P12, but looking for a re-overtake on the 458 Ferrari. believe, yes, it is Maxime in the Ferrari, looking to try and catch up to the 18 Porsche, but at the moment it is Van der Linden then trying to make a pass for P11 at the moment. Let's see how they go, but I think that's Iverson. Yeah, Iverson's just made a pass on the 8th Ferrari. I think that's a mistake from the Ferrari actually. Yeah, you can see they're losing more and more time, and yeah, maybe a mistake into the hairpin has allowed Iverson up into P6. So far so good for that recovery drive. But I still want to see what Thomas Ryder's time's going to be as he crosses the line. Once you go on board, on past, you can see what kind of lines he's taking. We'll compare them with Pisano's. Yeah, I mean, these guys are, you know, some of the fastest drivers I've ever seen, really. Especially at a track like this, where you have to be pretty much perfect in every single aspect of this track. They're taking some really serious pace at the moment.
I might draw your attention back to that fight between Van der Linden, the Aston 943, and the Ferrari in front. He's closed it up nicely. He's right on the bumper of him now, and he kind of feinted a dummy down the inside into one of those tighter corners, but I think he's looking for a move pretty soon here.
Yeah, you can see he's pulling out to the outside to look to the inside, making himself as big as possible in those mirrors.
He could be able to make it up here. As you go up the mountain, you start to have that longer, it's hard to call it a straight, but it's the straighter bit of the sector.
Yes.
And he may be able, it looks like he's got the straight line advantage, but is he going to be able to find somewhere where there's not a kink to get in his way? This is where you get really, really nervous about going side by side through any of these corners, because while it is wide enough, the way the racing line flows, there's really only one car that can take it at any real speed.
He is going to get to the inside, though. Ferrari does make a mistake up the hill, and that does allow Van der Linden nicely through. That's a great move from the Aston Martin driver as they move their way up into P11 then. It's a mistake from the Ferrari, and it's a fairly simple pass for the Aston. Yeah, I mean, I've seen crashes there today already, so...
yeah, I've seen plenty, and it's something that you want to be aware of, but that was pretty textbook racing, you know, great patience demonstrated by the Aston Martin and really waiting. He clearly knew he was the faster car, but, you know, at the same time, you don't want to risk it all on one move so early into a 24-hour race. So I like what he did. He got up there, he put some pressure on him for a minute or two straight, and then, you know, after a couple tough corners, he, like you said, he had that little wiggle, made that mistake, and, you know, as soon as you get alongside him, you've got the next corner, and that was very well done by the Aston.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, something I'd like to note is the CRF guys are in the pit lane. They've returned to the garage. So that's Nani, just got in the car for the start of his stint, the number 98. Yeah, I mean, in the pit lane, so they were running in P3, and now they're in the garage. They're gonna, that's it. I don't know if they had some serious damage. I don't know if they crashed or something, but I did see earlier he was running a bit slow, but it didn't look like there was any major damage to his car.
I'm looking for it right now. It looks like they've had a moment. I see them going slow.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, he's had a huge shunt.
Oh, it's such a shame.
Yeah, it is. He looks like he picked up, I think it was by himself, where from what I'm seeing on the replay, that car 98 was coming down. Looks like actually the area we were just talking about where you have to be really careful coming up that hill, you know, going up towards Carousel, and he touched some grass, clipped the right side, and then bounced across and picked up the left side of the wall as well. So he's picked up big front damage. Then still continued to go straight, hit the left side again, and he's shown major damage on both his rear and the front of the car. It looks like he did, to his credit, he tried to keep it going, but it looks like he decided he couldn't go. And so then after struggling with it through Carousel, it looks like he returned to garage, and that's where he sits now. So hopefully they can get it sorted.
Hopefully, but I've also noticed the second CRF car is also in the pit lane for damage and repairs. You can see, not the best camera angle of that, but the front of that car is heavily damaged. So both CRF guys are in the pit lane. This is probably not ideally where they wanted to be today, but hopefully both of them can get back out on track and make a recovery drive. Of course, still 21 hours, or 21 and a half hours to go for the end of this race, so still plenty of time to recover, of course.
Absolutely.
But it does allow then the Dakota Esports guys up into the P3 where they were. It's obviously now Gamov driving that McLaren, taking over from Sean last stint. So yeah, they'll be looking to put some more lap time in, but the gap is 50 seconds between them. So still quite a big gap, but in terms of this race, it's not that much. Let's have to see how they get on. But the gap has gone up then between Bassano and Thomas. They'll be happy with that. The SimRC guys, Bassano can't seem to find the lap time to fight against right at the moment. I mean, last time round Thomas set 11.7 and Bassano set an 11.9. So the lap times are still relatively close between these guys. So we'll have to see if the gap changes by the end of their stints. But someone actually who just come out of nowhere really is Hoffman. I know he was down maybe like P10 towards the start of this stint. He's currently in P4. So currently a great drive from him, and he'll be looking maybe even for a P3. He's not that far behind Gamble. He's only around 11 seconds. So potentially a P3 in the cards here for Hoffman.
Yeah, I mean, the entire top half of the field is so close in so many ways where, you get those pockets where there's 3 or 4 cars catching each other. And it's going to be really fascinating to see, because I feel like we're in that spot right now where a few cars have kind of gotten away from where they were intended to be. And so, you have a car like Iverson that's a little ahead of the pace for almost the entire field, starting from pole, obviously, and chasing back. And then you also have cars who may be a little slower, but have just done a fantastic job of managing the race, getting the strategy right, avoiding incidents. And so they may be up there. And so you get these phenomenal battles that you wouldn't typically expect from a shorter race. But that's, the beauty of an endurance race of this caliber, is that you get to see all of those different drivers going head to head. And there's so many factors that may influence how they get to where they are on track. It's just a load of fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%. And actually, I believe, that's Nani has exited the pit lane. It's great to see him back on track, but he's down in P43. So yeah, that's really dropped. Game says P27, but race control says P43. Not sure which one it is, but still, he's dropped a fair amount of positions. And actually, I believe, the game says the next car for him is Tamara, actually, obviously having starting in P3. Then dropping down the order due to an extra pit stop they didn't want to take. But still, Tamara back in the car now, be looking to set some pace to get themselves back into this race. Obviously, still 21 hours of this race to go, so plenty of time for any driver really to make their way back up to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an eventful couple hours for that SimHaven car. I know I checked in with them, obviously being our drivers, and they said that they picked up they had a little incident that unfortunately, I hate giving penalties to my own car, but you have to be fair, and you have to hold everybody accountable. And there was a small incident where they clipped a car in front and received a penalty, but they also at the same time had an incident that they were kind of more of a passenger in. But that's the nature of endurance racing, right? Is that everybody's going to pick up some issues. It's so hard to drive for 24 hours, without picking up a penalty here or there, and without being a victim in another instance. And so, they've had a lot going on, but they've done a good job to cope with it. And like you said, there's so long to go. They've already made up a good handful of places. I know they were in the mid 30s, I think, at one point, maybe in the early, 32, 33 range. And I think they've got their fastest driver back in the car with Sergey, who's should be able to put in some really, really good laps and, push the pace towards the same as those top 3 or 4 cars. And so it'll be interesting to see if he's able to cut through the field. He's obviously got a pretty big gap in front of him right now, but we'll have to pay attention and see if that starts to get reduced as we go lap by lap.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, these drivers can be quite hard to stay consistent throughout this race. You can actually see the weather has changed. It's now cloudy, so the temperatures will drop a lot quicker than normal as we start to head now. See, it's almost 4:45 in game time, so we'll start to see some of the sunlight start to leave the track and make the driver's life a little bit more difficult. So we'll have to see how each driver manages this. Obviously, drivers looking Obviously, some drivers running smaller teams than others, so we'll have to see if they've got a dedicated driver to the night stint. Because I know some drivers do perform better in the night, which I've heard of before, but haven't really seen it happen.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a case of similar to how rain is, where maybe no one's actually better, during a different event, but they may be better proportional to the field, right? Where they have that strength that they're able to cope with it a lot better. And so it is going to be very interesting to see how different cars get on. And like you said, I think it was a really good suggestion too, to consider how many drivers does each team have? We've allowed anything from 2 to 5 drivers to enter. I think most of the fastest teams are going to be running 3 and a few 4, but there's also plenty with 5 drivers in there. And so when you have more people touching the wheel, you're going to probably have a bit of a greater diversity in terms of the driver's ability, and it's going to be interesting to see how that impacts it, especially since right now we've likely only seen 1 to 2 drivers for most of the teams. I think a lot of them are taking stints in 2 to 3 hours at a time, and so we've seen a handful of teams hand it over, but it's going to be very fascinating to see even more new names another 2-3 hours into the race, and just see how it continues to develop.
Yeah, definitely. I know the SimRC guys have a 5-stack of drivers, so they'll be looking to utilize their entire roster, most probably, to complete this 24-hour. But someone I would like to talk about a lot, actually, is Eric Debon, the 420 Ford. I know Wops did mention it earlier, but he has actually now gained, after a few more laps, 45 positions in this race, and that is incredible.
That is ridiculous. Yeah, that's absolutely phenomenal. When you talk about how can you manage the start of a race like this, can you write a story any better than that? I don't think it's possible.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. I mean, obviously.
So I think you say well done.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I'd like to see where they finish at the end of the race, and it's not like they're losing time, because they're setting some nice lap times. Currently a little bit slower than the guys ahead, but he's only 1 second just behind the next car. So it's not like he's miles away. So still, great pace for that team as they continue on then.
Yeah, and they were one to expect towards the front of the grid had they been able to qualify. I know I spoke with I believe it was Cody Blanton, one of their drivers, but Florida Men Racing, they're a highly touted team, a lot of very talented drivers on there, and unfortunately weren't able to make qualifying. Largely, I think due to a lot of the struggles is with the time difference, where they're over here with me in the United States, and with that, qualifying happened to be midday during the workday on Friday, and so they were willing to start from the back, took it like a bunch of champs, and just decided we'll just make it happen regardless. And I mean, that they have, like you said, running 8th place. You said is that 43 positions, you said, or 45? 45 positions is just unbelievable. And that's 45 where they're really coming up, right? Is that 4th position in just a few minutes on P7?
Yeah, it is.
So maybe if we stay on board, we'll get to see whether or not they'll actually be able to pull off a move here. It certainly seems like they will be, given the pace, but I wonder if we're going to see before too long, in a few hours, Iverson and that 420 Ford, if those 2 cars will get to it, because they both seem to be some of the leaders on pace. Again, we didn't really get to see the qualifying ability of Florida Men Racing, but seeing what they've been able to do in just a little under 3 hours, it's pretty phenomenal. I mean, I can't imagine that they're not going to be pushing for the podium pretty soon, within a few more stints. And I do wonder if we'll get to see them take on the pole sitter in Iverson, who's driving that 697 Ford.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, Iverson actually dropping the gap to Hoffman in P4 quite a bit. Hoffman has a little bit of blue flag just ahead of him. We've just passed him now. But yeah, I mean, Iverson only 2 seconds away then from Hoffman, who's driving a brilliant race, I must add. But still, the lap times, I'm looking at the lap times, and between every driver, it's relatively close. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good race, and a good 21 hours, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we continue to say, I know you feel like a broken record, but there really is so much to play in it, that it's so hard to speak on anything really because nothing feels definitive right now. It feels like you're only going to continue to see positions change and drivers make mistakes as the race continues. And so it's going to be really, really fascinating to see as the strategies play out, as the fatigue sets in. Again, it's crazy because we think this has been going on a while. I'm getting tired just watching it, but here we are almost 3 hours in. We have 21 hours and 17 minutes of racing left.
Yeah, it's incredible. These, just let alone these drivers managing to do big stints. I can't even drive over an hour without feeling tired and sleepy. So for these drivers to do 1, 2, or even 3, or even 7, like I mentioned before, like it's incredible. And I guaranteed now when I wake up tomorrow to commentate the last 6 hours of this race, the P1's going to be different. The whole top 10's going to be rearranged. It's going to be like that for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be so wild. I'm excited to be able to watch where, I'm pulling that overnight stewarding shift. And, we have a bit of an advantage too with the time zones where we can try to have the American guys take over till late night European time. And then early morning European time, we can have some of our European staff take over for the Americans. So we're not up at 5 a.m. But it's going to be fascinating because during that dead zone when the stream will be on auto cam and we'll just kind of be, trying to let everybody rest up, get ready, and then wake up and have 6 good hours of racing in the morning that everybody gets to watch. It's gonna be so fascinating because, like you said, I think you're gonna put the race down in one state and pick it up in a completely different one. But that's the beauty of racing like this. And we've seen so much happen in 3 hours. What's gonna happen in that 6?
Yeah, definitely. I'm super excited to see how it turns out. I think that's actually Stefan Behrens making a move then. On Carreri in the number 32 BMW. Obviously, that number 8 car was running quite high up on the grid, but I think maybe due to an incident or a pit stop issue, they're down in P33 at the moment, trying to make their way back up. But that BMW, also with the better straight line speed, still holding on. They're going to be side by side into the final corner, and actually the Ferrari does back out of that one, and they'll try it once again onto the GP circuit. We'll go on board with the number 8 car and see what their turn one's going to be like. So we're going to get a nice slipstream from the BMW coming down the GP start finish straight, and looking.
I wonder if they're going to make the move here. They're closing. Pick the outside.
Not the really line they would want to have, but you see the BMW holding it nicely, and
I think they've got it.
Yeah. Ferrari up the inside is going to allow, but the BMW is going to go off track.
Very respectful racing.
It is very close racing.
Together there.
Yeah, definitely. You can actually see the Ferrari might even look for it. Still hold their nose in. They are going to hold their nose in, keeping it nice and clean. Later on the brakes, that's the Ferrari, but the Ferrari's going to brake a little bit too late. It was a little bit deep.
Just able to switch back and get the momentum heading up the hill.
Yeah.
It's interesting he picked that outside line. I would have expected him to go inside there, but I guess he's looking for the inside in that next left-hander, the tight corner.
Yeah, I've seen a couple drivers try to switch back by doing that. So definitely different ways of driving and different lines that these teams are taking. Obviously, all would have been cleared with the team before or earlier today. What their strategy was for the race and what kind of moves they were doing. And obviously for Stefan in the Infelix Racing team, that's what they chose. They wanted the outside line for most of the time. But yeah, the problem is if you defend the outside and someone has the inside, most of the time they're going to get the better exit. So you really got to play on your cards. But actually, the Ferrari looking, oh my god. I thought he was going to send it into.
That was a dummy that got you in there. So I'm sure it gave the BMW quite the scare. I do think we'll see a move here. He seems so ready to make it, but I'm very impressed by his patience, where he's putting the pressure on, but we're not seeing anything reckless. And I think that's what really has impressed me about today's grid is there's always going to be incidents. It's racing. There's going to be crashes, but I've seen a lot of really, really respectful, hard racing where they're pushing each other, but there's nothing inappropriate. There's nothing dangerous, and it's a lot more pressure and patience and waiting for the opportunity rather than trying to force it to happen. And that's what makes racing so great. So I'm very thankful for our drivers today, and the grid has done a phenomenal job of giving us a lot of action, but in an exciting way and not a a dreadful way where you have to watch a massive pile up in the way that you do so often in these large league races.
Yeah, definitely. It's much a mental game as it is physically. So we'll have to see how that works out for these drivers. But the BMW head getting a little bit on the grass. It's going to allow the Ferrari to close a little bit more.
It up.
But has lifted because there is a yellow flag ahead. That is a BMW that has spun. And Stefan lifted quite a bit. Obviously,
he did.
Before that yellow flag, trying to be respectful, but that has cost him quite a bit of time to the BMW ahead. But one thing I have noticed a lot more is a lot of these cars have their lights on. It's getting darker.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at it now, and it's you can almost tell when someone doesn't have their lights on because, it really isn't as apparent as it used to be for them to just see everything. And like we talked about earlier with how few lights there are, I don't actually know if there's any lights on the track. Maybe the GP circuit has some, but I don't think on the Nordschleife itself there's really any section that's well lit consistently, at least. And so you're going to start to see every car put those on pretty soon if they don't already. Even though it's not even 5 p.m. local time at the Nordschleife, but especially like you talked about not too long ago with the clouds setting in, I think that's really brought that light down, and it's if anything, bringing an earlier sunset than we had anticipated.
Yeah, 100%. That was actually the Lamborghini of Leandro Gioca, the 444, just getting past Riddick in the 801 Bentley that we have seen quite a lot today. That 801 Bentley was running quite high in top 5 positions at the start of this race and has dropped down now to P25, but I say it like it's a bad thing. No, like we've said many times today, plenty of time left in this race. But something I have missed is the sound of that Lamborghini. It sounds absolutely incredible on this track like this. Man.
Yeah, it sounds great. I mean, it's incredible to me where, again, you're 3 hours in and look at this cluster of cars you get. The fact that you get such great racing, even sometimes cars on different laps are able to fight it out. In a 24-hour race, a lot of cars don't want to yield. You don't have to. You just have to race respectfully. And if you're the car lap down, obviously, you just have to not make any defensive maneuvers. You are allowed to continue at your pace, and the car that's faster must overtake you on their own merit. But with that, you get a lot of good racing where a lot of cars really pushing each other around such a difficult track too. I just think it's such a treat when you get to see cars like this grouped up, even after hours that should have spread the field wide apart.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, we've had so many close battles for already. I'm actually really surprised that there's pretty much been a car always within a second of someone.
Speaking of close battles, that Ferrari, the number 8 with Behrens, is really, really closed it up again on car 32, the BMW. There, he just backed out of a move up that fast. Again, I don't want to call it a back straight, but the straighter bit of the middle section of the Nordschleife, and he's right breathing down his neck again.
Yeah, definitely putting that pressure on. We have seen, pressure is a big thing in this race. I mean, earlier on we did see the SimRC guys currently in the lead of this race, putting pressure on of what was the 697 car, the pole sitters. Put the pressure on, and obviously the 697 car made a mistake, and that allowed them to get into P1 and have been in P1 ever since. So pressure is a big point of this game, but you can actually see the BMWs basically pushing each other through the corner just ahead, and obviously the Ferrari of number 8 behind also involved in this. So three-way battle now. It's the JSR Esports in P32 trying to make the move on the number 39 just ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the Ferrari has to love this, right? This is the best case scenario when you're chasing someone you haven't quite been able to make it happen, is you see you come up on a slower car and you know he's going to struggle with that. But now that he's been able to navigate it, it's up to you where you have to get through here without taking too much time off your own fight so you can catch back up. And there he is, he's done it.
Yep, 100% he's made it, and now he's looking for the pass on the other BMW now. So both these guys made the pass on the number 39 BMW, and these guys will be looking to continue their battle from earlier on. You can just see how much that Ferrari flew over the jump. Yeah, that's another thing these guys have to watch out for. I mean, some of these jumps on this track are quite deadly, and if you don't, you're a bit sleepy, come a few more hours in this race, and you forget to brake or forget to lift on that jump, then, some cars, it's going to send you straight to the barrier.
Absolutely. I think that's something that, once again, is just such a factor that people fail to consider sometimes about a track like this, is that this is not Spa, you know, this is not Monza. This is the most punishing racing circuit you can be on in the entire world. And with that, you have so many difficult curbs and undulations, and with all of those factors, you have to think about the driver and the car. You know, it's as much the machinery as anything else. As this Ferrari pulls out, speaking of machinery, look at the straight line speed difference. It seems like they're going to be able to walk him down the back straight, but we've got to see if he can keep it and see if that BMW won't just tuck in a slipstream and make a move back at it.
Yeah,
Neck and neck.
So Ferrari has now made the pass. BMW potentially even looking for re-overtake, as you know, BMW hasn't, is known for the high top speed, but if the BMW's got damage, it's not going to have as much top speed as that Ferrari. But
and there's also the setup, right? There's how how the suspension setup, how the wing is. Some drivers like more wing and more downforce, and some of them like none. Certainly it's a track where downforce is, can always be welcome, but at the same time, with a straight like that, you can lose, not just tenths but full seconds on a lap if you're running a significantly higher rear wing than other cars, and so teams have to bounce that out. Oh, and a bit sketchy there, a little scary. I couldn't tell if that was a move under braking by the Ferrari, but certainly not an extremely predictable defense there.
It's been respectful so far, but obviously these guys are a little bit under the pressure now. Maybe the Ferrari feeling the pressure back. Obviously the BMW was suffering earlier, and now it's the Ferrari. So we'll see how they get back on, but I'm pretty sure that's the Lamborghini was originally quite close to Harry Goswell in the ACM Racing Ferrari, but Lamborghini seems to have dropped off now. Thanks for that lovely camera angle. That's actually the first time I've got a nice camera angle from you today. Yeah, I mean, this Lamborghini, I don't know if he has the pace against Harry. As we know, Harry is the quickest in that ACM Racing car, and he'll be looking to set the pace then for them as they try to catch up to, I think that's Riddick actually, yeah, in P23. See, the gaps are not that close, I mean, or that are close, sorry. Harry's only 3 seconds away from Blomment, who's only 2 seconds away from the Ferrari, the number 47, who's obviously only 8 tenths behind Riddick in that 801 Bentley. So these guys are relatively close, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on. When we look a little bit up the grid then, that's Brandon Chan in the Sim Racing Alliance Porsche, literally 2 tenths behind the BMW of Vardar we've seen today. Currently fighting for P14. We'll go on the passenger cam of this Porsche, and yeah, you can really see the clouds from this camera angle. It's really blocked out half the sunlight, so yeah, these drivers are going to have to start thinking about switching their headlights on if they haven't already.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does. It's crazy when you switch onto the onboard. It's a dark scene there. It's darker than it looks as a spectator for sure. And you do start to wonder how much more daylight do we have. I said earlier a couple hours, but I'm not sure if that's accurate anymore. It feels like we might have less than an hour before it's truly considered night. I think by 6 p.m. it's going to be a pretty dark scene, and I think we'll see every single car with not only probably the headlights but the full endurance lights flicked on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the temperature's dropped by 2 degrees in 1 lap, so if that really shows how cold it's getting already, then like you said, by 6 o'clock in game time, it might be night.
Yeah, absolutely.
So obviously adding a little bit more stress to the drivers than they probably wanted. An earlier night is probably not ideal or not in the strategy plan, but all adds to the fun being a competition.
Yeah. I mean, you just got to see how they all pull it off, and it's going to be so fascinating to see. Really, I think I feel like usually it's about 6 hours into a race like this, you can start to see how everyone's going to behave. You've accounted by that point for any sort of incident that might have put you out of place. You've accounted for a car like DeBon we had talked about earlier, who had started at the back of the grid after failing to qualify, but obviously being one of the quickest cars on the grid in any general race. And so, I think give it another 3 hours or so, and we'll really have a good idea of just what the grid's going to look like going forward and what the next portion of the race will look like, because I think a lot of the cars will have settled into their pockets and be around cars of similar pace once again.
Yeah, for sure. Actually see Chan getting really close to the back of Felix in that Ferrari. One of the best cams, I think, that this game has to offer. lifts actually behind the Ferrari, so looking for a better exit. He does get the better exit in the Porsche. Might even look for an overtake onto the back straight or before the back straight. Does think about it, but tucks in nicely, and will now look for a better exit on the back straight and try to get a pass done before the end of this lap then.
Yeah, and you're right. That is just such a phenomenal camera angle. I think it's, it's always baffling, despite even when you drive yourself, when you get to see some of these drivers and how quick they are and how many inputs are being put into the car time and time again as he pulls out and he's going to make the move down the straight. It's phenomenal to see how much they're having to fight the car, especially into a section like that under carousel where you're really leaning and you're bouncing and dealing with so many different factors and forces on the car at once. The control these drivers have is just phenomenal.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely added a interesting aspect to the race, but someone also adding an interesting aspect to the race is Blomman, who's very close behind the 47 Ferrari, and as is Harry, who's literally on the bumper of Blomman. So these guys will be looking to catch up. Obviously, Harry's put in some nice laps, which has allowed them to catch up to this little train.
Yeah, Harry's had a really good race, especially given, I don't know if you caught it on stream, but he had a moment where a car clipped him on the rear when he was about to turn left onto the Nordschleife off the GP circuit. But he really recovered well from that. He got spun, only lost, I think, one position. And since then, he's really been back on it. So, been a good drive so far for the ACM car. And I'm excited to see if he can pull this off here.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, unfortunately, I didn't catch that particularly too much, but obviously I did see Ben in the car and getting involved in some of the battles, but Harry now back in the car. Might even look for a move up the inside, and like you don't really see it, overtakes the Porsche leaving space. And yeah, that's Harry up into P25. That's
and that's a nice move right there. That really is. That's, not too aggressive, not too crazy, but confident, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the definition of a confident move, where he knew what he was doing. He went in there and he made it happen, and that's just phenomenal racing by Harry, and gets him past another car and keeps moving his way back up.
Yep, definitely. It is now 21 hours on the dot. So these guys might be, obviously everyone's stint time is going to be offset from each other's, but some of these drivers will be looking to pit in the next 10 minutes or so for their stint timer. So interesting to see how they get on, but that's Thomas Jantz in the 311 Aston Martin, all the way behind the 420 Ford, who's actually lost a position to Marcus in the 94 Ford as well. So plenty of action over here.
Yeah, and speaking of action, Harry almost had the move. It's getting shaky between him and that Ferrari.
Ferrari makes a mistake, and that's going to allow Harry up into
P24.
So
he had it on the back straight before dipping a tire into the grass, and he almost overtook him on the grass, pulling a Dale Earnhardt, but made it happen all the way at the end there.
Yeah, so Harry 2 positions on the back straight, or just before the back straight then, before he starts his another lap. So great job from him to improve that position then.
Good racing.
The Florida Men Racing has lost 2 positions then to the Aston Martin and the other Ford. Something we didn't really expect to happen all too much, actually.
No, I was pretty surprised. I felt like last time when we talked and checked in on them maybe 20-30 minutes ago, they were really, really strong and kind of cutting up through the field, but it does feel like they've kind of lost a bit of their pace. I wonder if they've either picked up damage, or also, like we had talked about at the start of my time commentating, on a track this long, the tires make such a difference after 5-6 laps, and I do wonder if they're getting near the end of their stint, and maybe they're losing a second or 2 a lap just from that wear on the tires. But yeah, they dropped back down a bit, and meanwhile, who hasn't dropped back down a bit, Iverson has continued to climb. 4th place now. He's not only looking at a podium, I think, but he's looking at a podium, and being in the podium positions by the end of the stint, maybe, or at least a little after.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, he's done a great recovery drive. So he started pole, lost a couple positions, and now back into P4. As the gap sits around 14.5 seconds to the next car. So he'll be looking to work his way back up. But the 137 car then has received a 5-second time penalty, so they'll have to serve another 5 seconds on their next pit stop, which I don't think is going to cost them any major positions immediately, but if they mess up the pit stop, then it's going to cost them a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think especially, with Iverson catching up to you like that, you're not really anxious to get any penalties at all, because you know that he's coming, and you know that it may be inevitable, but this might make it just that little bit quicker. And but like we talked about earlier, it's a 24-hour race. Almost everybody's going to see some sort of penalty by the end of it, whether it's self-inflicted through track cuts or drive-throughs or whatever it may be, or picking up contact with damage and having to repair. There's not a team in this race that's going to have 23 or 24 clean 30-second pit stops with no issues. You know what I mean? And so we'll see a lot of variety with that, especially as the race continues, and see those time penalties rack up for different teams.
Yep, definitely. Another car actually that's made their way through the grid is the SimHaven car. Tamara has done a brilliant job and has put the car back into P19 then. After I think it was only a few laps ago, was around in the mid-20s. So has done a great job, and he'll come to the end of his stint relatively shortly, and we'll pass it over to another driver as they will continue the rise back up to the top.
Yeah, they've done a great job, and like I had said before, Tamara he's a fantastic driver, and he's prepped a lot for this, and I think he's gotten in that car knowing that he can do the right lap times, and knowing that they had an incident or two, it happens, it's a long race, and so you just got to get in there and start doing the laps that you need, and trust that over the next 20 hours, 56 minutes, and 27 seconds, you're going to get what you need out of the car, and you're going to get what you need out of the team, and it looks like he's trusting that right now, and so. It's been a nice climb back through the grid, but as you mentioned, there's such a long way to go that right now I think they've just got to be happy with each stint, and you kind of take it 70 minutes at a time.
Yep, definitely. Obviously, like I mentioned before, each driver will have an offset of driver stints, so it adds an extra layer of strategy to each one's race. But obviously, the top ones then actually it's Bassano in the pit lane. So once again, the Riparto Corsa team, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, are doing maybe another undercut. Obviously, it worked out last time. They cut the time in half, so maybe they're looking to cut it down to nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to pull it off as effectively as they did before, but I do think that undercut it's a weapon around a track like this, especially because of that long lap. If you can get out and get those fresh tires, I think particularly for a car like the Porsche, it's kind of known to be rough on its tires and known to slide around a little bit, right? When you get those fresh tires on, you really can maximize your exits. You really can take advantage of what a car like that Porsche is capable of, and that may help them on that outlap of really closing that gap down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can actually see Bassano is already out. And he's actually out in P3, so he barely has lost any positions. He only lost one. So there's been no real traffic for him at all. So if he's got clean air now. I mean, last time he didn't have clean air, and he still dropped them by 15 seconds. And with clean air, they've done a driver change, so it's Mattea now in the car. So I think if they set the right lap times, then that gap that Thomas has, it will come crashing down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, I think Thomas will actually have to come in this lap because of the offset, if I remember correctly. So the Sim RC car that's been leading the race from I think lap 1.5 has done a brilliant job so far.
We've got a car damaged near Carousel, the Ferrari number 47 with a last name that the American in me won't even attempt to pronounce. But it looked like he collected the wall, and I just saw him going slowly, and he's lost a couple positions on track. I'm not sure if it's for position or simply just let faster cars through. But he's picked up some damage on the rear.
Yeah, definitely, and that's obviously in a car like the Ferrari, like I was saying to Wops a bit earlier. A Ferrari is literally made out of paper mache. 1 minute damage, it feels so bad. It could be a lightest wall tap, and it feels like your wheel is broken. So the Ferrari is one of the hardest cars to drive for damage, but hopefully they do just fine.
Yeah, and that was really peak Nordschleife right there, where in a span of 60 seconds you can go from pointed the wrong way when I jump to your car to overtaking a car, on the same, not even the same lap, the same, stretch of the track, where even with that damage, even being sideways, you still end up getting it going again. Yeah. And then passing a BMW. I mean, it's a crazy track. The field is spread all about at this point, and there's really every lap looks different, and so you have to be alert. And even when you have an incident like that, you have to just do what they did, which was straighten the car out, start driving again, and take it car by car.
Yep, exactly that. And you know, I think that's a lot of what these guys at the top will be doing. You know, if they make a mistake, they'll be straight back out. And obviously we know the 697 that obviously made the mistake did exactly that. Obviously made a mistake, got straight back out on track, and obviously now doing a great recovery drive with the team as they currently sit P4 and 4.5 seconds behind the 258 car.
Yeah, it's been a lot of eventful racing, and I'm very thankful to have gotten to commentate. And I will be back in the booth at some point this race, maybe at several points depending on what's needed. But thank you so much for letting me call it alongside you. I'm going to return the mic to Olaf and let him come back on. How you doing, Olaf?
I am refreshed. I had a very, very good pizza, and I'm ready to enjoy some very good racing.
Awesome. Well, y'all take care. Enjoy. I'm excited to watch a bit of it as a spectator and as a steward. And keep doing your thing, guys. Take it easy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, see you, man. See you.
Yeah. We'll quickly go for a quick ad break, and then we'll be back once again revitalized for another hour of racing. Thank you again for waiting on that ad break. Once again, ready to go. Obviously, once again joined by Olaf. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. Glad to be back. Very, very happy.
Yes, obviously, one car we got to pay attention to at the moment is obviously Thomas Ryder. I was briefly telling you about what's going on. Obviously, Thomas has got to pit this lap, and they could potentially, if the 258 Porsche has done a great lap, potentially could have a undercut and might even get to P1 if done correctly. We'll have to keep an eye on it a little bit more. So actually, I'll go into the map cam so you can see roughly where the cars are. You can see the triangle obviously is Thomas Ryder, and we're looking for the 258. You can see him at the top of the north loop currently. So they're the ones we're going to pay attention to at the moment. Obviously, Gamov has a 5-second time penalty to serve, so they'll have to serve that in their pit stop as well. But yeah, that is what the map is looking like at the moment. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as we go forward. So Thomas then coming to the final corners, and we'll come into the pit lane this lap. We'll have to keep an eye if it is a good stop or not.
Yeah, definitely have to look out for any mistakes in this stop. He's staying out.
He's not
That's
stopping.
one more lap.
Yeah, obviously he's got one more lap on the stint time, and maybe even Zamperidi came in. Maybe came in even earlier. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't really looking at the stint timer to be honest, but Thomas most probably will have to come in this lap then for his stint, because yeah, I mean, any longer then it's really hammering down. But the gap at the moment, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know if I can see it all too well. No, I can't. But yeah, I mean, these guys obviously going a little bit longer, the SimRC guys. Obviously, Zampridi going a little bit longer. Obviously, Cardinal did a great stint, as well as Barman early on in this race. It's really set them up for a good race, and they could get themselves into P1. Obviously, Zampridi was quicker last time round, but he has about to set his next lap, so we'll have to see if it's even quicker or not. We'll have to see. I think he's actually down on the lap time. Yes, because he stopped, sorry. Yes, this will be... Zampridi will be on his first lap since the stop now. He actually has a best sector 1 already. I mean, if that tells you he's pushing, then I don't know what else does.
And the 697 car into the box as well currently. That's the Ford that started on pole position, currently in P4, still holding that fastest lap from the looks of it, and was catching up to P3 a little bit, got kind of close. But now with this pit stop, it's going to drop back, of course. Going to be losing, I think, only 1 place, I think, to P5, to the 206 BMW. I don't think that the number 18 Porsche is able to catch up with them. Maybe. I don't think so. And then, of course, we have the pit stop from Reader from the 76 SimRC team. Still has to happen. And then, indeed, maybe the 258 car can get an edge on the competition. It's 1 minute 16 seconds is the gap, and a pit stop usually costs you about a minute time, so that would be only 16 seconds difference between P1 and P2. That's down from a gap of just over 30 seconds when I left. So in an hour the gap's been cut in half, and with about 20 3/4 of an hour to go, that's a lot of time to cut the gap even further in half.
Yeah, definitely. See another corner pit lane is the number 18 Porsche JP Racing. A lot of drivers now at the end of their stint timers. A few more continuing on. We'll have to keep an eye on this gap then between the Porsche and Thomas Ryder, who is currently on his lap. I mean, he's done 2 back-to-back stints now, so obviously maybe feeling a little bit tired potentially after this one. But I was just saying to Jack, actually, you know, it's gone cloudy since you left, and temperatures dropped by 3 degrees. So we think night could be coming very, very close, or very shortly.
I do think that I mean, mixed conditions are going to make the event a lot better, of course. You know, with the cloud setting in, and track conditions are still optimum. That's of course a thing. It's going to give everyone the maximum amount of grip, but that's also going to make it more interesting as soon as the rain falls, because when the rain starts falling and you have an optimum track, it's very, very grippy. As soon as the rain starts laying on the track, the grippiest parts become the least grippy parts. They become slippery. Everything's rubbered in, and it's become basically a smooth surface, which is perfect for these tires, for the slicks, but not when you're trying to drive in the wet. Then you want the bumpy parts, the non-rubbered parts, the bits that have the marbles on the track still. So when we do see rainfall, we're going to see a lot of different racing lines from drivers that try to optimize their speeds, especially through corners. Like the number 17 Porsche of Chan just went through the hairpin and out through the chicane as well. There's only one real line you take in the dry. Everything else is marbles. But when you are driving in the wet, those marbles become your saving. And especially in the section that he's going through now, you know, these mid-speed corners and, of course, the chicane, we're going to see some different lines happening soon. And hopefully some masterclass racing overtakes as well, because braking on the racing line, you're going to increase your... everyone's got experience in the wet from these drivers. If you start braking on the racing line, you're going to have to brake a lot earlier than normal. But if you brake off the racing line, trying to maybe go for an overtake down on the inside, and then switch it back deep again on the rough stuff, you might be slower in theory, but with the wet stuff, you're just going to be smashing it.
Yeah, 100%. Actually, so that's Zampridi. Has caught up to Gamma already, and the gap was about 10 seconds. So I don't know if maybe Gamma made a mistake or something, but he's on the back of him, and if he doesn't get past him, it's going to cost him time.
Yeah, that's not one of his race mates. That's not one of the drivers that he wants to be behind. Also, Gamov with a 5-second time penalty, so the 137 definitely going to be behind. And Zampedri definitely wants to get by quickly. But this is for position, so the 137 McLaren doesn't need to let him by. Does leave a space on the inside and thinks this is also not my race. Don't want to lose too much time here. I have other drivers to race with, and lets Zampedri by. And he's now on his way to close the gap out in front. 1 minute and 15 seconds is the gap still. And like you said, this is his first timed lap. And we're going to see what the pace is from this driver, because we haven't seen him behind the wheel yet. And we're kind of curious to see what type of lap times he can produce compared to Reader. And of course, you know, Reader's going to get out of the car at the end of this lap. And then definitely curious to see who's going to go in their car.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a wide selection of drivers at SimRC, so they'll be looking to maybe put in another driver in. But yeah, I mean, has just got to put the lap time in at the moment, and hopefully the SimRC guys don't have a bad pit stop, and they should still come out ahead of Mateo at the moment. But again, if they mess up the pit stop at all, then you know, Mateo's not that far behind. Should be fixed, I'm not sure. I might have accidentally pressed the wrong button. My apologies. I don't think, or it's just Stream Deck is controlling me, I don't know. We'll try, if that continues, then we'll have to keep an eye on that. But
Well, anyway, the stream is we're back with the broadcast. Small
should be back. I'm not
small little
particularly
problem.
sure what happened there. Let's keep an eye on that, because I don't remember pressing anything.
Reader is coming to the pit, so the leader is in the box now, and the 258 car is on his way to chase down. Is on the back straight.
On the back straight, so
so
we'll have to stay on board and see what happens.
I'm curious. This gap is going to go down and down. I predicted about 15-16 seconds. But by the way this Porsche is going, it's very fast. 10 more seconds for the number 76 Aston, at least stationary. And I'm going to wait and see if that is going to be a full stop or not. Currently still stationary. And they're not going just... Yep, now they're going. They've just been released, and the gap is going to be less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's
a whole lot less than 15 seconds.
It's going to be really, really close. Yeah, see, Sebastian is now out. So the gap is about 8 seconds now. So again, they've basically cut it again in half. The time. So they're doing well. So Mateo now got to set the pace, and obviously now Sebastian in the SimRC car has now got to show what he can do, and if he can continue the pace of the SimRC guys.
Yeah, definitely. I told you before that it was about an hour is what took him to cut the gap in half, and now all it took was an undercut. Only one lap. Was it two laps difference in pit stop, and Zampedri apparently just got the way better exit out of the pits in 8 minute 12.057. That is, again, one of those very, very fast laps. Again, comparable to the 8-minute 13s that we saw from the top 2 drivers at the moment that I left, and all throughout the first 2 stints. The 8:13s were about the benchmark for the top 2 runners, as the 137 car is in, and the 206 car is in as well. And it appears that they're both on their way to stop. I don't know, the 137 car is on their way to leave, as it seems. So back up to P3, I was gonna say, but Snowtons just takes away P3 there.
Yeah, obviously that 5-second time penalty probably hampered that pit stop, as it's now cleared. It's now Nico Dobos in the car, as they will continue on their race. Obviously now down a position, but our pole sitter is now back in the podium places.
Yeah, very, very good driving from the team, from the 697 Ford, after having some unfortunate moments earlier on in the race. That's one great recovery this far, and also having the fastest lap must be a real morale booster, I'd say, because if you're behind a few drivers and you've got the fastest lap in the pocket, you have to pace, and you can make it up somehow, one way or another. And if you stay clean, just like the top guys are doing, like the SimRC team, the number 76 car, you know that if you're clean, you're just going to be able to run away with it. And I think Zampedri is trying to do the same thing, the 258 Porsche. He's just trying to stay clean while trying to do the best that he can. And for him, that's very fast. Usually, if you drive safe, you take a few seconds of your lap time. But the 258 team is absolutely smashing it.
Yep, definitely. Another one we got to mention as well, obviously I was talking to Jack about this, was the 420 car that's gone up massive amounts of places, as they're now in the pits for their stop, and I'm assuming we're changing of drivers and a new set of tyres, of course, as they will continue on this race. Obviously, great race from them so far. I think they got like 45 positions or something we said. So yeah, I mean, fantastic.
Yeah, they started. So I think they started all the way in the back, didn't they? In P53 at the start. Miraculously, there's still 53 cars going in the race. So in the first 3.5 hours, no one has DNF'd. There's been not a single team crashing out or leaving or disconnected or anything in these first 3.5 hours. I'm going to quickly knock on wood, just in case something does happen. It is not my fault anymore. But yeah, the 420 car doing absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I think we'll just have to take a quick break, because I believe my race control has decided to break, and I will need to leave and rejoin the session, unfortunately, to fix it. So I will be back, or we will be back in just a second. Sorry for that technical difficulty. Race control was not playing the game. But yes, we'll start to. You can see that the track has got a lot darker during that time. And it's, yeah, I mean, I would imagine it'd be maybe an hour or maybe an hour and a half before we start seeing more and more headlights get turned on. I mean, we've seen a fair few already be turned on, so we'll have to see if we get any more. But the most important thing, Mattea has currently got the gap down to 6 seconds. It's down by 2 seconds already on this lap. So we could see by the end of this stint, could see a battle for the lead.
Yeah, for sure. It's about 5 seconds now. And it was about, was it like 8 seconds, 7.5 seconds, the gap difference at the end. It's, I mean, and it has been half a lap. So, you know, one full lap, maybe 1.5 lap, gives Hentner a little bit of time to, you know, get adjusted, get into the car. So this is his first stint as well. And, you know, they do have cleaner tires, but they also have more fuel in the car. And I don't know on this track which one of the two is going to be the most draining, the most, you know, giving the car the best benefits. Either better tires or lower fuel. They both help, but unsure which one's going to be better.
I'd say it's tires, because these things shred. But you actually see it. I think that's the Lexus just up ahead that's gone off, just ahead of the other SimRC car that's chasing down the 420 Ford, currently for P14. So, like I said, the second SimRC car is really picking up the pace and pushing through the grid, maybe wanting a second SimRC car up there to be a benefit come the end of the race. Who knows? But they're doing fantastic currently. And you can see, I mean, Mateo is just dropping the gap at the moment to Sebastian. It's gone down by another second already.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy the pace that these guys have. I'm really curious to see what the lap times are going to be as soon as they cross the line. It shouldn't be too long now. It's on their way towards the end of the lap. And, I mean, I do think that the Hentner is going to have one more lap of grace, basically. This is out laps. It's going to be around a 9-minute something, but Zampedri is definitely going to have a very fast lap on his hands if he's already cut this much time out in a single lap.
Yeah, I mean, Mateo can literally see him, so that's more of a morale booster than anything. Is when you can finally see a car and you can set your eyes on it. Then, yeah, adds an extra layer of morale to your race.
Yeah, for sure. And the fastest lap currently being an 8-minute 9.870 for Snotis in the 697 Ford car, currently in P3. I don't know if that's going to be beaten anytime soon. The conditions are changing. I mean, still optimum. It's cloudy and it's going to start cooling down in just a moment as well. That might just help the drivers out because they could just increase the tire pressures and the temperatures will stay sort of similar. It's going to be pretty good for them. And of course, with that lower temperature, they're going to maybe get a little bit more grip as the air cools down as well. So they might just get a little bit better aero efficiency as well, and then start to set the chase down and increase those lap times, or decrease, I should say, increase the speed and pick up the pace. As the previous lap from Zampedri is an 8:11.680, just 200 slower than the team's personal best.
Yep, definitely. I mean, definitely got the pace. I mean, that Porsche team is incredible, really. I mean, all of them has been setting some great pace, and so is this. You know, the SimRC guys. The guys at the top just have a completely stacked team. It's crazy to see the lap times they're setting.
Yeah, I do agree with that. It's like I said at the beginning, it's a stacked grid, and we have some stacked drivers in here as well. Currently 206 car chasing down the 404, and you were talking about the amount of BMWs on the grid, and I said that most of them were in the backside of the grid, but the two of them that are in the top 10 are currently battling with each other, and it's just about a second difference. And the other BMW that's a little bit further behind NMP 13 is currently getting chased down by the 176 car.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, you can see Alexander is just I don't know, he's just found massive amounts of pace and just all over the back of, like you said, the 923 car. So yeah, it's going to be a matter of time, really.
I don't think it's going to be that much time. It's only a few tenths of difference now. Trubsweater grabbing a wider line, trying to look for opportunities and maybe get out of the slipstream to get rid of that aero wash, and is on his way to get a pretty good run on him. You can see the 923 of Kakirel getting really out of shape in some of these corners, trying to take different lines, and they're heading on to the final few turns before the back straight. and maybe the second SimRC team can find a good line through that final turn, get into the slipstream, because the 923 car has got no one ahead of him for the next 9 seconds. And as I say that, a big dust cloud being kicked up right in front. And I don't know, that might have been a back marker actually. Probably is, because that is a car. Yes, this is the 118 of Orgovan. Who just kicked up some dirt. Cars are heavily damaged. Trucks are now into the slipstream and is going to look for an overtake.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that black word, please. Blue flag driver has got a lot of damage to his car. So actually, the Aston then now getting through. Relatively clean overtake for Alexander as they push their way back up. Now into P13. Actually, no, sorry. Yeah, P13. Sorry. So yeah, I mean it's great. This SimRC car, the second car, has done a great couple last stints to make their way up now almost in P10.
I kind of have to apologize for that. My set of course is saying that that Eric Trubswetter is currently in the car, and I don't think he is. if I'm listening to your call out, it's actually Dubs that's in the car. So I don't know about anyone else on the grid if that's still okay, but I might have some different names on my screen.
Yeah, I mean it says it's Trubswetter on the left-hand side leaderboard, but then it says Alexander on the thing, but Res Control saying Alexander for me. I'm not too sure. We'll go with Alexander for now, because his name does flash up on the LED display on the car. So
yeah. Oh, actually, that's a good one. Let me check for me what it does say.
So I'm just gonna assume.
Oh, for me it says Trubswetter on the LED. So it's
okay. It looks like maybe they're both driving. One's doing the pedals, one's doing the steering wheel.
Oh, we've got a rally situation. We've got the pace notes man.
Yeah.
Alongside. Yeah, of course. How could I forget? North is a track that's that long that you might need pace notes to remember what's going on. As Kakarel just touched a bit of grass behind, a bit too wide, and is now being chased down by the 420 Ford. That's been performing admirably since the start of it. And De Bon currently on his way through the final few turns of the GP track and on his way to chase down the 923. And like you said, maybe make their way up to the top 10.
Yeah, definitely. A gap that's gone up actually is SM3D in the 258. The gap's gone back up, so obviously the 76 Aston not on those cold tyres anymore. Warmed up, and obviously he's now on his first actual lap. We'll have to see what the lap time is when he crosses the line. He's currently on the North Loop. So yeah, I mean, by looking at the gap, it's definitely going to be a quick lap time.
That's one of the things that that's you know a little bit nerve-wracking about the Nordschleife is the lap is so long and you're waiting for fastest laps to trickle in or for out laps to be done and for the first time laps to go in. Every stint has 70 minutes. So that means you have about 8 laps to get the your entire stint through. One of them is an out lap and one of them is an in lap. So you've got about 6 timed laps in your stint, and that's it. You have to make those count. But when we're waiting on laps from the leader, from the out laps, it's been 16 minutes by the time he crosses the line. It's been 16 minutes since he left the pits. And then we get to see what the pace looks like. And so does everyone else. No one has any idea what the leader is doing right now. It's only relative to what you are doing right now. So Zampedri is going to be looking at the delta, at the relative, and seeing, okay, so the gap is now 5 seconds. Oh, it was 5.5 before. Oh, in between it was also 4.5 seconds somewhere. You can only guess by your lap time and the relative. But if you can't see that, you just have to wait until they cross the line for any of your engineers to tell you, this is going on, these are the lap times. And currently, the leader is going to be looking to go onto the back straight and finally give us some answers.
Yeah, we'll stay on board with Sebastian then as he enters the back straight, like you said. I'm predicting an 8:10.5.
That's a very precise prediction. I'm going to say something a bit slower. I'm going to run towards the... you know what? I'm going to say somewhere in the 8.11s. I think the mid to high 11s is what I'm guessing at this point.
We'll see. But yeah, I mean, Sebastian actually lost some time in that final sector for the Porsche. So I don't know. Could be an 8.11. We'll have to see. I mean, obviously, Zampridi's last lap was an 8.11. So we'll have to find out. Blue flag does very nicely to get out of the way. So yeah, let's find out. I mean, it's literally a few seconds away now. And it will be 8:13.
Well, I was closer, so
That's true.
theoretically,
That's true.
in terms of points, I'll have that one. And as we were looking at this, we do have someone ready in the interview room, and it's Sergey Tumara. Should we just drag him in and ask him some questions?
Yeah, sure.
Sergey Tumara, welcome in the comms box.
Hello.
How is the race going, mate?
I mean, it started out quite hectic. Like seeing like everyone just be in a train and constantly fighting at the start really drained the energy out of me. Like I had to avoid drivers crashing. I think I made collision like 15 times then. But
Yeah, we did see you got a penalty for one of those collisions as
yeah,
well. What happened there?
It was kind of awkward. I was just like behind that Bentley, and he took an awkward line, going out wide, and I thought I can maybe just, like I was there on the inside. I couldn't go anywhere, but he just kind of cut me off. But I think it's fair we got a penalty because I kind of as well put a car in there.
Well, I mean,
But,
you're not the only one to make one of those mistakes. It's happened to a few drivers, and they've all been penalized for it. So in that regard,
It's kind of awkward because you're just there, but the radius of the corner tightens up, and it's very hard.
Exactly.
Apart from that, unfortunate crash during Chris's stint, but you can't really blame him. And we are doing an awesome recovery now. Alex in the car for the first time. And
what are your predictions for the next few hours at least? Are you going to be fighting with the guys that you qualified around, or are you going to be just making your way through the pack?
Yeah, I'm thinking we definitely, if we continue like this and we keep it very consistent, no crashes, we will definitely, like, we already are, like, there's a bit of gap between us and P10 realistically. But if we get lucky with, like, weather or something, we are immediately up there, and we just keep on gaining the places, so it won't take us long before we are back there.
Well, I really hope for you that that all turns out well, and that you indeed get that pit stop gap back again with some pace. It looks like Alex is doing a great job so far in this stint.
Got into the car, and he's very happy, like, so, like, ready to drive and everything, so...
Lily, do you have any questions for our dear guest?
Again, nothing serious, but obviously wish you and the guys a great race.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was Sergey Tumara, the starting driver for the 701 SimHaven team. Currently driving in P21 after starting in P3, having some incidents. And we see the 94 car into the pits. And that doesn't appear to be a normal pit. That appears to be a return to garage. So that's not a normal move there.
Yeah. I mean, seen a few drivers in the pits now. Obviously, I think Knudsen's back in the car. Actually, he's already making moves. So obviously, Knudsen was in the car on the first stint on that number 2 Ferrari. Now he's already back on it straight away, and obviously making overtakes.
Yeah, previous lap was his out lap. That was the 9 minutes and 11 seconds of the previous lap. Meantime, the sun has come out just a tiny bit again, as it's also setting. Some big shadows on the track. And Knudsen, whoa, kind of scary moment there at the final turn. Just lost the rear for a tiny bit, but luckily didn't lose the position again. But Kakarel is on his way. He's flashing. He wants to go past, and Knudsen is defending the inside.
Yeah, you can see from that wing cam how close the BMW is, and we've seen a lot of drivers today go to the outside on their own, even willingly, just to get the inside to the next corner, but I don't think the BMW is going to have enough. He doesn't. Ferrari holds on nicely. Great defense from Knudsen then. So yeah, I mean, to already hop straight in the car and, you know, make overtakes like that, and it's great. It's great pace.
And immediately getting flashed again by the BMW behind the 923 car of Kakarel. Not happy with the fact that Knudsen defended very well. He gave enough space everywhere he went, and no way for the BMW to find any space. And frustration, of course, once you try and overtake and you think, I have the better line here, I should, in theory, make this. And the car ahead just magically staying ahead. That's something that maybe as a battery we'll find out soon, as the gap has lowered down to 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's only going to be a matter of time now. Let's just see what the next lap times will be. I think maybe some blue flags might cost 76 some time. But yeah, it does seem at the moment Mattea is the faster of the two. And it's just really, I've seen gaps close, like I've seen a 3-second gap close on one lap, but you know, these two seem to be so close. I think it's going to take a couple of laps before we start seeing them together.
Exactly, those time gains are usually with the drivers that are doing in between the 8-minute 15s and 8-minute 20s, and these two are rocking close to the 8-minute 13s, an 8:13.1 for the 76 car and an 8:12.9 for the 258 car. So only 0.2 difference between the two. Advantage for the Porsche in second place. So he's gaining a tiny bit on the leader of the race, and it's only going to be a matter of time before one of them, you know, either makes a mistake and reverses the order, or makes the gap bigger, or you know, just close the gap with pace.
Yeah, definitely. And something actually I forgot to mention to you actually was the CRF guys. I don't know if you noticed they've disappeared. But yeah, one of their drivers, I think it was Nani, actually the one we interviewed earlier today, he had a massive shunt. Me and Jack covered it, and actually both cars ended up losing loads of positions. They're currently down in P40 at the moment, with Hurst in the car at the moment, the number 98. But yeah, I mean, super unlucky start to their race, but they've started their recovery quite well.
Yeah, that is unfortunate stuff indeed, to get sent all the way to the back. I did just get word that the 94 car just restarted from a disconnect. So that's what happened when they were in the pit lane. They were locked in there for 2 minutes after a disconnect, and they are out on the track again, and they're in P41, so one place behind Nani in the 98 car from the CRF team. And it does look like then, I'm looking at, the second CRF team is in P49, so they are still technically the first CRF team out on track.
Yeah, definitely. You can actually see that's Michael, number 24, getting past the ACM racing team, currently driven by Will Gosel, getting past on that back straight then, as this battle continues to get close. Again, a lot of close battles come towards the back of the grid actually, but more importantly, the gap at the front is 2.8 now.
It's getting closer and closer for the Porsche, but also for Knudsen, the number 2 Ferrari, getting closer and closer to the 424 of the Bon. It's now just 0.2. The gap is between these two drivers. In the previous lap, 6-second advantage for Knudsen, but it's a dangerous part to overtake, especially these slow speed corners. You can't really send it anywhere at this moment. Gonna wait for a better opportunity to maybe make a move around the outside, or a daring send the inside.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close. I mean, I'm really excited to see these top two fight. Obviously, 76, the SimRC guys having a great couple of first stints, and 258 is probably one of the best recoveries I've seen in a 24-hour race for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a recovery if you start from somewhere behind on the grid, but a recovery from their qualifying position, that is for sure. As Knudsen is almost sniffing the rear diffuser of that Ford ahead. He's getting real close, going up the uphill now. We know that Ford is absolutely amazing, absolutely wicked on the straight line speeds. That's what they're getting at right now. There's some high-speed corners coming up, and I don't think that Knudsen's going to find an opening here, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to try. He's looking left and right of that Ford ahead, trying to maybe spot an opening, spot an opportunity to get his car even the tiniest bit alongside. We've seen some incidents here in the 2 and 3 hour prep races the past few weeks. Going into the uphill, luckily safe for Knudsen this time around, and he sticks behind a bit longer, and he backs out of it. just try and get a good move done a bit wide for the Bon, and Knudsen almost ready to take the overtake.
Yeah, he's getting very, very close, and we'll be looking to make an overtake. Obviously, the longer he stays behind him at the moment, he makes mistakes at carousel, but the longer he stays behind him, he's going to lose more and more time. And we'll probably be wanting to try get that number 2 Ferrari back in for the top 10.
And as we're looking at this, it does appear that the gap out in front is only getting smaller and smaller. On the last lap, Zahentner with a 8:14.4 and Zempedri with an 8:13.0. So 1.4 seconds advantage for the 258 car in second place. The gap almost 2 seconds. So it's getting real and real close.
Yeah, I mean, Mateo, like I said before, you can literally see him now. So I say that as with a little bit too much grass, but he's gonna keep it cool for now. He knows he's faster, so yeah, he's just got to keep it nice and calm. Like I said, he can see the car ahead, so that's motivation. So he's got to keep at it.
And with those lap times that he's doing right now, I do think that he's gonna get that at one point. As Knudsen can also see the car, but he can't see anything else. He's gone so close to the Ford ahead multiple times on this lap already. I don't think he's going to have anything in his view besides the rear lights of that Ford. Going through the bit of a more technical section now where he's going to leave a bit more space. And as I say that, he absolutely closes it down on the rear of the 420 car, even over the jumps and bumps. He keeps it close, keeps it cool, follows very neatly on through. And this is the sign of a skilled racer. Following closely through technical parts of the track, being able to check the opponent's brake points and brake accordingly to change the speed, to fit the lines and to fit the race of the car in front. Going through the second carousel, mistake from the Bond, wide on the second carousel, and now Knudsen is at an advantage. More speed is passed, and the Bond doesn't retaliate, doesn't defend. Bit of grass touch from Knudsen, a bit of flair and style, but he gets the place, and that's up to P12.
Yeah, definitely. What a fantastic move. Obviously putting that pressure on all through that final sector, and eventually did make or force Dibon into a mistake. But I think that Mustang's actually potentially looking for a re-overtaking. I don't know if he's close enough. I think he is. We'll go on the passenger cam. He's actually lifting behind the Ferrari, but I don't know what his plan is here. But obviously maybe not wanting to make a move into the final corner. Potentially looking for it on the GP straight at the moment.
I did also look like he was gonna maybe try something, and that's the skill of the Ford. Once you get the overtake, once you've been overtaken, you just have that muscle in the car to just absolutely send it back again. But he's dropping back a tiny bit, and it's now just under a second as Zempedri has dropped back a tiny bit more.
Yeah, the gap's now 3.1 seconds, but yeah, like the same, we've seen the gap close. I've just seen the gap close as I was speaking. It's now 2.8. So yeah, these two are pushing.
We are looking currently at other parts of the grid, of course, where the gaps are also close. As we see, Sargsyan, that's Alex that we talked about with Sergey before in the 701 car from SimHaven, currently almost within half a second of Samuel in the 58 Aston. For P16, so they are fighting their way back upwards, and yeah, they're getting one position now as the 115 car is in the pits and in the box, and the previous lap advantage for the 701 car, but still, yeah. An 8-minute 19.5 is so far out of what the top 10 is doing. The slowest car in the top 10 is hitting the 8-minute 17s, so they're a second and a half at least slower than the guys out in the top.
Yep, definitely, but still, plenty of cars ahead of them that are slower, so they've gained a few positions here. But yeah, maybe they need to revitalize a little bit more in terms of just being able to put the laps in. So we know tomorrow was speaking to us that all they're at the moment is just trying to focus, try to get the way back up the grid, and when that time comes, they'll start setting the pace down.
I do think that the pace is somewhat of an indicator, but when you're stuck behind another car, we've seen that as well with I think that was with the 76 car and the 697 in P1 and 2 at the start of the race, as Sargsyan takes the place, and it's up to P15 now. that the Ford was leading and had a pretty good pace, with the car in second place following quite closely still, with pretty solid pace. But as soon as the Ford got overtaken, their pace didn't change. But from the guys in the new lead, they did improve massively on lap time by about a second and a half maybe, before they even hit halfway through the track. And, you know, of course, that's something that we're going to see now probably with Sarksi. And as he's loose from Samuel, he's gone past, now has to defend maybe through the next few turns. But if he has the pace, he's going to be able to, you know, pull away a little bit further. And then Heyman is the next target.
Yeah, definitely. Also, we know this car is definitely capable with the amount of fast drivers it has on the roster. So we no matter, even if Alex doesn't get them or make many places up on his stint, I'm sure the other drivers will. Obviously, very fast, triple these guys. So you have to keep an eye on how they do throughout the race.
And the fact that they qualified on third place for the start of the race, they were on the second row, and now they're down in P15. So that's obviously not where they want to be. But you know, making their way back, at some point they were up in all the way down in P30, 35, around that range. Now they're up to P15. So recovery drive is starting to set in, as I think they're getting ready for some more night stints. As we've only got an hour or two, I think, left before the sun starts to set, and then we're gonna get some real good stints going.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of, the temperature has dropped by another couple degrees. So not impacting too much in terms, but obviously in the next couple of stints, these guys are going to have to start changing their tyre pressures to adjust accordingly, which might affect how the tyres feel and obviously how fast these drivers actually are. Again, the sun has come back out again from the clouds, so hopefully you know, the temperature doesn't drop too much anymore.
I do think it's gonna, as soon as the sun starts setting, it's gonna drop quite drastically. I think not so much the air temperature, but the track temperature is currently higher than the air temp. That is because of the sun. So when the sun starts setting, the track temperature will be catching up to the air temperature. And with the air temperature dropping at the same time, the track temperature will be dropping faster. And that's ultimately the thing that impacts the tires the most. The air temperature is very influential for the brakes, for the cooling, and for the engine, whereas the track temperature is more of an indicator as to what you should do with your tires, as well as the cooling of those. But yeah, the track temperature dropping down is going to indeed make it feel a little bit different for the drivers. Some of them will experience it as worse, because, you know, it's going to be colder. They're going to have to increase the pressures. It's going to feel a little bit more skatey, a little bit more pressure needed to get the tires up to temperature and into the right windows for the temperature and the pressure. And others will really love it because of the difference in aerodynamics and how that stuff works.
Yeah, definitely. One thing we do need to pay attention to, though, is Zambridi, 1.6 seconds behind the Aston now. He did get caught up behind a blue flag, so the gap was 1.2, but has now dropped back to 1.6 seconds now. So yeah, it could literally be by the end of this lap, these two are neck and neck.
On the previous lap, like you said, the gap difference was really low, and that's because on the last lap, Zahedner did an 8:14.4 and Zempedri an 8:13.0. So that means it's a 1.4 seconds advantage for the 258 Porsche, and we might just see, after 4 hours of racing, a new fight for the lead. And this time, the 76 Aston is going to be defending.
Yeah, obviously put on the pressure early on this race. For the Mustang, and now it's their turn to suffer the pressure, I think. Obviously, you can see the dirt being flicked up by the Aston. He's already feeling it. I mean, the Aston can definitely see the Porsche in the mirrors, so the pressure's already on.
I really wonder what the communication is like right now for that team as Zempedri.
Yes.
I was gonna say small slide, but it's a very big slide. Keeps it on the track though, but that gap is gonna be increasing drastically. I mean, we're talking about the pressure on Zahedner, and I was just about to say I cannot imagine I can only imagine what the comms box sounds like now for Zahedner, what his radio is gonna be like to give him to get the hurry up all of a sudden, to hear and see Zempedri getting closer and closer, and knowing that you have to pick up the pace, but you can't push it too far on this track because you make mistakes, and that's exactly what Zempedri does, and kind of lifts the pressure on Zahedner and the number 76 Aston Martin can run freely again, as the gap is now increased to about 12 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost about 10 seconds doing that, but unfortunate to see, and all that hard work the team has done. But of course, it's still not over yet. Still 20 hours left of this race. And I would imagine with the pace he has, I mean, by a couple more stint times, we'll be in the exact same position as we just were. So obviously, it's just allowed the number 76 a little bit more breathing room. But not to say that Matteo's not going to push even harder now to try catch up.
Yeah, those lap times on the previous few laps were indeed about 1.5 seconds for about 2 laps in a row, I believe, or at least in the past 3 laps. 2 of them have been an advantage of 1.4 seconds, and he's not going to let up anytime soon. Might have to calm down a little bit, but I do think he's going to start pushing again as soon as the tires are back in the right window. And we saw with the pit stop, before the stop, it was about 15 seconds. In a full hour, took the lap down, the gap down from 30 to 15 seconds. Then with the stop, down to 7 or 8 seconds, and now down to 1.5 seconds on purely on pace on the previous stint. And now with that mistake there, he's got another half of a stint to go before he's got the box again, and maybe just maybe he can get close again and cut that gap in half once more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm expecting it almost. These guys have got such an offset on this destroyer stint time that it's pretty much, going to be undercutting almost every time. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really exciting to watch. I mean, see the gap already still hovering around the same. So, the Zambridi's tires are not going to be in their best condition after that spin. But I'd imagine he'll be up to pace very shortly. Just look around the grid. Yeah, it's Boonstra in the number 17 Porsche Sim Racing Alliance, still chasing after this 458 Ferrari. I think they're actually still chasing after a driver swap. So these two still relatively close on pace at the moment. But who knows? I mean, currently Boonstra last time round in 8:19.9. Which, comparable to the rest of the grid ahead of them, is one of the fastest. So nice lap time. But yeah, I'm still trying to get past the 458 at the moment. Is the struggle.
I do see with this with the time progressing and with the sun setting, like we said, temperature is going to change. Track temperature has already dropped by 1 extra degree, and with almost the 20-hour mark, or at least a 4-hour mark with 20 hours to go hitting, the sun is setting, the shadows are growing, and at some point on the track we can maybe already see some drivers struggling with the sun getting in their eyes, especially in the first sector when they're looking straight into the eyes of the sun. As Embeder is currently caught a back marker, gets let through rather quickly, luckily for him, but the gap is currently 13.5 seconds, and on the next lap they're gonna have the sun in their eyes for the first sector, and maybe that's going to do some drivers dirty. I know it's a very trivial thing, and it's not like, oh, there's a crash on the track, like there's debris or there's rain on the track, but the sun in your eyes is a very, very annoying bit and can really cause some visual struggles.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. I know on a game like this, if you have your graphics setting quite high, you literally cannot see a thing. So it's almost like you're blinded, but if you have it on lower setting, obviously easier to see. And we do see, I think it's Myro, the 444 in the Lamborghini, chasing after the 47 then. For P24 did lift to not hit the back of the Ferrari, so very sensible so far, and we'll be looking then for an overtake, hopefully rather soon.
Yeah, it's gonna be some more fights. Oh, there is an overtake. That's Boonstra on the Pril in P22. Seemingly just a free move from the number 17 car, the 458 car, just leaving a bit of space and just allowing the Porsche to go right on through.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be certainly interesting. There's a lot of cars on the grid at the moment, and actually more. I think that's a pit stop for the Lexus. Once again, quite heavily damaged in that S&P Racing Lexus. So I don't know. Plenty of action as they do get going again. Actually see actually still this battle between the 458 and the number 17 as they continue on.
It's going to be interesting to see because we just had I mean, I want to say we just had, but I've lost all concept of time at this moment after commentating for a while. And I mean, you've been here longer, but I think we're going to see a few pit stops being on the offset. I remember the 67 Porsche being on the offset at the start of the race. They currently have one of the drivers in. And as I joined in later, I'm unable to see the stint timers, but I am able to see the one from the Porsche. They have already stopped 12 minutes ago, currently on P13, so they're going to be jumping up the order as soon as the rest of the pit stops come around. They're going to be P10 from the looks of it, as they're currently 5 minutes behind the leader, and P9 is 4 minutes behind the leader. Or it might even be P9 after all the stops. We're going to have to wait and see what that's all about.
Yeah, definitely. It's just going to be interesting to see, obviously, in the next couple of stops, how drivers start to prepare for the nightfall, because it is sunny now. It's obviously the clouds have dispersed, but like you said, the temperature is still dropping. So, you know, I'd say maybe an hour and a half before we start seeing the real signs of dark. But earlier during the clouds, we had a lot of drivers with their headlights on, and it was looking quite dark. But obviously, the sun's brought out some of the light again. But yeah, I don't think it's long now, and obviously some of these drivers are going to have to start to prepare their stints with pressures and all that to make sure they're ready for it.
Now, from what I've seen from a few of the teams, that they've had their setups ready with strategies built into them, with one strategy being for dry for a few different temperatures. And of course, you're not going to look too much towards the is it light out, is it dark out? I mean, temperature is temperature. And, you know, the tires don't care if the sun's out or if the moon's out or if it's light or if it's dark out. The tires will feel the temperature. That's about it. So, yeah, most of the teams will probably have at least some form of calculation ready. It's a 24-hour race. You're not going to get in here unprepared. I mean, if it's a 3-hour race, you might just have a dry and a wet strategy and then go on the fly. But for 24 hours, you really, really want to prepare for this. So they might just have a few strategies ready to have the optimum pressures and everything, and you know, maybe even for the wet as well. That's what we were talking about before. Maybe some wet weather would be cool for the race. Literally cool, as the temperatures will cool down, but also very interesting to see because of the racing lines and everything else. But also with the amount of fuel you put in the car, because some teams just don't bother with the amount of fuel that you put in. Even though, you know, your lap times are going to be a lot slower, you can do less laps and you use less fuel per lap, which means that on a 120-liter tank, you might even need to put 90 or 100 liters in. That's a lot of time gain if you can pull that off. So some of them will bother with it and some of them won't. And you might be able to see the difference in that. And then added on top of that, of course, your skill as a driver in the wet is a lot different than it is on the dry. And I'm very curious to see that. But for now, it's still semi-cloudy with sun slowly setting, shadows getting longer, temperature also slowly decreasing, and hopefully the weather will pick something up later in the night.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really hoping for some rain, personally. Maybe not for the drivers, but it's always fun to commentate a wet race, and especially at the Nordschleife. A wet race would definitely be really interesting. But the gap at the top then, not much has changed actually. Zampridi's dropped off by a couple of tenths, sitting around 13.2 seconds. I'd imagine he's just not really pushing anymore, not want to make much more mistakes. He's going to wait to the end of his stint and then they'll continue pushing on, I would imagine. Yeah, I mean, obviously the SimRC guy is doing really well at the top at the moment. Obviously, luckily, got away because of Matea's mistake. But yeah, I mean, they're doing fantastic at the moment.
Yeah, the gap indeed increasing to about 14 seconds. Zampredi having a small problem, but also with that, Zahedner just pulled an 12.8 out of the rear of his car. So that's also a very good lap time if you compare it to the rest of the grid. With, for example, Knudsen putting in their personal best, or the team's personal best. That's not personal, the team's best. An 8:14.7, and Zahedner is just cleanly 2 seconds quicker than the driver in P11, who is almost the fastest out of the top 15.
Yeah, it's definitely in the class. I mean, you can see some of these cars are really pushing to make these places, and some others, obviously, like we mentioned earlier, on different strategies and how they want to approach the race. But it's definitely going to be really interesting.
There's not a whole lot of battles going on. There's one small gap that I can find. That is the 58 car of Samuel, currently chasing down the BMW number 7 of Heyman for P15. On the previous lap, they just crossed the timing line. 3 seconds advantage for Samuel. So that shows that he's probably going to be getting the overtake done sometime soon. I was almost looking at it into turn 1 towards the inside, but then the turning from Heyman just closed off a little bit, and Samuel not able to go on through. Just gotta wait a little bit longer, and now the gap increased back again to a second.
Yeah, obviously plenty of it. I think that's that's Jaunty Crew. I think he's made a mistake, and it's actually allowed the 24 McLaren of Michael to get through. So yeah, more mistakes made on the Nordschleife. Very easy to do, especially when some of these drivers are getting quite tired, I can imagine. Yeah, I mean, the gap at the front, look, it's just gone up again. So obviously Sebastian's sort of found his groove now, and just chilling, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, at some point there's two different types of drivers. At some point, as one type of driver, you're gonna feel the groove, feel the rhythm, and just basically autopilot your entire stint. And if your autopilot is around an 8-minute 13, you should put it on autopilot, because that's usually when you're not making that many mistakes when you're driving alone. And with a 14-second gap behind you, it's only back markers, and usually they're easier to pass than your competitors. And the other type of driver has every single second of focus for the entire stint, and have to mentally rest on the back straight if they can, and then maybe take a break after 1 or 2 hours already. Because I know for myself I won't be able to do more than 2 hours, because I'll just I have to pee, and then B, my focus is just completely gone, and I'm just gonna make more and more mistakes as time goes on.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's going to be like for me a bit later on. I'm going to be quite sleepy, but luckily with the amount of just enough breaks, I should just be fine. But yeah, we just see actually then, that's the 458 Ferrari making another mistake, losing more positions. I think it's got quite a bit of damage, and will probably be making its way back to the pit lane. You can see how slow it is. These corners, the headlights are flickering. So yeah, I mean, it is quite costly, this damage.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And especially with that gap, I mean, the number 24 car just passed them like a few minutes ago, and the gap's already 28 seconds to the car behind, and then another 7 seconds, and yeah, Lloyd just passed him in the 73 McLaren. The gap's already 3.5 up to 4 seconds down in P29. They're definitely going in for their stop, as Weber will be very happy with that one. P31 currently chasing down car number 50, the BMW ahead, and that's I see a massive BMW train from P30 to P38. That's 9 BMWs in a row, and that's an interesting view there. I really hope that maybe if we have a safety car procedure, we would have called the safety car right about now, and just have those 9 BMWs drive in a train right behind one another. That's going to be happy looks. But Weber very close to the car ahead, and will also get another place once the 458 car goes into the box as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just to see that on race control is just, I don't know, it's just crazy. Obviously, you've got teams like Anatolian Racing. We have seen them quite a bit today. Also at Team Spinala, we saw them earlier on in this race as well. Over Limit Racing, Velocity Vanguard Racing as well, and the JSR Esports guys, as well as CRD and the Opel combo. We've seen a relatively lot of BMWs. Obviously, we did mention before, most of them were at the back of the grid, but they seem to slowly making their way back up to the top.
That's always fun to watch, as a hint there is increasing the gap. That's only because Zempedri is already in the box, and so the number 258 Porsche is going in for their stop. And on the previous pit stop round, they were 2 laps earlier. And Snowtins is now up to P2 again after that pit stop, of course, from the 258 Porsche. But the previous time they stopped, there was about 2-lap difference in stops, and it gained the 258 car about 15. I know it was about 7 or 8 seconds, just on the undercut. So if that happens again, I think they're going to be real close to getting the overtake done again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I've seen, these undercuts been really powerful for the team. Obviously, it is now their 5th driver in the car. Like you said, it's Pisoni, so another driver, and then the next driver will be a driver we've already seen. I would imagine that would have been Bauman back in the car. So all these guys have been really quick so far, and they're now back into P4 as they'll start their recovery drive. Well, I say recovery, but their recovery from their mistake is back into well, hopefully P1. I mean, we know these guys have got the pace to do it, so it's just a matter of when, really.
And with about 20 hours, just under 20 hours remaining, we've had 4 hours, and they've gone from the middle of the pack, basically, or like at least in the mid-10s, all the way up to the top 3, and even holding second place for so long and getting closer and closer to the lead that it's just gonna be only a little while before they're gonna be catching up to the lead, as their pace is quite strong. And as we're talking about this, we do have another commentator joining in the box, and he's gonna be taking over from you, Lily, so you can finally have a little bit of dinner peace. So welcome to Spitzlam.
Hello. I will be
How
here
are you
for
doing tonight, man?
4 hours. Not now, but on and off during the entire race. So get used to my voice. Now or in the evening. So, and in tomorrow not afternoon, tomorrow morning as well.
Hell yeah, that's what we like to see. Well, Lily, thank you so much for joining us here. We'll see you back again in about an hour or so. Just take all the time off you need, and we'll see you back again soon.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a good one.
And that being said, we're gonna be looking at the auto cam, as Lily is our broadcaster, and our camera basically as Walk is just getting overtaken by Trubsweater. I believe that is Trubsweater still in the car, now up to P9. Beautiful overtake down the back straight, as we saw the Ford do that a lot better on the previous moments, and we do see Walk going into the pits now, braking for the marker, and hopefully not getting a penalty. Spitzlam, welcome. How much of the race have you seen, and how much of the race do you know what happened?
I have seen the last hour, the almost battle that could have happened for P2. Unfortunately, the Porsche pitted. So yeah, that's where I'm going off.
All right, so a quick thing that we're looking at for a big part of the race. It's of course the lead, the number 76 car. Started from P2 and dropped down. And then jumped up to P1. As we do see Sargsian currently overtaking Taha for P13 down the back straight. The McLaren's having a bit more speed, taking the inside line and staying ahead for now. But Taha just sticking it behind, and at the same time Samuel also passing Heyman, also at the same space, just 10 seconds behind these two. So that's two overtakes in a short space. We saw the number 697 car, the Ford, leading the pack on the formation lap, and then losing on lap 4, losing out on the lead with the number 76 car leading out. And then the 258 car qualified on 4th place, I believe, or 3rd place even, and then got a big grid penalty, dropped all the way back. I think about 15 places grid drop, and has now made up for it by just hanging out in P2. And like you said, it's about the it was the spin from the Porsche that caused them to have a bit more of a gap in front of them. But after the stop, they might want to look to reclaim that 1 minute and 22 seconds to the lead. Furthermore, we've had some teams from, I think it was the CRF, one of the CRF teams, not doing too great and dropping back in the order a tiny bit, even though we were looking at them as one of the bigger races here, one of the better scoring races. Let's quickly look at where they're at. It's not too relevant, but yeah, we're gonna see. We're kind of keeping an eye out on them as well. And of course, the 701 car from SimHaven currently in P12, starting in 3rd place and then dropping back down the order due to some mistakes and some unfortunate incidents. Also serving a 10-second time penalty and now running for their life as Taha in the number 67 Porsche is still gaining a bit of time.
Well, thank you for the explanation, but right now I see a very, very good explanation of racing 2 BMWs and a Ferrari sandwich between them. Well, this definitely can end A in a disaster, B in an amazing overtake. So definitely, who seems to have the advantage on this track? What manufacturer?
Well, on the back straight, it's definitely the Fords, but on the rest of the grid, I see the Ferraris are performing quite well, but not as well as they could have. But I feel like it's pretty spread out. I think it's more driver focused than car focused, as is the goal of setting a balance of performance into the car, adding ballast or removing weight from cars that to neutralize the performance. It's going quite well. I don't know if there's any big advantages over the entire lap, but on certain sections, of course, as you know, BMW's front-engine cars better over some curbs, as we do see David going off to the side a tiny bit, as the April now gets the overtake done, and that's the Ferrari passed, as Hisateru currently under attack from David, just touching the grass, now recovering on the track, and with that overtake, the gaps are almost the same as they were before.
Also, I heard the amazing from 30th to... which was it? 39 all BMWs. Now it's mixed with Ferraris.
Yeah, there's
Looks
two
quite
Ferraris,
cool.
the 485 car of ACM and the 458 car. Same numbers, just squashed a little bit. Have kind of ruined the order here and made my nice little BMW train not a train anymore, as David's going to be looking for another place to grab 155 car of Hisateru, currently under attack, but David thinks better of it, drops a little bit back out and doesn't get the overtake done. And he has to try another moment. Further up, we do see P8 Trubsweater get close to, or P9 Trubsweater get close to Kuzela, the number 18 Porsche under attack from the Aston Martin behind the SimRC team. This is the second SimRC team, as Hedner is currently in the first one. And we did see the 176 car being way further down the order, but they have picked up the pace. Have climbed all the way up to P9 already in the past few hours. So they've done an amazing job so far. Now one more place adding to that tally would be fantastic. As Notens is in the pits now, the 697 car will be taking a short break in the box and you know, just refreshing, maybe get a new driver in. We'll see about that one shortly.
Well, definitely the Tribals, the whole strategy for a 24-hour race is huge. Nothing like it. As well, drove 24 hours races myself, and there's nothing compared to it. Even the mental challenge, you have 6 people in a team, and still it's so mentally draining. You cannot do anything, and definitely the Porsche of Michael Kuzela is feeling the pressure, being, well, just chased throughout the whole of Nordschleife around with the Aston Martin. So the pressure is real, and in these tight corners you can make small mistakes and it ends your race. So Nordschleife is even worse than Le Mans in this.
Yeah, I was gonna say Le Mans got a very, I mean, Nordschleife also is a very long straight, but I feel like Nordschleife has got more technical sections, and also I want to say I mean more corners in general, but also less forgiving corners. I feel like Le Mans often has quite a bit of runoff area, whereas the Nordschleife, if you go off by 1 car width, you're already in a barrier, and that's what we're seeing right now with one of those cars. There's a back marker that appears to be Cozzarella, I think, as that is a Trubsweater through. That was a very neat overtake. That was very clean and very quick. just passing a back marker first, and then seeing an opportunity and absolutely sending it through the sides and just seemingly getting let past by the Porsche almost. Does that look way too easy? Knudsen now also on number 2 Ferrari, back in this battle too. Has been the focus of today's race for a moment as well. The number 2 Ferrari team doing absolutely amazing this event, and now they're getting ready to get another overtake done on the back straight.
Seems like the back straight is the awesome place for overtaking. Well, it's the largest place for overtaking, then maybe the GP track is the best place for some overtakes. Don't know if you really want to overtake someone onto Nordschleife. It's very dangerous, but also just tailgating behind them is also very dangerous.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to follow closely through the North Loop in some sections. I mean, there's fast sections, of course, where you can go a bit side by side, and we've seen some overtakes in there as well, but we've seen more crashes too in that section. A little bit of a loose rear from Kuzela, trying to stay ahead of Knudsen. So going into the next part of the tracks, the GP layout, currently lap 32 as Trubsweater goes into the box. And this opens up the inside for Knudsen to try and get the overtake done, sending it into turn 1. No response from Kuzela. And there's a very tight inside line taken from Knudsen. He's still ahead, but the Porsche getting a good exit. Almost blocked off by Knudsen. Gonna have the inside line for the next corner, but will the Ferrari still be ahead? Blocking off, it's fully ahead. Brakes later, gets better run into the corner, and the Ferrari gets the place up to P8 for Knudsen.
As I said, the perfect example by Knudsen. Thank you very much. It seems like the GP course is so much better for overtaking now, with Knudsen heading towards the Schumacher SS. This place was made for overtaking. The Nordschleife is a spectacle in its own right, but overtaking is very hard, and for those who do it, hands down, you're a maniac, and this is why we race. You are the reason.
And just a quick refresher, we are currently looking at the auto cam, so if we are commentating on something that you're not seeing, that can happen. We don't have control over the auto cam. That is Lily's job. Lily's currently having a small break, grabbing some food, and he will be back soon enough to continue the broadcast and continue the spectating. So apologies if anything misaligns or if we miss something. There's quite literally nothing we can do for the next hour or the next 45 minutes at least. So the only thing we can do is give an audible description of what is happening, and the rest is all up to your imagination.
Well, talking about not about penalties, but also that's 2 5-second penalties for 923. So don't know what that is for specifically, but there flies the penalties.
For the 923 car was because of a rejoin in an unpredictable manner and weaving across the track, causing in a collision. So that's from an unsafe rejoin. That was about not that long ago, actually. Don't think I'm going to be able to see when that exactly happened, but that's from lap 25, it says. So that is a while ago, but that was an unsafe rejoin from the 923 car.
Definitely a shame that happens, but it happens a lot. So yeah, it just depends. One team.
The number 47 car touching a bit of grass, spinning out, doing a 180 and then a 180 back to rejoin, but that's a big tap on the wall from the front and the rear. As we just saw Lloyd in the 73 car just overtake Van Hoff for P25. And well, that's now, yeah, that's P25. My numbers are not updating.
Yeah, that's a downside of ACC. I hope they fix that in ACE. It's the sectors. Well, not the sectors. For commentating, you have to have an other software to have a specific timings, but in game it's not that good. and relies on mini sectors. So that's very unfortunate. But if I'm seeing right, Knudsen is that's, I want to say attacking a BMW, but he's just overtaking the flag car.
We do have. I mean, to be fair, I kind of enjoy the extra software. It does add something to it because that allows you to have that software on a separate monitor to be able to do all of this, which I really enjoy. But you know, I do hope that ACE is going to have a bit better spectator support. It's more customizability in that regard, as we're looking at a fight for P30 at the moment. As that is as Vabo behind Way. The numbers are a bit different on the standings. You can see number 31 and number 30 on the same driver. So hopefully those things get fixed in a while. But number 39 car being chased down by the 456 car in the last little bit of the north loop. Just a few more corners to go and then onto the back straight, where there's two BMWs fighting amongst each other. And the two Ferraris, I wanted to say, have found each other, but there's about a minute and 13 seconds gap between the two. I'm going through the carousel now with the 923 car of Kakurel getting a 10-second penalty that we talked about before. And that was going to close the gap down from about 37 seconds down to 27 seconds.
Now the free cam going on for a battle for 43rd place. It's a number you can't even see in real. We have so many teams, and the organization has been very well done. Congrats to SimHaven. Hats down again. It's very well done. Kakurel now going through the straight, Vianney into pit boxes, so that's probably why the camera has gone to this very battle. The BMW versus Ferrari. We saw this once, we will see it once again, but different drivers, so at least we have something different. And actually, no, it's the Ferrari being attacked by a BMW, so now going onto the large straight, we might see an overtake, or we won't.
It's gonna be I mean, that's like one or two outcomes, right? You see if we're gonna see an overtake or we don't, but we do see the 888 BMW being ahead of the Ferrari before the end of the start-finish, before the end of the back straight. So the BMW is currently ahead, but we also see a fight for P6 with Hoffman chasing down von Liebenstein in the 943 car. So the 404 BMW also setting in chase, currently a few tenths behind. And only 2 minutes and 15 seconds behind the lead. And after 4.5 hours, that's an impressive feat, I must say.
It's still, well, it's a very impressive feat as well to just even raise this. And then to try and overtake someone on this very straight, as now the BMW tries to go side by side. And it's such overspeed onto Aston Martin. That's almost amazing to see Christopher just rushing down, and now he will rejoin the GT circuit and will finish this lap in P6. He seemed very happy, but still, it's not a race, and the Aston Martin goes into the pit box. As I say that, it's not a race right now. You still have 19 hours to go, so it still will be very much fun. Thought the grid would be more spread out by now, actually.
Yeah, that's the goal for one of these races. You want to have as many of your good racers on the grid. That's what we went for, and that's what we got so far. And we are seeing a lot of that. We just see the number 967 car just stopped, as well as the 76 car. And the 258 car, all one behind each other. So first Pisoni in the 258 car, then Solon in the 697 car, now Kraus in the 76 car. The gap is back down to 9.7 seconds. It was about 12 seconds or 13 seconds before the pit stop. So another 3 seconds cut off the gap between P1 and P2, as the Porsche team is now setting in the chase still to maybe grab the lead once again. And hopefully this time around, not make any mistakes in doing so.
Well, Alexander Dubs, now we're taking. You said the McLarens are pretty good on this race. Now I see the McLaren is getting overtaken by an Aston Martin. So it definitely seems like the BOP, the fuel, the driver, everything is a factor in this race. Also, fatigue will be a factor down the hill and in the night. So I'm definitely ready for that. And if the drivers actually get a rain, because I heard Vabs on the stream talk about rain, and no, I know you would like it, but as a driver, no,
I mean,
no.
I think some of these drivers would enjoy the rain because when it's dry, right, and you have practiced the rain, you're just gonna hope that you're gonna get conditions where other drivers don't know what to do. So if you've practiced the rain, you've practiced your wet laps, as I always tell my drivers to do. So I assume the 701 car has actually have all practiced in the rain. I think they have. And they also have prepared setups for it. They want all of the other cars to also experience the rain and maybe even not have practiced it or just be worse at it. Because if you have confidence in the rain, I mean, everyone's going to have confidence in the dry, or at least have some sort of level of confidence in the dry. Because you're going to have 24 hours of the race. But if a little bit of that is wet, if a little bit of that is rain, there's a slight chance that other drivers will not be as confident. And that's where you can really, really take the lead and take an advantage. This is what happened in one of my 24 hours of Spa races. We started off in the pit lane because of a mixed condition formation lap. It started out dry. Everyone went out on dries, but as soon as the formation lap ended, it started raining. So I went back to the pits and put on some wet tires and just started the race from the back, from I think P70 or P67, I think it was at that point. And we just sent it. I put in the wet tires, did the first few stints, had some more choices on tires as well in the mixed conditions. And ultimately, before I went into the pits after the first 2.5 hours, I was in P5. So from all the way in the back to almost all the way in the front, just purely because of the conditions. Because I wasn't quick. I wasn't exceptionally fast. My teammates were faster at that point, but because the conditions were to my liking, because I practiced the rain and I knew what the strategy was like and how to do that, I knew how to manipulate that. It just made it a lot more fun, and that was a point where I really, really, really wanted to have the rain. And I think there's a couple of these drivers that are have the same mentality and have the same mindset, the same experience as well. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen to the pace of these drivers as soon as the rain hits, if the rain is gonna hit. Because I'm not saying that it's gone more and more sunny over the past few minutes, and you can see the rain conditions and everything in the predictor, but nothing else. As we do see some sort of crash right in front of P34 now in one of the slower sections. That's car number. I'm not sure which one that is. Is that the 70? Quickly take a look at that. 78 car in P51 just crashed in the middle of the slow sector.
That's also the only Lexus on track. So also, yeah, sometimes trying to be different is not the best way to win races. But yeah, that's also a meta that appears in ACC, so that's why the BOP exists. But still, only one. No, okay, I see more Fords. I thought we only had one Ford on the grid, and I mean a lot of BMWs.
No, there's definitely a few Fords on the track. We've seen the 94 car starting out pretty well, and then getting hit early on, and then having a disconnect issue as well. The 420 car, and of course our Pulse, the 697 car, and once again I'm gonna quickly commend all the drivers. It's been 4.5 hours and we have no DNFs. Everyone is still driving, everyone is still on the track. And as a reminder, there's some big prizes out on play from different companies, like I believe that's SimPanel. I'm gonna quickly look that up because I'm not 100% sure what all of these prizes are exactly. So I'm gonna go look those up real quick.
So while Vaps is searching the wide web for this, I know that, well, some prizes might not happen because the company has been very unrespondent and not very good. As I say that, don't know if that is an overtake or an unlapping or whatever on the autocam, but very nice indeed. That's a Ford, so that's an unlap. So there you go. Anyways, there might not be one sponsor that gives us anything because they have been non-repliant, but I'm not sure. I'm sure J-Spence definitely knows something about that. He's been in contact. Don't know if the other has been in contact. So we will see at the end of the race. I'm not sure if we will have prizes from them. I will not say the name. I don't want to put dirt. But yeah, that's the point. So Vaps, have you found anything about sim panels?
I have found the prizes channel on our Discord server over at SimHaven. We have a sim panel racing button box on the prize list, as well as the IMB racewear no limits gloves, and also some more of the sim racing gear for let's see, it's a rewarding prize to a few of the top teams and offering a discount code to every driver that races. Also, for the button box, they were giving a few of these to the US drivers that take place, as well as HyperX prizes and giveaways for the EU people. If you join in on their adventures. I happen to be the main man around the HyperX stuff. So if you have any questions on that, you can ping me in the Discord server of SimHaven. Join the link there as well to be part of the prizes and giveaways from the SimHaven community. All prizes from HyperX, and I must say, quality products. HyperX delivers quality products. So those are all the prizes that are on the table for this event, of course.
Well, so prizes are plentiful. There were supposed to be even more prizes, but unfortunately they didn't gather that much attention, so we have, in quotation marks, only this. So, but this is still very impressive. So, as I said, the organization, very well done. And also the drivers still. I thought someone already DNF'd, but everyone still racing 53 cars on the grid, racing around on this huge track is very great. Raced in AC 24-hour races. On lap 1, we already had one DNF. So this is a big step up.
I think our lap 1 was pretty clean. So we've been looking at this battle for a while now with Blanton in the 420 Ford trying to chase down Boudou, who just made an overtake on the previous lap on the GP track. Has now been behind for an entire lap already. And the 420 car just wants to make a way through. And they've lost a lot of places in the past hour and a half. About 13 places dropped, whereas the number 15 BMW has gained a few spots on this as well. And fun fact, in the past hour and a half, the top 8 has stayed the exact same, besides for P3 and P4, who have swapped places. So the 137 car being ahead of the 697 Ford. That is a change in the top 8, and the rest is all the same. Whereas the number 176 car in P9 has gained 11 places over the past hour and a half. And the 701 McLaren from SimHaven, from Sargsian, is currently going into the box to go for their stop. As you just saw, Eukert getting an overtake on the number 58 Aston, and it's up to P17 for them.
So even the Bentley's making time. And that's also, if you saw on the other camp, the BMW just jumps the Flakplatz. So as well, don't know if that was the Flakplatz right now, as all of it changes again. But during, as Vap said, there are many fast sections, but it depends on the track. Definitely now the Ferrari of Fabian Uckert is going to the very fast part. As I say, that Tudor is in a very fast part as well. Is going to one of the straightest parts on the circuit that is heading to Carousel, if I'm correct. Yes, I am. So this is like, it's straight, but it's filled with a lot of kinks, and it makes very good battles, as now you can see side by side in this. So it is a battle for position. I was very wrong earlier, but there goes the Ford of C. Blanton on Tudor Voodoo, and just a very clean overtake in these very high-speed corners.
And we also saw a small yellow flag popping up a little bit further on the track. That's for the number 17 car of Osborne, dropping down to P21 and leaving a gap of a few seconds ahead, but more seconds behind, of course, because that's something that you want to do. As SimHaven's is currently in P8, chasing down the number 18 Porsche of Gazela, who's had a few overtakes, I think, or we've seen at least before, battling with other drivers, doing a good job on defending. As Smates is just very, very close to the Porsche ahead, almost sniffing that rear diffuser. Can almost touch it if he stretches out his hands. Of course, it's not allowed because that would be illegal. But the 943 Aston Martin chasing down this Porsche, going towards the uphill. And these are two fast corners coming up, and there's one mistake that you can make, and that's hitting the car in front and going, two mistakes, I would say, hitting the car in front and going too fast over the curbs. As we saw the number 14 car have another excursion on the yellow flags before we saw the number 17 flag go into yellow flags. We saw the number 14 car do the exact same thing as well. Smate's still really close to the number 18 Porsche ahead, is looking towards the inside, trying to find an opening, but there's just no way there. Gonna have to stick behind for a little while longer. Some sand and dust being kicked up from the car ahead, and that has to be a back marker. That is the Lexus, the number 78 car, just right ahead of them, kicking up some dust. And then they're gonna look and see if Smates can find another way through. They're going towards one of the windier bits now, and after that it's just one straight line into a fast corner again. So maybe the Aston can take a look and find a spot to go. But for now, it's gonna have to stick behind.
Sure, now the Ferrari of Gustav van Hoff spinning round, which is definitely not what you want to do. And this is a very high-speed section as well, so it might hurt a lot. And if I'm right, Vabo, the car right behind him, is chasing the Ferrari, so this can lead up to a very good battle as the Ferrari makes another mistake and just lets Vabo by. So yeah, that's one mistake can equal many more. That's the definition of Nordschleife and math in general. One problem gets you more problems.
And it's now over a second to the car ahead, so the 47 car not happy with that moment there, and deciding to take his time to recover, as the 923 still has that 10-second time penalty, which will be neutralized. I thought it was going to be a position gain or position loss there, which ended up not being the case. Smates still behind that Porsche, has been for the better half of this lap. Currently has a car behind him as well that's going to be looking to get an unlap over, because that's the Lexus, and they've just passed him, but still kind of close on the track. Could be closing in even further if these two decide to battle a bit more. Smates now getting the inside line, as that's a mistake from Gazela, going a bit too deep on their way to the carousel side by side. You need to have the inside here. Smates knows that and gets ahead and takes the inside line of the carousel, takes it very cleanly and stays ahead, gets the position that's up to P7 for the 943 car of SimHaven's. But Gazela is not done yet. He's going to stay very close. He decided to give up the place to not be pushed towards the outside in the carousel. We're now focused on the exit and wants to get that position back, wants to gain the place from Smates back up to P7. He might just have to wait until the back straight before he can do that.
Or he will definitely wait for a back straight, I want to say, or he will try something in these sports. It's before and after the carousel. It's very fast-paced piece of the track, so you can definitely overtake here, either side. The part after the carousel is more twisty and tight, but it's still very, very fast. So Gazela, if he keeps the gap, he actually might have a place on the straight to do something miraculous, maybe overtake even, or go side by side throughout the whole straight if he has more speed and maybe less fuel. It all depends. Definitely seems like he doesn't have the fresher tires, or if I'm correct, he doesn't. So this will definitely create something very interesting. Now they're getting closer and closer to the second carousel, and after that to the very big straight.
And we also see the number 6 car getting closer to the 155 car, as Hisoteru has been up front of the grid for a few moments, went all the way to the back, and now is up to P35, defending now from the number 6 Ferrari, as they're also heading on to the final bit of the track. The number 6 Ferrari just making the room, looking for it, but the door was a bit too far. It was open, the room was there. The Ferrari not able to stick its nose in and ask the room, or basically claim the room from the 155 BMW. It's got to wait for a bit longer now, but the battle is still there. And maybe on the back straight, some struggle there from the BMW, some twitching from both cars actually through this bit. The track can be very bumpy, and that's what you can see from it. No cars in 30 seconds ahead and 40 seconds behind, so it's just these two drivers. There's a car right behind, that's Chen in P10, that wants to gain the place, and that's an overtake done a bit too deep from the number 6 Ferrari, and Texera getting the place done, and Hisoteru can only stick behind and wait. That's the overtake done.
Meanwhile, that was a very nice overtake. Kuzella has lost a lot of time to Smeets, so the battle has been very much defeated on the main straight, and just before it, well, not the main straight, I will call it the back straight. It's 4 seconds, that's the gap now, so that's very, and I mean a very huge gap, like, made in such a small time. So maybe you can see some very good racing. Still, but seems like Todi right now is just cruising his own league. This is actually the better part of a 24-hour race, being alone. As I say that, Tim Edens, what car is he? Yes, okay, 29th. Because my names don't change as well. Is now not being overtaken by anyone, so he might be a backmarker in this situation. He's overtaken the 24. Oh, that's cute. The McLaren in 24 has the number 24.
That's a funny coincidence indeed.
Well,
Looking at the front of the grid, though, we see Kraus getting into the 76 car, and basically taking it away. The gaps jumped up to 14 seconds. I believe it was a little bit less before, but Kraus just able to get away with it for now, and just pushing like absolute hell to be sure to get away from Pisoni behind. Even though in the previous lap, the difference was 2 seconds in advantage for Pisoni. So it was getting closer on the previous lap, but I think on average, it's still advantage for the 76 Aston, especially on track position as well. Fast lap still in the hands of Solon of the 697 car. I think that was set by one of the other drivers of the team. Getting the absolute quickest lap time by about 4 tenths, not 4 seconds, 4 tenths. As you can see on screen, that the number 24 car in P24 getting a little bit of sun in their eyes, as Lloyd and the number 73 car is on his way to get an overtake done. They know they have a car ahead has about a 10-second time penalty, and a car a little bit further back, a stop-go 30 penalty. So that's a lot of penalties being thrown around at this moment. But the 24 car definitely wants to defend a little bit more. It's McLaren versus McLaren, so it's all up to the driver.
And the driver definitely makes a difference, but this pushing is the one thing that can destroy you mentally the most. So just, if you are the one pushing the car in front, you are on the good note. Grinder is getting the bad note, and now looking even for more space. Lloyd is trying to do something, but seems like there is no space made by Grinder, so maybe we'll see now going onto the carousel. There'll be maybe some overtakes after, but that part is pretty tight. It's still fast, but it's very tight. Another stop and go for 30 seconds, handed out. Ooh, Lloyd getting, oh, really close in the carousel, but another stop and go heading to the car in 14th. Babs, can you try and say the name?
Hosso?
Hosso.
Hosso.
Hosso,
That's
thank you a lot.
Hosso. That's how I'd. It's the 801 Bentley, of course, in in P14. Is that P14? Because for me that says
It's
P17. Oh,
I
that's.
see him P14. Even on AutoCam.
Yep, we have. There's a different. It's a little bit different, a little bit strange because he is. For me, it also says that he's P17. So a bit confused as to what's happening there because P16 is definitely ahead of them in the order. So I think.
Vaps's computer doesn't like him, seems like that, but it's like Griner definitely likes the idea of being 23rd. No, sorry, Lloyd has the idea of being 24th. Wait, did he overtake?
I think the entire
Griner
standings
was in
is.
the back.
It's
Wait,
more
wasn't
standings
Griner 24?
in the province because the number 701 car is currently appears to be in P20. Well, they are definitely not, and I think this is all to do with the fact that Hosso is currently P17, not P14, but the sectors are so big that the drivers that are between P14, 15, and 16 just haven't crossed the first timing line yet, and they haven't updated the standings. So the 801 Bentley is indeed P17 at the moment, so don't trust the standings on the left-hand side. They only update as soon as they people cross the timing line. Just the standings in the bottom right, as we're looking at Lloyd. It's currently in P24. It says P25, but they are P24. Number 73 McLaren on their way to the start of the back straight, and maybe this time around gets an overtake on Griner.
Definitely can, but as you said, both McLarens, this is their part of the track, so make the slipstream be with you. If it isn't, have fun. But definitely seems like it is. Lloyd gaining a lot on the straight. You can see the slipstream is so huge in these McLaren cars now going side by side down into the hole. Will he get the overtake done? Yes, he will. Ooh, but really by a very close margin. You can see the slipstream, the defining factor here for the straight. And Lloyd makes actually a very big gap then, because Griner had to surrender the position to not make a crash into the last corner. There we have Ben Ellie just cruising around here now. He will be going to the second carousel and to the back straight. As I said, this is the better part because you feel like you're just hot lapping, but it's in a race. So if you don't have teammates with you in a voice chat, this is actually the better part of the race.
Oh, I have to disagree with that one. I think I'd go absolutely insane if I have to do this without any teammates. I'm gonna go absolutely crazy if that would be one of my tasks to do. I don't think I'd be able to survive this long of a period with just my own brain. You know, I think that would be
true.
very,
I listened to music in the meantime. It was like 7 a.m. and I was just listening to music and cruising around Le Mans. It was fun. I loved it. It's a shame I am not doing. There are no 24-hour races in AC anymore, and ACC is very hard. And I am a bad driver. That's why I'm commentating. So
I do think
talking about drivers.
I don't think that ACC is difficult, but I feel like the AC is a lot more difficult compared to ACC. But it's all where you're coming from. Hoffman in the 404 car now in the pits, is stationary, has been for a few seconds now. It's gonna be their stop. Dropping them down. The order will be in a little bit early. The stint time shouldn't have ended for another 12 minutes. So they could have done another lap, but they've decided against it and to pit right around the 19-hour mark, as Griner's now trying to take the position back from Lloyd. 24 car chasing him down, the 73 car for P21.
The roles reversed. The track, well, not reversed, but it's on the other side now. You can see the little wiggle by Griner. This is a very hard section of the track, but I like this track the most, maybe actually, because it's very flowy, it's smooth, But now, whoa, the back of Grinder's car is very, and I mean very, very much floaty, and it likes to just step out. We have seen it on the cam now, getting to the 38th place. Yes, 38th. To Mattia Cozzarella. I don't want to butcher that name, so I'm sorry if I did. And that's a very well done overtake by the Aston Martin. If that was an overtake, if it wasn't an unlapping, so if that was an overtake, very well done. It seems like it was. Well, I just lost the car.
We do see Lloyd dropping down the order. So Griner didn't get the position back, but Lloyd making a small mistake, I think. I'm gonna go quickly look at the replay there. And looks like he just touched a bit too much of the curb and got slid backwards in on the wrong part of the track, and just losing out on 2 places. Vianney is now right behind Griner, and for number 40 BMW now chasing down for P21, the place that that Lloyd had just a few moments ago.
So Lloyd being not the man of the mid right here, dropping a couple of places. The curbs are very much deadly, and so much in the first part of the track. On the second part, it's not that bad, but as you can see, again, Griner's car is very, very floaty, and the rear just likes to step out a lot. So maybe that's why the car is so good on the straights, but not as good in these corners. So let's see if it maybe can hold up against Vianney.
Yeah, hopefully that BMW can work in his favor through these slower parts of the track. I know the McLaren is pretty quick through all of this, but once the BMW can find some stability in these corners, I'm sure he'll be able to find the right lines, because these bumps are working in the favors of the BMW. It's a very stable car, whereas the McLaren can sometimes be a bit twitchy. One small bump and the car will be upset, and we can see that because Vianney, with these height differences, with the topography, with the bumps, McLaren is not really gaining any ground, just barely staying ahead of the number 40 BMW, chasing them down now, as Vianney's really doing everything he can to gain some ground, but Griner staying ahead for now, holding his ground fairly well, as the pits are now starting to set in. Momentarily yellow flag. Not sure where that was from. I think it's from the final sector. It's the number 74 car.
I'm sorry, Babs, about the overtake. It's happening right now. Vianney just floats past Griner like no one is there. Seems like the bumpy straights are definitely not very good for the McLaren. And I'm sorry, in these parts, definitely the bumpiness and the corners, the very fast corners, are definitely advantageous for the BMW.
Yeah, getting the overtake done there. I just got slightly scared because I saw 78 on the minimap having yellow flag, and the leader of the race is the 76 car. So I almost thought I saw the leader making a mistake in the final bit. He's now also approaching the final bit of the track. So yeah, I almost thought that we'd see a change for the lead sometime soon, and that's why I was a little bit more focused on a different part of the race.
It's fine. That's why I'm here. Either way. Blue flag's been flown for Martin Varga. Now going into the last parts of the Nordschleife, he lets the Ford pass. I think that's the Ford with the 420 number, if I'm correct.
Yes, that is for sure.
Okay, I'm getting now the overtake on the CRF car with CRF getting blue flag. If I'm right, I heard some very interesting things about CRF.
I told Lily before that I wasn't gonna talk about the number 22 car anymore, because the first time I did, they made a mistake. They had to go in for repairs. Then afterwards, from that repairs, they got a stop go 30, and as soon as I started talking about that stop go 30, they crashed into another wall. So I said I was gonna stop, because otherwise I might get a lawsuit from CRF. The fact that I cursed them 3 times in a row, that might just be a little bit illegal. As if we look at the previous lap times, they've just crossed the line, the P1 and P2. Kraus with the 76 car doing an 8:15.6, but Pisoni in the 2.58 at 8:12.5. So that's 3 seconds advantage for the number 2.58 in P2. So the Porsche gaining on the Aston, and the gap is now 10.5 seconds. What was about 13 or 14 just a few laps ago. So with a bit more patience, maybe that Porsche will get the pace handed towards them, because that has happened before, where they just they slowed down a bit, and as soon as the new tires were on, it was refueled. It took a while, but then getting a big moment there for the P42, I believe that was.
Yeah, P42 seems like it, and it's a very, very close battle now. Just one mistake goes right into the wall. Both of the cars being very broken, so it seems like they might be on the same level of damage. As you can see, just Nidro. I hope that I didn't butcher that. I definitely did. So Nidro just going straight past, making advantage of the mistakes. But both of the cars having very heavy damage, so it seems like the BMW is a very good car for not only the bumps of the Nordschleife, but for taking damage at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, touching a barrier, like I said, because in Le Mans, you know, you've got a lot of runoff area, but here in the Nordschleife, it's one mistake and you're absolutely out. As you see, the 444 Lamborghini of Wenzel closing down on Edens in P30, and the number 4, 5, 6 BMW now under fire from the Lamborghini. Just a tenth is the difference between these two as they're going towards the final bit before the back straight, and Wenzel's not letting up any little bit. Both of them go over the grass. They're pushing these cars to the limits. I thought one of them was surely going to go off there, but they followed each other through. Wenzel absolutely doing everything he can to stick behind, and that was one amazing moment. He's going to look for the inside, but doesn't see the space yet as the braking zone is not deep enough. So they're going to go around a few more corners, going to the back straight, but surely I thought Edens hits the grass, Wenzel hits the grass. It's over for at least one of them, but they both made it through. Now into the carousel as well. Better exit for Wenzel. Edens still holding it in front, and no part of the car alongside yet, so that means the line is completely Edens. Now to the back straight, it does look like Wenzel has got a bit more of a closing move for this line here, and they're going on to the back straight, and let's see who takes the lead of these two cars.
Definitely seems like it's Wenzel, not the BMW, I'm sorry. The Lamborghini having a lot more overspeed, as you can see right now on the straight. The aerodynamics of the car being very different. So it seems like the Lamborghini definitely has an advantage, but still side by side now going into the hole. Maybe the BMW can still do something. No, he can't. The Lamborghini just got straight before him. Very well done. Just the aerodynamic advantage is something quite different. As I said, Eric Taylor right behind them. Well, that's a lapped car, but he definitely can unlap himself if he wants to.
Oh, we are looking at the previous lap pace, and I think that Taylor on this previous lap was an 8:29. That's not in the pace of Wenzel, as he did in that was his out lap. But Edens did an 8:31. So yeah, I mean, that is a part of the pace. And speaking of pace, Pisoni is now in 10-second gap to Kraus. So that's in the past 4 minutes. He's gained another second or two on the lead of the race. So if he keeps this up, I mean, I don't think he's got that much longer. Currently 53 minutes into his stint. So this lap and then one more lap until he has to pit. So he's forced to pit because of the stint timer. But Pisoni definitely able to catch up a bit more. It's currently 7 p.m., 7:14 p.m. And every single camera angle that I'm looking at something else than the broadcast, of course. I can almost only see the sun glare and the shine in my eyes are in the camera. And yeah, the sun is definitely starting to set a bit more now, as the drivers are going to be putting on their headlines soon enough to get ready for the race. I see a bit more clouds coming in as well. In the meantime, temperature dropping to 18 degrees both in the air and on the track. And like I said, because of the clouds setting in, there's going to be a bit more temperature cooling on the track as well. And hopefully with those clouds, they're going to bring a little bit of rain with them. But, you know, I can only hope that that's going to happen.
Seems like Vaps will be doing a rain dance in a while, so get ready for that. That will be very much fun.
I mean, it's not going to be on the stream, but, you know.
yeah, it's not going to be on the stream, but maybe if Vaps will still be here, it will be heard. If he will be muted, unfortunately, we'll be commentating over it.
I genuinely think that if the rain starts to come in, and I'm not in the commentary box, I'll just join in real quick, and from a distance you'll just hear me say yes, and then I'll leave again. You know, that's just what's going to be happening. We're going to be watching almost the entire time probably as we're leaving. I just need to give my voice a little bit of a rest, as I'll be here for the majority of the race. Do have one thing though, as it's currently getting close to 8 p.m. my time. I do have other people to take into account, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do a lot more time in the evening. I have to look at the schedule for a moment with some of the organizers, the hosts, to see if we can get something sorted out. As we do see the number 32 car stranded right before the back straight, and that is position number 38. It's Cottarella in the number 32 BMW getting ready for that back straight, but then a small moment and maybe a bit of damage on that car. Definitely damage on that car. It looks very, very tainted. As we're looking currently at Solon, who's in P4 in that 697 Ford, held P1 from the start of the race, then lost it on lap 4 to the number 76 car, and yeah, just a small moment into the curb, and it was all the way over.
Oh yeah, definitely. If we hear Vaps in the evening, that it will be funny. That's very much the point of it. Now we see the Lexus, the only Lexus on track, seems like struggling a little bit, but not even on the pace. 8:29 as the best lap is very much pretty weird. But either way, the racing is still going on. The car's pretty close for a 24-hour race. So everything here is going along amazingly. P2 gain within, if I'm right, 10 seconds it should be of P1. Both of them on the giant straight at the back. P20 is getting really close to P19 as well. So a lot of racing, as I see P17 having a 4-second gap.
Yeah, gaps are pretty close. We just saw Blanton just on the back of that. The 420 Ford making another overtake on that Porsche. As a little bit further back, Greiner and Goldman are also still in the battle for P22. There's still a fight for P8 going on, with Dubs in the 176 car behind the Porsche of the number 18 car in a fight for P8, as Blanton almost got that position lost again to Osborne, as he does keep it ahead for a little bit. And then further back, of course, into of course there's going to be battles further back. For P31 we see Zimmerman and Texera for P31 also within a second. So after it's been just over 5 hours, there's still a lot of close gaps.
Yeah, and the race must continue on. As we're saying that, Michael Cazella is getting overtaken by a Dub with the 176 Aston Martin car, and the overtake done very well. So it seems like M. Cazella has not problems, but they haven't bid it in a while with the team. So Smith, wait, is that Smith again?
Let's see.
We have to double check. Because if that is Smith's again, then
Smith's in P7 currently.
So that was a car. Was it someone unlapping themselves? That was eight Dubs. That was Dubs overtaking Cazella. So that was a very nice overtake by the Aston Martin. And now we have on P7 and P8 two Aston Martins.
We're also looking at currently at P32 Zimmerman closing on Texera, the number 6 Ferrari, just being a tiny bit behind. This is one of the battles that I was talking about before as well. So these three battles still there for P19, the battle for P22 and the battle for P31. And the lead has been cut down another few seconds, down to 8 seconds now. Pisoni on the previous lap gained 2.3 seconds. As on my end, the gap is just shrinking and shrinking. Currently on 7.6 seconds. So from the start of this lap, already another second being cut down. A second and a half already, as we do see kind of struggling a little bit, apparently. And Sony may be close to getting an overtake, but one more lap. This is the final lap for the number 258 Porsche. They have to stop on this lap, or else they'll be out of stint time, as we see Cedar from CRF in the 98 car just out of the pits. Their stop done. P37 currently, and a minute 44. No, that's the wrong number. 14 seconds behind the car in front, and then there's a big gap to. Was it 14? It looked like 14 seconds. I don't think it is actually. I think that gap is a bit more than 14 seconds now that I look at it. But yeah, we just see Varga being chased by Slump, the 777 BMW, right behind the number 22 Aston. That's the other CRF team that we've been looking at for a while. So yeah, that all being said though, I think it's time we give the camera its hands again and reintroduce Lily back. Lily, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I'm back.
We've had some crazy moments, just a few incidents, a few very good overtakes as well. I don't know if you've been watching, but there was one very special moment, two cars both going over the grass and seemingly just keeping following and everything. So yeah, it was very, uneventful in some ways. Not a lot of big contact incidents. I think my incident list has one in it, and that was from a while back. So yeah, not too much missed for that hour. That being said, I am gonna head out for another short break, and I'll be back in about 45 minutes, I think. So I'll give you the word to keep talking, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, so welcome back, everyone. Obviously, we are back. I have missed a fair few by the sounds of it. But nothing really changing at the top in terms of positions, obviously.
You didn't miss much, but right now I'm getting the news that we had our first retirement. The car with the number 448 has unfortunately retired due to internet issues, which is very sad, but that's the downside of not iRacing, of just esports racing in general.
I do believe we actually have a mid-race interview. We'll just get them in now. Just this, and then we'll interview Marcus. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
So it has been actually quite bad. Our start was great. We're car number 94. Until I got my ISP gave me the worst birthday gift possible. So we're now down to 44, and my teammate's now driving. I just done my 3-hour stint, and it was good. I set my personal best for the team, but yeah, I also see a few teams getting internet issues. So
yeah,
it's glad to see it's not just us.
Yeah, obviously still a long way to go. Then obviously got 18 hours left. I would imagine you guys want to be a little bit higher than 44th at the moment. What kind of place are you aiming for?
We were actually aiming for the podium at first. My teammate actually put us into 5th, but after the pit stop, we swapped. And then I accidentally went to the 2nd gear, got a stop go 30. Then, yeah, bad things happen.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously aiming for the podium. So come the end of the stint, then who's in next?
After the stint is my fellow Hong Kong teammate, Patrick. He has been working in a dessert shop until 1 a.m. in Hong Kong time. Then he's gonna come back and drive for 4 hours only. And my current teammate, Velasi, he can only drive for 2 hours. So me and my another teammate has to drive for 9 hours,
Yeah.
which is quite bad.
Yeah, that's quite tough. But especially on a drive like this, where obviously quite far back on the grid, but there is rain in 30 minutes time, so it could change everything for you and your team.
Thank you for letting me know.
There's rain, not heavy, but like a fair amount of rain in about 30 minutes time. So obviously still plenty of things can change. Obviously with 18 hours left, like I said, a lot of things can change, but I obviously wish you and your team all the best.
Yep, thank you.
No worries. Is there any other questions that you had, Spislam?
No questions at all, but just a very good reminder. Eliza Drizzle coming to the Nordschleife in 30 minutes. Vaps was just summoning the rain, so here it comes. Hope you guys are excited for it.
Yeah.
Yep, we will be. Yeah.
Yeah, see ya, thank you.
See ya.
Yeah, so there you heard from Marcus there. Obviously, he didn't know about the rain. Has been sitting on the weather for a few minutes, but we'll have to see about that. Obviously, plenty of drivers also now going to have to start preparing for the rain and how they want to take their stops for the rain, because it will be wet enough for wet tyres. A track like this, you're going to need them. So, as I said, Personi then is in the pits for his pit stop at the end of his timer, so he will refresh for a little bit. I wonder if he'll put less fuel in the car though, if he's going to stop again for wet tyres. It will be interesting to see about that. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But the 206 car then making their way through blue flags at the moment, doing very nicely in P5 at the moment. I haven't seen much of them personally in the last hour because I've been away, but doing all right, I would imagine. And also number 7 car, also the junior team, with a little bit of damage on that car, but still doing very well in a respectable P13 at the moment. So obviously there has been a few changes up and down the grid.
There has been some changes. Gazella dropped 2 places from 7th to 9th the hour you haven't been here. There's some very good racing between Gazella and Smith's. Dubs just has overtaken Gazella in a straight part of the track, but still it was very nicely done. Now you see 3 cars. That's a very cool shot of the carousel. You can just see the cars just slide in there into the apex of the corner, which is generally not how you take a corner, but it's the Nordschleife. Everything can be different.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, this is one of the tracks in the world where every driver will have to find a new line. And speaking of new lines, obviously, with that rain coming, drivers are going to have to really navigate this track as it will start to become wet and puddles will start to form on the inside of the corners, and could really change a lot in terms of grip and how they drive. Obviously, at the moment, still then, it's, well, now Tobias across in the 76 SimRC car. These guys have been using the race from about lap 1.5 roughly, and now they've done about 37 laps since. So really incredible to see them still on top. Obviously, Personi was second. Now Bauman back in the car. Obviously, Bauman starting this race. And now in P3, obviously just stopped. So we'll likely see Kraus and Gamov in the pits in the next couple of laps, if not this lap. Dan Solan, I haven't seen Dan in a while, but it's good to see him back in a Mustang as well, driving currently in P4, trying to recover that 697 from where it was after a few mistakes earlier on this race, as he'll start to climb up. He's only 4 seconds behind Personi at the moment. Will also have to stop at some point. Other than that, is there any notable other cars that's rapidly changed since I've been gone?
2 guys got a 30-second stop and go, and right now a penalty has been served to the 74 and 36 car, a 10-second penalty for both of those cars. So penalties are handed left and right during the entirety of this race. The stewards are very busy, so There we go. Also, nothing much. People have been driving, and also, as I noticed, it's getting dark out. The lights are going on some cars. Some cars still driving with no lights. So it seems like our rain will be our first condition of the night.
It could be. I mean, I don't know. It's been bright for what? It's currently 7:30 p.m. in game. I'm not sure what time it really starts to tick over, but yeah. I mean, it's right now it's dark in real life, but well, for me anyway. But yeah. I mean, it's interesting to see when it's still quite bright. Obviously, it's cloudy at the moment, so it's dampened the sun. But you can see Philip Tomanen coming into the pits quite late on the brakes, but does make it nicely into the pit lane. But yeah, I mean, like you said, it very much well could be rain in the night, which is going to be one of the best combos you could ask for in the rain. Well, for the commentator's perspective anyway, and maybe not so much for the drivers, as night in the rain's pretty much asking for hell. But I'll have to see how they get on. So it's half an hour then until the rain. We'll keep you updated on that. It is in the top right of the screen if you can see it. Yeah, I mean, hopefully it should be alright. So it should be around 8 o'clock where you expect rain. I'll have to see how that goes for the drivers, because I mean, if it doesn't get dark enough, they'll have a couple of laps where they can start to experience the rain and get better at it. However, if it just goes dark and it starts raining, it changes the entire race, and it could actually cause a couple of incidents, maybe even some of the top guys. So let's keep an eye on that.
Definitely keep an eye on the weather and the conditions, just everything to keep in mind. It's an endurance race, but still, one crash can give you everything. As I say that, losing the back, Massini not having a very good day. It seemed like he had a little bit of trouble with that car already. Now getting overtaken, he will definitely go into the pits. If he has too much damage, he'll maybe go into the pits, repair it, and just try again.
Yep, obviously that is not looking the most healthy BMW I've seen. Obviously, like you said, it will most probably come into the pit lane and get that all changed. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking down the grid at the moment, and I've seen some of the drivers I saw at the top earlier today, and they're at the back. I mean, if you look at Tamara, it's actually dropped again. I'm not know. Maybe they've just served a pit stop. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, they were making their way up to the top around P20 or above that now, and now they're back down in P34. So not the best day for the SimHaven team.
Also, not the best day for Marcus NG. There's another retirement, and it's his team, his ISP just died out, so that's very unfortunate. Our mid-race interview getting, well, I don't want to say the word, but you know what I mean.
Getting disconnected.
Yeah, getting unconnected from the race. You should say it like that.
Yep.
Talking about SimHaven teams, I saw, wait, if I'm right, if he still races for SimHaven, if he no longer races for SimHaven, Petrol Aficionados might be already racing into top 20s, into top 12, being the 12th car, which is a very good position. Also, I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces in this race, so it's all coming together.
Yeah, it's definitely great to see so many faces and so many recognizable ones as well. Like you said, we've got many drivers returning. We've actually got a few others as well, a few new guys, so it's all great to see a nice collection of everyone. There's someone as well, so the CRF guys, currently Lucas Sider back in the car. So he had a massive crash earlier on in this race and went from P3 to pretty much last place, and they're now back up into P37. So far so good for the CRF guys as they continue on their recovery battle. But yeah, he's currently 1 minute behind the next car, so we'll need to push on forward into the pit stops, of course. But yeah, doing a nice recovery drive is the CRF guys at the moment. So we'll have to see how they get on throughout the race. But yeah, I mean, Molnar now in the Opel Combo BMW, chasing after the other BMW of Zimmerman in the BMW also. So 2 BMWs then on the track as they go. Yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting. I'm really excited about this rain.
It's the sound of the police now through the Nordschleife as Molnar is chasing Zimmerman. The BMW, another penalty handed out. There you go, for the car 94, which that's not very helpful at this stage of the race, but 5 seconds is definitely not a lot. It will be lost in time in definitely no matter of, I don't know, 5 minutes as well, or 1 hour. It depends on how fast you're going.
Yeah,
so
yeah, obviously Dan Solan then is the next in the pits to end his stint timer. I wonder if they'll be doing a driver swap or continuing with Dan. I haven't seen much of him race in my time, but obviously you've seen him race for a bit. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what their plan is, but next car then will be Nathan SimHaven's in the 206 Pro team. That BMW is doing a fantastic job at the moment to be up into P5. Of course, also got, you see, actually he might even just be just behind Dan Solan on the exit of the pit stop. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but I think it just fine for now. I mean, these two are going to be pretty close. I'd imagine you can see the gap start to fall, but I have to keep an eye as Dan disconnects. Oh no, I just got disconnected from his car for some reason. But yeah, you can see Dan is now in the pit lane. I actually don't think Nathan will get the place on Dan. I don't think he will. No, as Nathan's still on the back straight, but still great between P5 at the moment as they continue on their race. Mikel then, number 18 Porsche, still chasing after the number 7 Porsche. It's going to be the battle of the Porsches coming up into this race, and that's actually one thing I wouldn't want to be in. It's in the Porsche in the rain, and that's definitely going to change the entire race.
That's for sure. Now, Gazella seems like to be chasing Alexander Gray, so the familiar face I've been talking about, the battle of 2 Porsches, JP Racing will definitely try and take off the position, try to beat the better Porsche. Definitely the Porsches are, there's a lot of them.
Sorry
I think it's this,
but it's
fine. It's a battle for second position. I definitely get it.
We'll have to just quickly go back and see how he did that. I presume it'd be a fairly simple move. Go on board with Baumann then. It's been a great first stint for Baumann. Actually, a mistake from the Takea Esports team, which allowed him to get this, and another mistake from the McLaren, which is, I think, it's just going to allow, him to get the better exit and stick to the inside. Fantastic move from the Porsche driver as he now continues on and up into P2 once more. As he now will chase after the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin will have to come in relatively shortly for the stint timer. But yes, great move from Benjamin in the Porsche. Did a great opening stint for the team. In 1 hour, he gained all the way up to P5 from P15 or wherever grid place penalty dropped him to. And now, obviously, back in the car after his teammates put him into P2, so it's going to be fantastic. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely been an exciting race with all these drivers and a potential leader battle relatively shortly.
Well, depends if Kraus will want the pit, but definitely seems like he's on a roll. 61 seconds. It's definitely due to some people pinning behind him and some battling going on, but still, 61 seconds.
I mean,
Technically, it's not a lot. You can make that up in 18 hours and 29 minutes, but it is still something to consider as a statement being made.
Yeah, I mean, I believe Kraus actually might have to make a pit stop because with the stint timer running down, Kraus might have to come in this lap or next lap at the end of his stint timer, so the gap should go down again. And you lose about a second in the pit stop. So at the moment, we could look up to around a 2-second gap between these two, depending on when the 76 stops. Obviously, it depends how they want to stop, because actually, on the weather indicator, in 10 minutes time then, we got light rain. So, we could be seeing rain a lot earlier than we expected, and this could change everything. Because if Kraus can extend by another lap, if his stint timer allows it, then he could gain massively by pitting for wets, and all the other guys have to pit again. So he could actually be looking to gain even more time by pitting, if this stint timer allows it. So you see 22 stuck go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. It's not ideal. I believe that's the number 18 Porsche, side by side with the other Porsche actually, as they come down the back straight. You can see 67 still trying to look for a move. This guy's very, very close.
The Porsche's still fighting. Seems like nobody, Kuzella or Gray, will try and take the position. But as I see in the chat, there's a battle for P44 going on as well between two teams that seem to be together. So definitely an academy, as I can say. The number 777 car, that's a very lucky number. And the 32 are battling for 44th place, which is quite amazing. You can see the same liveries and everything. So JSR Esports are having a battle of their own. In the meantime, the Porsches are still very close. 0.6, just a gap. So I was right, it's Special Aficionados. He doesn't race for SimHaven anymore, which back in the day, it's a long way back. I'm sorry. But yeah, still, you can see nobody's giving up their place. Even if it's a 24-hour race, they still want to do everything to squeeze out of the car and just have fun and compete for those prizes that Vabs mentioned earlier.
Yeah, definitely.
So going back to the racing now, soon to be on the Nordschleife. Stop and go cleared 4-74 car. There we go. So that's a very close lap to 76, but our leader now going close to the main straight. So we might see if he can extend or if he will pit. This will be a very important part for the race. He's into the pits.
This changes everything, because like I said, you lose about 1 second in the pit stops, and Bauman's, he was 58 seconds behind, so Bauman could, for the first time this race so far, within 6 hours of this race starting, we could have a new race leader.
We definitely could have a new race leader, but
it's all to play for. We'll have to keep an eye. You see Kraus pulling into the box now.
Keep an eye on Bauman then, because
keep an eye on Bauman. Bauman's currently 32 seconds behind on the straight. We'll have to see. Coming down the hill. This is going to be very, very close. If that's all. Wait, either Bauman's going to get through nice and easily, or Kraus is going to be side by side on exit. Let's just keep an eye on it. Gap's 15 seconds. Kraus is pulling out the pit lane now, so maybe not the gap we expected. Actually, I thought Bauman would be a lot closer than that.
So maybe. Did he maybe just pit for not for tires? Well, yeah, maybe only for tires or tires.
Potentially.
It's only tires or only fuel.
Yeah, he must have shortened.
He could have pit for both.
Yeah, he must have shortened his pit stop because that was very quick, and I don't think he's on wets now.
This changes everything. So... He's except.
So he must. Yeah, he's reset his timer, and probably put in fuel. Because tires, obviously it's going to rain in a minute, so...
And that's also true. That's the GT3 tires.
Yeah, I reckon
I'm sorry.
Kraus has probably put in fuel.
It's true that the tri tires of the GT3s last a very long time, so it's a hard compound. Like, it's not the F1 hard compound, it's even harder, so they do last a lot of time to just make pit stops only for fuel, and the tires do last sometimes even more than the fuel. So Kraus, and that's an even worse image of the fuel, not fuel, of the rain. We are expecting heavy rain now.
We're expecting flooded conditions on the Nordschleife.
And in 30
30
minutes plus.
time. And in 10 minutes, it's going to be heavy. So, it's all to play for. And Gamov has a drive-through, which just made his race so much worse. Because by the time he goes around now, by the time he comes back to the pit lane to serve his drive-through, he's got the pit... so he's got to serve the drive-through, but then he go around a lap again. So he's going to be on dry tyres for one lap when it's going to be heavy rain. Unless he serves his pit stop first, but I'm not sure. I don't think the game allows you to do that. So, yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Really unfortunate timing, I think, for that. But yeah,
the
rain is
strategies getting crazier and crazier by the minute. The weather getting more unpredictable by the minute.
Definitely.
It's going down, and it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah. 10 minutes heavy rain then, so I would expect to start seeing the light drizzle start to pour in the next 2 minutes, and then obviously flooded conditions. And if you don't know much about ACC, anyone in the chat, flooded is the worst weather conditions you can get in ACC. And obviously all the inside of the track under the curbs will be pretty much puddles, and that's a whole new aspect to this race.
Also, thank you, I am Stun, in the Twitch chat for he can pit first alone and he can unselect the drive-through,
okay,
so that's amazing news. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, so that has sort of saved his race, luckily, but it will mean, of course, he has to come in after stopping, which is still going to hurt his race quite a bit, but obviously hurts it less rather than driving on dry tyres on a wet track. But yeah, that's really going to affect it, and it's actually going to allow Iverson to get into P3 because of it. So yeah, unfortunately, but obviously Iverson was our pole sitter, or the 697 car was our pole sitter. Trying to make a recovery drive after an earlier incident in this race, and now look to try and get back into P3.
That's for sure. And Fernando Alonso being with Lawrence Iverson in the car, just noticed that on delivery. Very funny, guys. So even delivery's been funny for the 24 hours. The teams are not prepared, just with only setups, but seems like that's the rain suddenly going off. So we are starting with that's not a light drizzle. We are already, yeah, this is the light drizzle. We are starting with the light drizzle on the Nordschleife, and Vaps is missing the first minutes of the rain.
Thing is, this changes a lot, because obviously with some drivers, it's obviously now raining across the entire track. Some drivers are going to benefit as they, for example, the 701 car, so that's the SimHaven car. So Tamara's actually going to gain a lot from this, because he's actually towards the end of his lap. Like, I would imagine he would come in now. So he's actually saved himself a lap. If he does come in, I mean, I'd imagine he would like to come in, because it's raining. So yeah, he does come in. But anyone starting the lap, for example, we'll scroll down a little bit, but for example, who can I give as an example here?
44 car number, if I'm right, I saw 44.
Is anyone in the GP
number
circuit,
6.
basically? Yeah, the number 6.
Anyone in the GP circuit.
They're suffering because they're going to do a whole lap when it's wet. So,
wait, you can't pit from behind, or
no?
Like, oh my god. Okay, so the conditions for these two cars are,
you can see
as you say, not well.
No, it means they're going to do a whole lap in the Nordschleife on dry tyres, as the conditions get increasingly worse.
Well, nightmare for these two cars.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Absolute nightmare. But it does add a new layer of interestingness to the top of the field, because the Aston, it's a pretty stable car. It will get through the rain pretty easily. Now the Porsche will snap at every opportunity, in the rain. So interesting to see how each of these drivers do take that. But yeah, it will be pit stops then for the top guys next time they come round. Yeah, the conditions you can see on the top right only getting worse. So just before nightfall then, we've got rain.
So there you go, stop and go cleared for the 22 drivers. The stewards being again very heavily
Indeed.
with their work, and Baumann is just gutting the track. The more he can, he's still going very fast. Even for, well, he has the fastest lap, so we won't see someone set a fastest lap for a long time, but he's getting really close to Kraus, so we might have a battle out of the pit boxes. Or, depends who is better on a rainy straight.
I mean, Baumann just seems to, I don't know, his car just seems to stick to the ground compared to Kraus. I mean, Kraus has probably like come off the accelerator pedal just a little bit to avoid the rain, but now Baumann just doesn't care. He's pedals to the floor, and the gap's gone down by about like 4 seconds just a slap. But yeah, there's plenty of action nonetheless. That's the 444 car, 444 with Leo just getting past the number 6 Ferrari then, and that's another car that's going to be hating the rain, is that Lamborghini. Those cars don't really tend to like it, but have to see how they get on. So these guys still have to do a whole lap in the rain before even having to pit, unfortunately, but that is how it goes. But yeah, there is the 444 car as they now have to go around the Nordschleife one more time. Wish them the best of luck, but that is Kraus then into the pit stops with Baumann 1.3 seconds behind.
My God!
You can see on the passenger cam, if we get rid of that, just on
what
the
is this
heli
guy on?
cam, just on the heli cam. No, you can't even see, but you can see Kraus. I mean, Baumann can see Kraus. If we get this Mustang out of the way, he moves out of the way there. You can see him. So there's Kraus there on the right, just stopping in his box now. So you can see him. He's about to go past him. Officially, the leader of this race is now Baumann, due to his pit box being later. But Kraus will be out of the box first. But yeah, technically new race leader then, maybe for about 15 seconds. But that's all Baumann needed really. He gave so much time to Kraus in the rain, and if that's a sign of something to come, and that'll be interesting. But you can see, I need to get back onto the car. It's now Sebastian into the car as he now leaves the pits. And Baumann gets rolling. Is Baumann doing another stint as he leaves the pits then on the wet tyre. So yeah, I mean, Baumann lost about 4 seconds actually in the pit. But yeah, that was close. Also then, so you got the 137 McLaren and Iverson now just pulling into the pit lane. Obviously Gamov doing the pit stop first and then having to set that drive through next lap. But for 20 then, I think that's the Florida Man Racing team, has just got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Stop go 30, so they're also going to have to stop once again, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely interesting indeed. As then the SimRC guys then still out in front, with Baumann just behind. Like I said, he has got the fastest lap of the race. Obviously, it's now raining, so it doesn't really matter as much. But 8:09.6, so definitely have the pace to fight ahead. It's just got to, hopefully, that Porsche can stick to the ground more than Kraus, and just make our battle for the lead a little bit more interesting, and maybe a little side-by-side battle in the rain. That would be fun.
If me and Vabs called it almost suicidal to go side by side on Nordschleife in the dry, then in the wet, it's still suicidal. But why? Just why would you do it?
Well,
that's more of my question.
It's more of why would they do it for the drivers, where in the commentary box, it's all the fun. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. The gap's currently around 5 seconds, so he's already gained 7/10 on the GP circuit. So yeah, obviously maybe Kraft's not accustomed to the wet weather as much as Baumann. But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes for them. You can see how quickly this track has got wet. So flooded conditions expected in 10 minutes, and then in 30 we're expecting it to lighten off again. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Track temperature is sitting around 16 at the moment. Obviously with nightfall we'll expect that to go down again, but it's already quite cold, 16. So not the coldest it would have been, but still relatively cold. But yeah, we'll have to see how it is.
As Adele would say, let the sky fall, let the racing begin.
Yeah.
Heavy rain hits the track as I say that. Even more rain will hit the track in 10 minutes. So from heavy rain, the flooding, as Lily said, stuff is getting more and more interesting. And hopefully, if we see through the car, if we see through the clouds, maybe we'll even see the sunset. If we don't, then it's going to suddenly get dark. And if it won't get dark, then it's a problem server-wise.
It's be the 24 hours of daylight race otherwise, but it should be getting dark soon, relatively soon. It is 8 PM on track, so but that's sorry, that's Sebastian. He's lost it under the wet weather. I'll have to quickly go back and show that, but maybe just dropping it. Obviously I did say he might not be as accustomed to the wet weather as Baumann was. We'll see. We'll go on board with him in the passenger cam. Yeah, I mean, all over the grass, too much speed into the corner and just drops it. Yeah, I mean, big crash.
Whoa,
There's a couple
pretty
spins there,
violent.
and that means our SimRC car, that was the leader of this race, is no longer the leader of the race. It is going to be Baumann.
Porsche is taking over. The Swiss,
So
who banned racing because of an accident in another country, are having the time of their life. Benjamin Baumann representing Restec Reparto Corse. Don't know if that's their team or the name of the livery. Well, definitely seems like a custom livery, so the name of their team. So definitely seems like The Art of Racing in the Rain was a great movie, and Benjamin is deciding, okay, I'll learn to race in the rain.
yeah, definitely. Did seem more. Baumann was more comfortable in the wet weather than the 76 SimRC car. That does mean we do have a new race leader, and it was just a matter of when, really, because we did know even in the dry that these guys, they were really pushing really hard to catch up, and now they're leading by 10 seconds. So yeah, and we'll have to see how it goes. But obviously, unfortunate accident by Sebastian, a little bit too much speed into the corner. It did mean it was a spin, but still 18 hours for this race left, and anything can change indeed. So we'll have to see how everyone gets on.
Well, the racing now been a little bit stale with the rain as Baumann takes the lead. So stuff still might get interesting, but things are getting different, and it will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, Baumann then now leading at 11 seconds. Obviously, Baumann's probably practiced the rain a lot, and I imagine this team in general would have practiced the rain a lot in the Porsche, because well, it'd be the sensible thing to do. But you can see how wet it really is on track, as Baumann finds himself behind a blue flag driver, who I would imagine trying to get out of his way as quickly as possible. It's quite difficult to get out of the way on the Nordschleife in a safe manner, but the blue flag does it very nicely, and Baumann gets through safely. But yeah, I'd like to see Baumann actually take this jump, because in the rain it definitely becomes a new obstacle.
seems like Bauman is channeling his inner Kevin Astray right now in the Porsche, the same car. There he goes. He still jumps it in the rain. He just either the setup is very good, or he has balls of steel.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of two here. But yeah, you can just flat out. I mean, this is why I'm slow, so I have to start taking lessons from Bauman. But yeah, I mean, this team has looked so strong from the start of the race. Obviously, Bauman, obviously after their 15th place grid drop from P4 in quali, which set them back down to P19, Bauman put them in the top 5 by the first hour. And, really, that pace hasn't gone away a single bit, as you can see. It's just continuing to push. I mean, I don't know how he's finding the confidence to put the throttle down in a car like that. But yeah, he's doing fantastic at the moment. He's currently built the gap up to 12.5 seconds after that spin from Sebastian. But yeah, incredible.
Well, rain still going on. The heavier rain still expected. So, tickets opened one by one. Fun. The stewards are starting to have some fun in the rain as well. It seems like the race, Bauman, us in the commentary box, are not the only ones enjoying these conditions. But yeah, that's a very good question. The practice that must have been done in these conditions by the team is ginormous. Just having this much confidence is a miracle. As I say that, Alexander Gray will try to replicate that confidence of Bauman. So maybe we will see some more racing, as Kayla right now in front doesn't seem to be that confident with the Porsche in the rain on the Nordschleife.
No, I see obviously 2 more Porsches. Then obviously, like I said, one of the worst cars in these conditions. But I've been proven wrong with Bauman, obviously. But obviously these two are still trying to find their way. So trying to collectively go into P10. But it is Graydon on the back of the P18 car. We're getting very close. You can hear the lifting from Alexander in the engine note. And obviously want to play it safe now and make an opportunity a bit later. So have to see how we go then. But so far it's looking really interesting.
That's true. Like Alexander will try and keep it.
My stream lagging quite a bit. Happens to the rest of us.
Oh no.
For a while. It's fine now. So that's a drive-through as I'm trying to say something for the car was 113. So like it's quite popular at this track. I would not advise it. Gets you penalties. Oh, you can see the race is still going on, still just following the lines. He's not trying anything unique. He's trying to keep it safe and waiting for the right moments to bounce and get to the position.
Yeah, obviously, the car, obviously, Dobos now in the car will have to serve a drive-through. Didn't serve it last time round, so we'll have to serve it next time they come round. So this is their last time they can serve before they get another penalty. But it is, I think, hold on, that is an Aston Martin just behind them with loads of damage. But yeah, all the while then, Iverson currently behind the blue flag driver and trying to get past. But it will mean then that Dobos will lose a position to Iverson in the pit lane due to the drive-through because he is that close. But yeah, still closest battle on track at the moment is Alexander Gray and the P18 Porsche then as they move on. Obviously, both these drivers trying to play a little bit safe and try not to spin or crash out as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, these conditions look really tricky.
Seems like rain will last for 20 more minutes, maybe 30. Definitely depends, but the more cloudy it gets, I am not seeing any signs of it getting dark, and it's 8 p.m. in on the server, almost 9 p.m. my time. So
Yeah.
also it's getting very late real life as well. The racing must go on, that's for sure.
That is for sure. Obviously, if it is going to get dark, then it should be any time from now. We'll start to see it. But if not, obviously it will just be daytime. But I'm sure the drivers are not going to complain too much about daylight running, especially in the rain. This track just becomes such an, well, I say awful, but it's a really tricky track to drive in the dark, and then adding rain to that, it's just not going to be the best day. But in 30 minutes then, we do go back to dry running. Well, I say drive, it will be no more rain in 30 minutes. At the moment it's just going to stay as heavy downpour at the moment. So adding a little bit of spice to the race. Number 32 gets a drive-through floor speeding in the pit lane, and I believe that will be one of the JSR cars of Nuno Lamins at the moment, who has got a drive-through for that, so they'll be looking to serve that as quickly as possible. Nate Chico then in that number 19 Ferrari, obviously was up in the top running, in the top 10 running, and that massive train we had at the start of the race. Now down in P41, stopped go 30, so not ideally what they would have wanted, but nonetheless put themselves in a position to fight back with 18 hours to go. So yeah, so go get them 777, and that is obviously done in the 777 JSR Esports car, as they will chase after the 626 car, who's currently 56 seconds ahead of them. But currently still in good running, good contention for when the weather changes and when eventually it all changes. Good position. But we also have another Porsche and Aston this time of Paul Bruce in the 74 Porsche, chasing after, that's a CRF car. I think that's the CRF. Yeah, it is. It's Martin Varga in the 22 CRF racing team. This is the second CRF team. So yeah, that's how they get on.
Well, CRF is not having the greatest day, as I heard from Bobs. They got a couple of times. Well, I forgot the word. Well, you definitely know what I mean. Yeah, cursed. That's what I'm looking for. They definitely got cursed a couple of times, so I would be like going a little bit away. But still, racing is still very close, and right now, as I see, Alexander Gray is trying to overtake Kayla a little bit. If you can switch to that, to the 11th position and to the 10th position, the racing is getting closer and closer. As we see, there 0.5 is a gap right now, but it's definitely smaller now onto the main straight. Seems like these two guys, the Porsches, will try and battle it out on the GP circuit.
Yeah, obviously these guys are very, very close. Obviously, maybe trying to play it safe earlier on, get themselves used to the wet weather, but now they're all out side by side. Into turn one they go. You can see Gray on the outside. Now switching to the inside. Both Porsches leaving enough room for each other. It's still Kayla then. Still through in thing, and obviously Gray has to try again.
For sure, Gray will try again, but if he has to be one more lap behind this car, maybe he will actually go insane. It's a very long time. He already has been in this part of the track right behind this car. Maybe he'll try and overtake. Now, good onto the hairpin, around the outside, almost a place well made for him by Kayla. Onto the Schumacher SS, it's still side by side. Now, up into the Schumacher SS, but Alexander Gray is already in the front of Kayla, and that's P10 secured by Petro Aficionados.
Yeah, what a great move, indeed. So now these two still relatively close to each other, and interested in how they get on. See, rain now decreasing in 10 minutes time then. So interested to see how they get on which position is the 444 in? The 444 is in P25, and it's the Lamborghini, as they are chasing after Wilkner in 24. He's currently 34 seconds behind currently, but still, like I said, a lot of these drivers in a good position for undercuts or even overcuts on some of these undercuts.
Yeah, the strategy's still going on. The rain there will be a little less rain in 10 minutes after all. The prediction changing again, so definitely the fun of rain will be missed in just a minute. And Vaps, if it rains for just this 1 hour, you'll be very sad.
Yeah, indeed. I'll have to see how they get on.
Yeah, but now Fabio Teixeira trying to overtake Varga. Maybe Varga can do something to block him, but of course now going into one of the faster sections of the track, round the inside, Teixeira just takes the inside of the corner, steals it from the BMW.
That's
very
some
well
confidence.
done. Yeah, it takes some confidence to do that. A little bit of braking as well. So, very well done. And most importantly, maybe we can actually see some
I think it's Harry on the back
more
of,
racing.
it's Harry back on the back of Zimmerman. That Ferrari's got a lot of damage on that front end. It's not ideal, but still, Harry managing to find the pace to keep that Ferrari going. I mean, like I said many times today already, Ferrari is literally made out of paper. Small taps can really put it in a bad spot. But Harry seems to be driving that well enough. Seems to be actually about to make an overtake on the BMW down the straight, and a very nice move from Harry there to get himself up into P27.
There he goes, up a place, down, into the corner. 137 driver cleared, definitely. The penalties now getting more and more done, and the battle for third place.
Oh, this is a blue
it's
flag
not a battle
driver.
for third place.
Yeah,
it's a blue flag driver. Notice right after. Seems like the 420 is getting blue flagged by Iverson, but still, it seems like they don't want to give up the position either, if it's a blue flag or not.
Yeah, you can see the Mustang behind is flashing. Wants to get past by that 94 and not giving way.
It's very weird.
Yeah, we'll have to go back to that a bit later. But yeah, so that was the 137 of Durbos, then finally serving that drive-through penalty into P4. They are at the moment, like I said, they have lost this one to Iverson. But yeah, I believe we have a new commentator back in the box.
Back in the box is the one and only Babs, the one and only driver who, well, not driver, I'm sorry, the one and only commentator, looking forward for the rain and the madness that is currently happening on track.
You do not believe how happy I am to see all of this. I was downstairs. I took your advice. I grabbed some ice cream and I sat on the couch. I opened my phone. I was just winding down from the first 5 hours, and I grabbed my phone. I saw a notification from Spitslam in the staff channel. I opened it. It says weather update. It's raining, and I shit you not, I jumped. I opened up the stream and I saw the rain, and you guys are gonna have to update me real quick because 258 is in the lead and 76 is now 17.5 seconds behind, with the 697 over a minute behind. What has happened?
Well, the 76
rain.
Got a little bit too eager. He's actually sliding through that corner. No, but yeah, a little bit too much speed as the rain started and spun out and completely crashed out pretty much, and allowed Bamman just to drive through. So,
Alright, so that was a sort of a freebie then. But what happened with the 697? Why are they so far behind? Is that just pure strategy, or did they in fact actually gain a position? But did it look like that there's they've lost so much time because they're so far behind now?
No, that is the gap. That is actually the gap. These guys are that quick at the moment. Actually, Iverson only just got P3 because Dobos had a drive-through penalty they had to serve. But yeah, that is the gap.
Well, that is an interesting one, I must say. Do you see that the closest gap currently is between Tamara and Varga for P30, with the 7-1 car gaining a position there on the 551. So one more spot up on the ladder. And another one for P12, the 115 car and the 91 car currently within a second as well. So Brinkman and Schwantner. Schwantner actually driving again in the 91 car.
Yeah, good to see them back as well. Obviously, we've got a lot of returning drivers from their first stints. Obviously, that's that cycle now where you start seeing some of the first drivers come back into their seats. But yeah, I mean, so far it's been pretty crazy. Obviously, you're actually coming towards the end of the rain now. It's only a short period of time. But something I am a little bit worried about is the nightfall. I don't think it's going to really go night at all.
I thought it was going to get darker sometime soon. I thought it was going to be around 8 p.m. From memory, but you know, it's cloudy and it's supposed to be a lot darker, but it's not.
Yeah, no, it's getting on now, but we'll have to see how it goes. Obviously, you never know, it might have been a little bit later, but yeah, I'm not particularly sure what the game plan is for that, but still, rain is going to get lighter then in 10 minutes time, and then it will start to dry out in about 30 minutes, where the rain will stop, and then we'll be hopefully back on dry tyres again. And yeah, but obviously this is the closest battle on track at the moment, as everyone else seems to be relatively spread out from each other. But yeah, it's still great to see, you know, even after almost 6 hours of racing, that there's still cars really close together.
Well, seems like fun is still to be had. Not in the commentary box, jumping up and down. And also, on the Nordschleife, as Schwanda is trying to overtake the BMW of Brinkman onto straight, the faster car of these two seems to be the Porsche, but you can already see the dry line. Well, there even shouldn't be a dry line. You can see the darker part of the track is just very much visible. Don't know if it's better to race on, if it's actually dry with, I know it's a huge grid, but I don't think the part that there aren't any cars is really dry.
I wouldn't look at it as a dry line. I would look at this as a drier line, of course, because the parts where they're driving on is going to be the part where the water is going to be floated away from it because of the tires, and the part that they're not drying on is just going to stack water. And what happens when you're pulling water away from one place where it's raining on it, and not pulling it away from another place, is that it's not going to be a dry line, but a drier line. And we do see drivers braking on the wet line and getting a bit better grip on the wet parts as well. We saw on the back straight, the drivers picking away that wet line on some of the corners, and especially in turn 1 in the braking zone, you saw that just now. The Schwantner just absolutely braking it towards the outside further and keeping it out further. And we saw Brinkman taking a different line through turn 2 as well, to stay off of that dry line. Because like I said early on in the race, Lily, if you remember, I called this out, that the dry line was going to be slippery. And here as well, you can see Schwantner just staying off that dry line and going on the wet line a little bit more, because the dry line is the part where the drivers have driven in the first, what is that, 6 hours? Yeah. That it was at least 5 hours that it was dry. That's been rubbered in completely, and that bit's slippery as soon as the water hits it. But the bits where they haven't driven yet, as we do see Brinkman going a bit deeper in that corner, opening up the gap again. The bits where they haven't driven yet in the dry, that's where all the marbles are. That's where all the open asphalt is. And once the rain gets onto that, and you drive over that with your wet tires, you're gonna find a lot more grip, especially with those marbles. You're gonna find a bit more grip on these tires as well. So yeah, changing your lines in these conditions can really make or break your lap.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, the drivers having to adapt to that pretty quickly, and we'll have to readapt to that when the dry line eventually comes more into play in about 30 minutes' time. Yeah, I mean, it's all to play for still. Some of these drivers actually have, so the 32 is in 49th place, and the 626 in 43rd place. For anyone that wanted to know, obviously in chat. But other than that, gaps have really started to spread out a little bit now.
Seems like the rain is doing wonders.
I mean, I'm sure. I mean, someone that was really enjoying it was Bauman. I mean, absolutely flew on the rain, and he still is flying, and the gap's now up to 18 seconds. So from people that qualified P4, and then obviously got a 15th place grid drop penalty, all the way down into P19. Obviously, as a team, they've driven fantastically and currently leading the race with obviously 17 3/4 of an hour to go, and has an 18-second gap.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a change to see at the front, but it's always good to see the drivers that have been gaining basically the entire race. I mean, the 258 car starting way further back than the 76 car, and then gaining all of those places like from the first 6 hours. It's absolutely wild, and it's fantastic to see them retaking or just taking that lead, because they were supposed to be in those top spots. It's just that an incident in qualifying put them down in a place where they really shouldn't have been. So, and in terms of pace, that is. So seeing them take this back again in the race to go all the way up to first place after having chased that one down, even with a mistake here and there, it's really, really good to see them do that. And also extending the gap, because on the previous lap, the 258 car did an 8 minutes 40.455, whereas the Hentner in the 76 car did an 8:42.3. That's 2 seconds advantage for Baumann, the driver that did the first stint in this car and is now rocking it into the second quarter of the race.
Yeah, you should have seen him when it started raining. Well, when it started raining, these guys were still on the dry tires. So, I mean, I think the gap was about like six seconds between the two, and Baumann got to 1.3 before the pit stop. So he just loves those wet conditions, I can tell. And hopefully, if we can get an interview with him after his stint's over, I would love to talk to him about it, because this is just some serious pace.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to him about his love for for the wet weather, because I absolutely love it.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's it's Carl's Keppers behind the 444 car. They'll be fighting for P25 then. Really close to the back is that BMW. We'll go on board in the passenger cam just to see the visibility. Actually, 444 making a mistake and actually allowing Keppers to get through. And that's a relatively simple pass due to a mistake. So yeah, obviously up now into P25.
Yeah, it's just a moment that you wanted to go on board with someone to check out the visibility. There's been a slight moment like that. That's the classic commentator's curse. I mean, it's happened to me so many times at this point. I can't even remember that. I can't even remember a race where this didn't happen. So welcome to the team. Welcome to the club. So yeah, definitely some dangerous things in the rain. Of course, there's lines that are difficult to drive, and definitely I think the carousel is one of the danger points in the rain. It's just such a difficult part, regardless of weather condition. It's a difficult bit to drive, and if I've never driven the Nordschleife in the rain, so I don't know how slippery the carousel really is in these conditions, but I know for sure that the curbs are slippery, and you don't want to touch them anyway, because most of them are pretty high raised. But as soon as you touch them, you might just lose your car completely. So yeah, these are in my opinion some of the best conditions that you can get.
Oh yeah, 100%. Obviously, I have driven on a few occasions the track in the wet, and it actually feels, well, for me anyway, I was going slow enough, it didn't really feel any different. But for these fast drivers, it must feel like driving on ice. and pretty much on the limit at all times, as we do see. That's Victor in the 458 Ferrari getting through. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tricky one for sure. These drivers will be looking to try keep it on track as much as possible.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I do think that it's gonna be a difficult one to keep the car pretty much everywhere on the track. I mean, yeah, there's bits that are easier to go through, and there's bits that are more difficult to go through. As I do see a small gap between P24 and P25, I think. That's Wildner and Keppers in for the fight for P24. So a fight just broke out as Wildner just drops back and Keppers freely gains that place. So the 456 car gaining the place of the 24 car.
Yeah, after very late on the brakes, well, compared to the rest, confidence showing in that BMW as they now continue to fight forward. Obviously only the gap now to P23 is 1 minute, so quite a big gap.
Yeah, so oh, there's also a third car dropping in now, the 444 car. The Lambo is just going past as well, so Wildner just getting taken left and right. So yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, definitely. There's plenty of action going on here at the moment. All of a sudden, it seemed like it's all just happened. So yeah, I mean, obviously, these drivers really driving on edge here, like we were saying. Obviously, the rain should starting to fall. As you see, it's got lighter, but it will now eventually start to fizzle out, and we'll start having dry running relatively shortly.
Yeah, now a little bit further back now that these all have these gaps have all increased, because instantly Keppers drops a gap of 2.5 seconds behind, and 2.5 seconds behind Godthilf is Wildner. There's another smaller gap down in P29. Texera is chasing down Zimmerman for P28. The 39 BMW being chased down with the number 6 Ferrari.
Yeah, obviously these guys are getting quite close. And, so they've got a blue flag driver behind, but they're going to watch out for battling too hard, because Tamara is only 6 seconds behind them. So and gaining pretty quickly. So obviously these guys will have to try not to make it as big of a battle as they would probably have wanted in a rain condition like this. Anyway, it's quite difficult to go side by side, but I might be about to be proven wrong. As Ferrari gets really close to the back of the BMW, but so is that Aston. That Aston trying to clear these cars as quickly as possible. The BMW does give way, Ferrari does not give way. Yeah, they have to wait one more time for Ferrari trying to make use of the faster car. He's indicating left to show he's going left, and there's the Aston through, and this battle now resumes.
Yeah, that was I think that was the number 9 Aston Martin, number 311 and P9. That's Wolk going right on through. And yeah, as you were saying, Texera has got a lap time of 8:45 and Zimmerman an 8:58. Not sure if that was a mistake from Zimmerman or if that was one of his outlaps. I think it's the prior of the two. As Tamara also with a lap time of an 8:43.1. Basically matching the lap times of drivers. Wait, what was the lap time again? 43.1, matching the lap times of P6 of Hoffman, and also P5 with the 49. And you know, the guys up ahead are all doing pretty similar lap times, and Tamara is looking to be quicker than all of them at the moment.
Yeah.
So he really does like the rain. I know him from he's one of my teammates, and he absolutely loves the rain. So he's going to be very happy. He's probably going to be the one to ask, like, hey, can you put me in the car, please? And, you know, so yeah.
He was saying, though, that the rain conditions, obviously, he did like them. And he wanted them, and he's got them. And he's trying to make as much use of them as possible, as he has closed the gap all the way up to Zimmerman, like you just said. And we'll be looking to a pass maybe in a couple corners time.
Yeah, the gap is closing now, and so has the gap around all of those drivers. Currently within a second of Zimmerman in P39, so P29, I should say. The gap to Texera has increased again. to 2.7. So Zimmerman is just appears to be dropping back down the order just a bit further as Iverson is going into the pits. The 697 car in P3 goes into the pits and ends a stint right there.
Yep, and that will be a new driver back into the Mustang. Obviously, Iverson driven a great stint to be into P3. Obviously, got into P3 due to that's a driver penalty for the 137 car. But yeah, plenty of action still in this race. Actually, a few battles going on. I think it's Heyman as well, just behind Gray in the 67 Porsche. So yeah, I mean, there's obviously lots of action on the track at the moment. And hopefully, when the track clears a little bit, we'll have some closer racing.
Yeah, no, tomorrow is actually very, very close now. Within half a second of Zimmerman. If he gets ahead of this, which he now just did, into the corner. I think that's before the carousel, isn't it? Just a very important overtake to make, because if you're stuck in that bit behind another car in the carousel, and you want to overtake, you're gonna have to stay behind in the slow speed, because there's no two lines between those lines there between the carousel. So he has to go past and now use that pace to catch the cars ahead, and more importantly, Texera.
Yeah, definitely. Nice move for tomorrow then. But it's Heyman on the back now of Carhart in the 67 Porsche. They'll be looking for a pass as he goes up the inside. As the Porsche goes in the grass into the barrier. That's not what they wanted, but still, it was a nice pass for the BMW. Fortunate that the Porsche caught up in the barrier. Now it's Heyman then in P15, currently 16.5 seconds behind Randall.
Yeah, that Porsche really taking a trip through the grass, just a bit too much, and then later on, after all the other cars were gone, then even still going to take a small trip through the grass. We do see for P27 we see Goswell now overtaking Wildner, so the 24 car just dropping back. It's not only Keppers and Gotthelf that went past, but yeah, Wildner just dropping back.
Yeah, obviously not his day at the moment. But actually, hold on, wait. I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, but if I can slow his wheel speed down, I don't know if I'm saying he's on dry tires or not. I don't know if I'm.
Are we talking about Wildner?
Yeah, I mean,
it does appear that. Hold on.
See that you can usually dry tires are seen by the Pirelli logo on the tire.
Yeah, no, it does appear that he's driving on dry tires at the moment.
That would explain why he's dropping positions.
The track conditions have changed to damp.
Maybe an early
which
pit
means
stop
that
didn't really pay off.
No, I think. Wait, when did he stop? Actually, is that how long ago was that?
I don't know.
It's a while back. So I don't think that is.
Maybe he just didn't see the rain.
Maybe.
Maybe the rain just doesn't exist.
Oh, and there was another moment there with Gotthelf. The start finish line.
Yeah. Harry's in the pit lane. Obviously, lots of damage on that ACM car, but now is now dry. The rain has stopped, and from now, so when the drivers start running the dry line, we'll start to get dry running track once more. Obviously, still a little bit damp at the moment, as indicated by the game. But Harry then in for the stop, most probably putting on a set of dry tires, fixing that damage, and getting back out there.
There was an incident in the pit lane in the entry, because you said that Goswell was going to go into the pits, and I did see Gotthelf being stationary at one point and driving back onto the track. Gotthelf went into the pit lane and then decided, wait, I need to stay out. Reversed out of the pit lane and then went back on track.
Yeah, I don't think the stewards are going to really like that one.
I think that's something to be looked at. Yeah. But that's not to me, of course, but that is something interesting.
Yeah, that's quite usually in real life, and doing stuff like that's quite a hefty penalty. But obviously, let's see what the stewards think of it. As they're still doing a brilliant job at the moment. I don't know whereabouts they are, but I know they're working extremely hard. Still, obviously, all throughout this entire race, they'll be shooting it, working really hard to catch up.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one right now with the track conditions being damp. Of course, drivers wanting to go onto the dry tire as soon as possible, because that is the faster tire, and especially drivers like Zedner probably want to go into the dry tires as soon as possible, just to close the gap a bit more, because it's jumped to 20 seconds now. On the previous lap, another 2 seconds in favor from Baumann. So absolute mega stint from the 258 again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously we only had 3 race leaders in this race. Obviously, one being the 697 car, one being the 76 car, and now obviously 258. So still, these guys, all 3 of those cars I mentioned, very, very fast. It's just a matter of strategy and attrition, really.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there's a very big gap between P2 and P3.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be easy to get that done in just pit stops. It's got to be strategy, and maybe if it rains somewhere else in the rain, it might have been more strategy. And it might be a good one to stay out for as long as possible with these tires. It's always good to have a little bit of a backup. I'd rather have as a driver, I'd rather have a short stint towards the end where I can just underfuel the car and drive with clean tires. Rather than making it work halfway through by pitting earlier and then having your normal stints towards the end. So
yeah, definitely. To see how they go. But at the moment, lots of people coming in the pit stops then for the dry tyres. Obviously, everyone doing it a little bit lap later if they couldn't do so. But otherwise, it's going to change a few positions down just below P10. A lot of positions are swapping due to people pitting. But yeah, I mean, plenty of action.
And Gotthilf, with that small pit maneuver, going out of it, drummed behind Wildner again, who just got sent off the track. So those dry tires not paying off just yet, and that spells danger for anyone who's gone into the box to go onto those dry tires already. The fact that this McLaren, I mean, to be fair, he's been driving these dry tires in the wet for a while now. I don't think that's going to be good anyway, but this doesn't spell good things, doesn't say good things for anyone who's currently on those dry tires and on their way out for their laps.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, just showing you what being on the wrong tire really does. But yeah, you can see how slow that car is moving now. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, Baumann's looking incredible in P1 at the moment. The last time round, Sebastian was only 6/10 slower. So, he's still within a good pace range. But like you said, Baumann has got a massive gap. Well, I say massive, but a decent chunk gap. So, let's see how it goes.
Well, for the lead, I would say that's massive because the 76 car was at some point about 32, 33 seconds ahead, and I would call that a massive gap. So, yeah, I do think this 21.5-second gap is quite big. It does warrant either a mistake from Baumann or an absolute banger stint from Zender before they get even close to each other. But yeah, maybe these conditions, they're getting damper now. Maybe Baumann has entered more of a common territory with Zender, where the 76 car can just keep up with the pace a little bit more compared to the complete wet track. So the damp conditions might be suiting that Aston Martin a bit better now. As there are several drivers, I did see Massini now in the number 7 BMW and P15 make a small mistake as well, also on that dry tire on the damp track. So lots of drivers making silly little mistakes. We do see Wildner getting passed by Tumara in the 701, supposedly still on the wet compound for now at least. So I do think that switching towards the dry tire would be a small mistake at least.
Yeah, at the moment it does still look relatively wet on track. I don't think, I don't see any spray being kicked up, but it'll be a couple more laps I reckon before that'll be fully dry. So we'll have to see how it goes, but we'll quickly switch to a quick ad break. We'll be right back with it. We are back, everyone. Just join us now as a few more drivers making their pit stop then for the dry tyre. I still don't think it's the right time. Maybe need a lap or two, because it does look still quite wet out there. But like I said, there is no spray being kicked up, and obviously the more drivers that drive the track, the quicker it dries. So I could be wrong by the end of the lap. All the while then, I think that's actually, it's Quinn Smith in the Florida Men Racing Ford that was driving a brilliant race earlier on, has dropped a few positions and about to make another one as that Ferrari makes a mistake. Has actually now just pushed up Smith into P16 then, as we continue on for this race.
Yeah, we just saw a few laps earlier, we saw Godhill making that mistake going into the pits. That's the one that I was so... I just had to check the replay. I was so shocked about, and we just saw that they received a drive-through penalty. That's for reckless driving, because they kind of blocked the pit lane entrance and then almost took out someone else. So that was reckless driving. Yeah, it's stewards are already on that. They're quick. They're doing a great job. As there's another car semi sideways on the track. That's Varga MP46. In the middle half of the track.
Yep.
So the rain really catching people off guard, and especially these mixed conditions, these damp conditions, and of course with the clouds overhead and the low temperature of 16 degrees, the track isn't going to dry as fast as it would otherwise. And also it's a very big track, so even though there's about 50 cars on the track, it's drying a lot less quickly than a Spa track, for example, because a lap is still 8.5 minutes, so it takes 8.5 minutes to get all 50 cars through, while in Spa it takes about 2 minutes and 20 seconds, which means 40 seconds in the wet, to get all of these cars through. So of course it's going to dry up a little bit slower, and with these conditions, with the clouds and everything, it's going to be a lot slower.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, the conditions are not really helping them out, but these drivers come in the lap should have a relatively dry lap. And then I think actually, yeah, it's coming to the end of the lap for him, and he'll start the next one. So we'll be lap 47 next time round once he finishes this lap. So almost at the 50 lap marker. How many hours have we done? We've done almost 7 hours.
6.5 hours.
Yeah, almost 7 hours now.
Actually, that should be lap 48 coming up for Baumann, as he's currently finished 46 laps. So this is his 47th.
Oh yeah, so this will be that then. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely been an eventful first 6 hours basically. Obviously we've had leader changes up and down the grid.
Yeah, it's definitely been a wild one from the start. I mean, I did enjoy the first hour the most, I think, out of all of these. I mean, of course, so how can you not? It's the chaos. It's the chaos one. I mean, there's so many things that happened during that first few laps. I mean, lap 4 was the change for the lead, and also the first pit stop that caught everyone basically just off sync, and that's the 67 Porsche from Taha. That was a very weird one to see. But then further on, like even earlier in the first few laps, with the big amounts of incidents as well. And just more overtakes and more action, and currently it's a bit more quiet in this middle part of I would assume this is the middle. I think the first 6 hours is like the start, and then the final 2-3 hours is going to be the end, and everything in between I feel like is the middle stage of the race, where everyone's just trying to drive their own race, trying to finish, as Gloss is trying to gain his own race with Kelja right ahead. The number 91 car standing up the inside of the number 18 car. If he gets one of those wheels or bumper in front, does grab the inside line that's a bit less slippery, tries to send it on to the apex, is still ahead, but the number 18 car still doesn't nose in, so it's still side by side, but the exit of the 91 car just a bit too fast, and Kelja drops back as Gloss gains a position that's up to P12.
P12, yeah, so it's a great race between these two. Battle of the Porsches. Once again, I feel like I've said that a lot today. There is a fair few of them, and they all seem to be attracted to each other. So, I mean, plenty of drivers here today. Obviously, we did mention not long ago, actually, the train of BMWs. There still is one. It's currently a little three train between P20 down to P22, and then cut off by Tamara and Gothlith in P24. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of action. You see, these two are our closest on track at the moment. Still fighting, but like you said, you know, that middle point will be between now and, you know, the final like 2 or 3 hours of this race, because you know, it's just a battle of, can I stay on track, and how can I not mess up the pit stops, really, and that's basically what it's going to be all about.
And talking about messing up, Kelly just hit one of those curbs on the exit and absolutely spun out. So Gloss got let off easy, because Kellyan did more than just spin out, went backwards on the grass on the side of the track. That's not something you want to see. The 137 car, Dobos, is in the pits. So the Dakota Esports car, McLaren, is currently going into the box. Iverson will be taking that position back. And the 697 car will be up to P3 once again. On the previous lap, we did see Baumann put in an 8:37 and Zahedner a 8:41. So that's 4 seconds advantage for the 258 Porsche, and that's an insane difference in pace. I gotta tell you, it's 4 seconds advantage in the lead. Currently, gap is 26 seconds. It's absolutely crazy to me, the fact that these guys are so quick.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been watching Bauman's lap times, and I say that as he's just... My God. The commentator's curse is real, but obviously it's Bauman driving, and he just saved this massive spin. Well, I didn't save it. Didn't spin at all. It's massive save, though. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I was about to say he's been driving completely stably and in complete conditions of his own, but massive spin. Not spin. I keep saying spin. No, massive slide for Bauman, but managed to hold it nicely. That was absolutely fantastic. I didn't really get the best camera angle of it, but nonetheless, like you said, he's just completely dominating the pace at the moment, and he's driving
for sure
fantastic.
I went to the replay quickly to check that one out, because I had to see that for myself. I was quickly busy with talking with the stewards for a moment, but I had to keep that one in the replay, and I just checked it out, and that was absolutely amazing. He's just done it again. Another quick slide from Baumann.
He's sliding and gaining time from it.
But it looks like Zahedner is having a bit more trouble, because the gap is up to 30 seconds. So it was 26 seconds. After the slide, it was 22 seconds. Now with the other slide, it's 30 seconds. So Baumann, more of those second slides, please. Or the first one, if we can make it more interesting for the race, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to stay on board with him for a couple minutes at least, because he seems to be sliding out of pretty much every single corner of this racetrack. And again, you can hear the tyres squealing from all that sliding. And I want to on the driver cam just see how much he's fighting the wheel. Look, I mean, this is probably the better camera angle of it. But yeah, I mean, Jesus. I mean, this is a new way to be fast.
I'm gonna check real quick, because I don't know what kind of tire he's currently running. He should be on the wet still. Yeah, he is, because he hasn't stopped yet. That's still a wet compound for Baumann, and I feel like Zahedner is still on the same. Yep, also on the wet tires. Iverson's just gone in for the dries. I think should be at least. Yeah, so that 697 car is on the dries, currently trying to catch up to the front. Going to see the lap times come in. Iverson just did an 8:38.8, whereas Baumann did an 8:37.2. So it's gonna be crazy. And
you massive
combined with that,
again.
it's a very, very long lap, which also causes the data not to update as quickly, because you know the track still improves and dries up at the same rate as usual. It's greasy currently, as conditions say on the top right of your screen. But yeah, Baumann now loading up those wet lines, trying to save the tires a bit more. But it takes a full lap to get the difference between the dry and the wet tires. So Baumann probably looking at Iverson behind him, trying to see what the gap is, if that shrinks down at any point. To see if those dry tires are in fact better than the wet tires.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just don't know how he's doing this. I mean, he's literally maximum push, and at any moment at this racetrack, like just there, He could literally drop it and be in the barriers and cost himself a position or the lead of the race potentially. But I just don't understand how he's going full push and just being able to catch every slide like it's nothing. I mean, this is completely incredible.
And holding, keeping an eye on the gap between Iverson and Baumann as well. It's 2 minutes 51 seconds currently. It's slowly going down. I think Baumann will be going into the pits after the end of this lap because holy man, those slides, he cannot keep this up forever. The gap is slowly coming down, so the dry tires are currently faster. And there he goes again. Big slides. Those wet tires are absolutely cooked.
I don't know what I'm watching anymore. I don't know if I'm watching like a Formula Drift or something, but Jesus, every corner it's just completely sideways.
I think this is the part where they say that the wet weather really brings out the driver's skill, but honestly, it's conditions like these with cooked out wet tires on a drying track. I think Baumann is showing like one of the best and most impressive laps we have seen, not in terms of just raw pace, but on skill. Because the gap to Iverson has only decreased by 2 seconds since I started talking about the gap. That's like, I think that's like a few minutes ago already. The gap is slowly going down, but it's just intense skill from Baumann to keep it in the lead and keep it on the track, of course.
Yeah, definitely keeping us entertained because, oh my god, like any moment he could have just dropped it completely, but he's held on to this absolutely brilliantly. Yeah, my god, that is incredible. One of the laps I've ever seen. One of the best.
Yeah, one of the laps I've ever seen, indeed.
Yeah, Jesus. I don't even know what to say.
Oh, Baumann's got to be going into the pits now, and there's no way he's felt this lap and then goes for another one of these. Iverson is on the dry tires. Of course, they're cleaner tires, but I mean, what else can you do with worn out wets like this? But Baumann's move has got to be going into the pits. That way he doesn't lose anything to sand there. And I don't think Iverson is going to be close enough to get anything. So there's no use in staying out. Baumann has to go in on this lap.
Yeah, I would imagine he would like to come in. He does come in. Yeah, that will be for the dry tire. I mean, what a lap from Baumann there. I mean, absolutely incredible.
If any of Baumann's teammates, any of the 258 drivers are listening right now or watching, please send Baumann to the mid-race interview room because we'd like to have a word with him. We've got some questions and we'd love to speak with him because this is a show of skill that I haven't seen in this race ever. The sun has come out just a tiny bit before it starts to get dark, or should I say the clouds have ebbed away for a tiny moment. Still dry in the air, greasy on the track. 16 degrees in the air and on the track as well. A little bit of wind, southward wind, 4 kilometers an hour. Not too difficult, nothing really to work against. It's wind in the back from the back straight point of view, so nothing too major. As Tamura makes an overtake on Gossel in the 485 car and goes up to P25 as well.
Making a great recovery is Tamara at the moment. He'll be looking to try and get himself up into P20 or to put himself in a good position for the rest of this race. So with Baumann now just getting a release from the pit lane, or at least release from the stops, and there's in as well right after that. Iverson has gone back into following the gap now. It's going to take a while for that one to update properly to the right gap. But it does look like there's about a 24 and a half minute offset between the 697 and the 258 car. Baumann has, just for reference, left the pit lane and is currently in the GP layout heading for the hairpin, whereas Iverson just rounds the final corner to go into the back straight of the North Loop. Yeah, so that's the difference between P1 and P3 currently. Yeah. That's incredible. We do have Leon Randall in the mid-race interview room if we want to interview him just quickly. It's up to you if you want to bring him in. Yeah, we can have some interviews. Yeah, I'm not sure if I have a lot of questions currently because I've been away for a little bit. I'd like to speak with Baumann, but he's not there just yet. Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can bring him in. Yeah, we'll bring him in. The South Coast race is going. Let's see. Hello, Randall. How you doing?
Oh, hi, thanks. I'm doing quite well, thanks.
How is the race then?
It's certainly a race. It's going well, I would say, for us, with a 505 car. I think it could have been better, could have been worse. We got helped out massively by the rain recently because we had a crash and we were off cycle with everyone and we caught them in the middle of a pit cycle. And that's boosted us up to 15th, which is good. I mean, I wasn't meant to be driving; I was meant to be sleeping for that stint. So, because I'm in the car overnight, so yeah. Driver we have currently in the car, they're actually on a controller. So
Yeah, I was looking at those inputs. I was like,
I was checking out the wheels to see if you guys were on the dries or already or not, or still in the wets, and I saw the wheel inputs and I got confused. I was like, is this a keyboard driver? But it's a controller, which is just as impressive, I would say. But
Yeah.
already on those dry tires, I see as well.
Yeah, we boxed as soon as it said Slicks Optimum because of just timing and everything. And my rears were already at like 35 psi.
Yeah, it's definitely not one of the proper pressures.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have 2 cars in this race. Our team with the 505 that you're on the stream and the 767 as well. But they had a disconnect a couple of hours ago.
That's unfortunate. Yes, I remember them somewhere at the top, I believe. Yeah, unfortunate to hear about. But as the team of 505, then where do you expect to see yourself in the next couple of stints or so?
I mean, a couple of stints. I think we're gonna aim to stay in the top 20. Would be the aim. But all I've told Gershti, who's driving at the minute, is to keep it clean. Just to keep it clean and get on with it. Because he's honestly, for a controller player, I think he's rapid and it's quite impressive. I couldn't do it.
Definitely. I mean, just looking at his lines now, I'm just thinking, how on earth is he managing to keep it so clean and stable through some of the corners? But yeah, obviously, sun's starting to set now. Then, as we start to head into the night, anything your team is looking out for in particular?
The cold pressures, I think, will be interesting, but I find the Ferrari really nice to drive at night. It kind of comes alive. But overall, I think no. Looking for the sun to come back.
That's what everyone says. But yeah, I mean, great to have you here. Obviously, unless you have any more questions, Wap, I'm not sure.
No, not off the top of my head.
I think we're good. Good luck with the race, and let's hope for that top 10 finish still.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me, and also amazing event as well.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have, I believe,
we
one
do,
barman.
but there was someone else who was. I think Marcus was a little bit earlier in the waiting room, so we probably should ask him in first. They're in the 94 car, so
I do believe I
probably should.
Marcus not long ago, actually. But we can bring him in quickly.
Now?
Yeah, we did do a quick
interview. Just for 1 or 2 questions.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 questions. Yeah. Marcus, how you doing?
Hello, I'm back again.
Yes, you're back again.
So let's just say it didn't went well again. For my race again, as my teammate was too used to Asel Corsa, and he left the server and thought it was a driver swap.
That's unfortunate for sure. Where are you guys driving right now?
Yeah, we're still driving. Maybe later after my friend's 3-hour stint, I'm gonna just try to go for the fastest lap. Then I'll call it a day and just go sleep, as it's 3 a.m. here actually.
Yeah, you should probably get some sleep. But obviously we did speak not long ago. Obviously things have changed a little bit. How was your team finding the wet weather?
Decent. I know we have been holding up the P1 car for actually a bit, but the weather feels fine. I've driven for a lap since my teammate disconnected, and yeah, I was behind the SimHaven car for a bit. Then I crashed out and got a 7-second damage. Then catch up back to him. But so far, I think weather in the Mustang is actually decent.
Yeah, I mean, I've never personally driven the Mustang myself, but it does look like quite an all-rounder of a car.
Yeah. Before, we chose the BMW since it was our main car. But since the BMW got a huge BOP, we changed it to the Mustang. At first, I thought the car is the shittiest car because in my own experience, I was driving in another 24-hour. We were doing the Mustang, and it wasn't great. Let's just say.
Yeah.
But this this race, it was great in terms of pace. We're just unfortunate. But yeah, so far so good.
Waps, I don't believe you have any other questions, do you?
No, I do wanna say good job on still going and still driving, if there was even after some of the setbacks you've had earlier. So yeah, just good job on still going, and we really appreciate your participation in the event.
Yep, thank you. I'm
Thank you.
going to go back. See ya.
See ya. And now,
before we bring Bauman in, we've got a battle on our hands, a three-way from P12, 13, and 14. Kind of want to cover that first before we head over to Bauman's interview. Got to keep you in suspense a little while longer. Kelia and P12 with the number 18 Porsche currently leading this pack, and they're almost side by side with Massini, the number 7 car, and the 115 car trailing not too far behind. And there's a back marker behind, trying to not keep these guys in the way. That is a Weishaupt for P30, the 39 car. These guys are all very close together, and I kind of want something to happen here, either an overtake or something else, because otherwise I'm taking time away from Bauman. And Massini's currently trying to get an overtake from Kelia, and going towards the inside line. Does send it towards the inside, and Kelia, no way to respond, but trying to do a switchback, but Massini is a bit too quick on the inside line there and does get the overtake done, and that's it. That's fantastic. So after that overtake, I think we can bring our man Bauman in the interview room.
Yeah, we certainly can, and I think it is not just us excited about this interview, and I am quite excited. Bauman, welcome.
Good evening.
Thank you. How's the race?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been really good. And yeah, we are really happy with the pace that we have now. I think all the first 7 hours were great, I think, from all of us. And yeah, also the Aston that was ahead of us. We are a little bit lucky that they spun a little bit. So yeah, better for us, but yeah, really nice pace with this car. And yeah, we were well prepared. Also because like 2 weeks ago we did the final round of the SRO on the Nordschleife, so yeah, we already did a 24-hour series, so it's a little bit easier than the first time, but really nice. Also thanks for inviting me here, and yeah, really good.
Yeah, obviously we saw on your first stint from the start of the race, you managed to get the team all the way up into the top 5. From obviously your 15th place grid drop after quali, so it was obviously a great first stint, and obviously of the stint you just had now, and another excellent one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the first stint was really exciting, and yeah, on the straight was a little bit difficult with this car because it's really difficult to overtake, but yeah, in the corners it's crazy. Also in the exit of the or exit of the turn. It's really impressive. So yeah, it was really nice. The first hour, also little damage, like only 4 seconds in the start, so it was really good. And yeah, a little bit of a shame that yeah, we started 18th, but it is what it is, and yeah, we try to do our best in the race.
I think I saw one mistake earlier on in one of the earlier stints where you guys were chasing the 76 car for the lead, and there was a spin while you guys were within 2 seconds, and I was a little bit scared on your last stint that you did, you just came out of, that was going to happen again, because you were still on the wet tires while the track was getting drier and drier.
Yeah.
And we saw you slide and have absolutely amazing drifts. At some moment we were thinking, are we watching a GT3 car or are we watching a drift car? But yeah, I had my heart in my hand. It was insanely difficult to watch, but it was so much fun, and a very good job done on all of your stints.
Yeah, thank you. I did have all the 4 tires red on the last lap, very overheated, and yeah, but I really like this compromising conditions, if I can say like that. And this is also my favorite track, so it's all fun for me. I also really like drifting, so a little bit of both, you know, racing on my favorite track and also drifting with this car, and so it was really fun. But yeah, still 17 hours to go, so yeah, we will see. We hope that we continue to extend the gap, and I think we are doing a nice job. And yeah, so little spin like before, it happens on a track like this with all the bumps and the difficult of also the tarmac and how the track goes. But yeah, we are happy at the moment, and we hope to continue like that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I just want to thank you and for coming here and having this interview, and hopefully maybe we'll have another one a bit later on, maybe towards tomorrow maybe, when you guys are a little bit closer towards the end of the race. But I wish you and your team all the best of luck.
Thank you really much, and thank you for inviting me here. And yeah, it will be a pleasure to hear you in after. So after I will be doing the night, so it will be really interesting also that part of the race.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, wish you all the best then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Well, we got to give the fans what they want, and they want a Bowman. So that's what we got. That was him. He really is him. I think that's currently from what we've seen on the stream on the you know, from the first stint as well. I think it's kind of safe to say that that is the currently, as of the first 7 hours, I should say, my driver of the day.
Yeah,
100%.
By far. Also, I think driver of the day. I think we've got a team of the day, because I don't think we can really single out an entire driver in an endurance race.
That is very true. That's very true.
Yeah, the team of the day then are the race leaders.
Well, I think we got a few more interviews, but we also have some action currently for P9. Taha and the 67 car, the driver that the car that has stopped very early, is now being caught by the 801 car. The Bentley side by side now on the back straight, on their way to finish lap number 49 to catch up to the guys in front. There's quite a big gap in between P8 and P9. Sandre now with the 801, Bentley being a little bit ahead of the Porsche, has some more speed, but it's still not done. And there's a tap on the rear, and it's unsettled for the Bentley, but he still keeps it on the track. That was so close. Good reflexes by Sandre, and Taha almost made that a deadly incident for the Bentley.
Yeah, I mean, we know that 801 car's not had the best of early stints. Obviously, it was all in the battle for the top 5 for that Bentley, or for the early part of this race, and had a really large setback, and now it's climbing their way back up to P10, and that all could have been all over just within one corner.
Absolutely crazy from this. Gloss is now catching up to this as well. Gaps are back to about a second. We can have a little view at this battle, but we've also got 2 drivers waiting. We have the number 485 car. We've got one of those drivers, or their drivers in the interview box currently.
Feel free to
just checking real quick where they are on the grid, so I know what kind of questions to ask. But
P32.
P32. There they are. All right, we're gonna go drag them in real quick.
Ben, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm very well. How are you guys?
I'm doing just fine at the moment.
Getting tired, but we're good.
Yeah, as I say, you've been streaming for quite a few hours now, so.
Yeah, it ain't much, but it's honest work.
Yeah.
No worries, no worries. It's been going good for the bits that I can kind of keep my eye on. So, kind of in between, in and out of the car. So.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, currently in P32 then. Obviously, I know you guys were looking a little bit higher up the grid earlier on this race. Where do you see yourselves in the next couple stints?
I think kind of where we're sat at the minute. I think before we kind of come into a stop, we kind of sat. So I want to say around about P26, and we come out roughly where we're sat now, about P32 every time we come out. So kind of that's the kind of area we're sat in at the minute. Obviously, don't get me wrong, we want to kind of we still want to kind of progress forwards. There's still a long way to go. Obviously, the rain shook things up a little bit, so just hoping that we get a little bit more fortune to come our way, so we can fly up the grid a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, currently trailing then P31 by almost 54 seconds. But like I said, the rain has pretty much changed quite a lot of things, as it has a lot of drivers this race. But have kept an eye on your progress and have been steadily, slowly making gains.
Indeed.
On the car ahead. So not doing too bad.
Not at all. Obviously, Will's in the car at the minute. Sadly, had a little bit of a moment on this stint, but I think he's going to recover quite nicely. And then I think I'm about to jump in shortly after, so which would be my last one of the Saturday anyway.
Yeah. Obviously, currently doing all right at the moment. Then, obviously, like I said, Will is in the car at the moment. So yeah, I'll have to see. Obviously, you got the night stints coming up. I know you have Cosciera. Tanking 6 hours.
As I say, he's doing 6 hours straight, absolute demon, and I don't think he's been to sleep yet. I jumped in the practice server earlier to get a couple of laps in before my second stint, only to find Koshiro is running laps in the night server. So the guy's definitely prepared, but also not on sleep.
Yeah, he's going to need someone to hold his hand throughout that night stint, because I bet you by 3 or 4 hours in, he's going to be extremely tired.
Yeah. He has said he's got a kind of monster on the cracks ready to go, so he's going to need it, I think.
I think he's going to need more than one. But yeah, obviously doing alright at the moment. I have to see how you go out through the night. Obviously, positions will change throughout the night stint as the temps get colder. But unless Waps, there's anything else, any other questions you had? I'm not sure.
No, not really. Everything's clear from my end, and I mean, you guys have been on screen a few times. We've got some enjoyable action as well. And let's hope that action continues throughout the night. And I wish you guys the best of luck.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up for interviews in the queue, we have Zanko, who's in the 206 car, currently driving in P5. Yanteri is currently in. That's one of the BMWs, and he's holding down in the top 5. We're gonna ask him a few questions as well. Zanko, welcome. How are you doing?
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm doing great. How about you guys?
A bit tired, but we're getting there. How's your race going? P5 currently?
Yeah, we are currently P5. Oh, yeah, steadily going upwards. We couldn't really look for anything more. Now, let's just hope our junior team can get up a bit more.
Yeah, the gap ahead, just over 11 seconds. Definitely in the catch range for the next few laps. How is the pace in the dark compared to the dry? To the day.
Well, actually, I'm hopping in a few laps for my first stint of the day. Actually, double stint. So I've been preparing for the night a lot. So yeah, I think those 15s are in, maybe 14s if it gets really cold.
Yeah, let's hope for that type of pace. What are you guys looking at in terms of race result? Are you looking to be up P5, or are you trying to hop that P4, maybe even get into the top 3?
Well, we are really surprised, pleasantly surprised by the level of competition that there is this race. It's the most competitive field I have ever been a part of in this endurance type of race. So yeah, we will just put our heads down and do as best we can and try to scrape up a few more positions. Podium would be nice.
I think you guys are doing a very good job at keeping your heads down and actually putting out that performance. Lily, do you have any questions?
No, nothing on the top of my head, but obviously just wish you and the guys and the junior team as well all the best of luck heading forward into the night.
BMW number 7.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on them. I know they've been in some of the battles today as well, so again, we'll have to keep an eye and obviously wish you two the best of luck heading into the night.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No worries.
All right, yeah. Then the junior team from theirs is currently driving in P12. Massini's currently in the car, and we